Hi, welcome back to another exciting full stack project development in React and Spring Boot. If you're watching my videos very first time, I create a project based videos on React, Spring Framework, Spring Boot, MongoDB, MySQL, AWS. If that sounds interesting, consider subscribing to my YouTube channel. Also like this video and comment on this video from where you are watching this video. It will motivate me to create more such videos for you guys. In this video, we are going to create a project called Invoice Generator. I created this software application just to solve my own problem. Being a software developer, I provide a paid services to students and my fellow followers. After I provided this service, I wanted to send them the invoices. To do that, I was hopping around the multiple websites to generate the invoices. I was scrolling through Canva and multiple other websites. So to solve this problem, I created a software application internally so that I can just browse through the multiple templates as per my needs and requirements. I can just fill out the necessary details and I can to their inboxes. I don't have to leave the application and send them the invoices separately. So that is what I have created for myself, and later I realized that why not I create this as a YouTube video so that it will help for students and even recent graduates so that they can create the same application and they can add it to their resume so that it will helpful for their career. So I decided to create the YouTube video and I'm presenting in front of you. So go ahead and watch this video completely so that you can also create the same application and you can add it to your resume. I created this software application using Spring Framework in the backend, and I have used the MongoDB database, and in the front end I have used the React, and I used the Bootstrap for styling. I have used the jsPDF for generating the PDF, and I have also used the HTML to canvas for creating the images, and I have used the cloudinary to store the images, and also I have used the clerk as the complete authentication. As I said before, this is going to be a fun and interesting project for your resume. You will learn tons and tons of things. And one last thing before we see the complete application demo, go ahead and share this video with your friends and WhatsApp group and in your network so that it will reach out to many students. And also like this video and comment on this video. This will motivate me to create more such videos. Alright, with this, let's see the application demo. The application is started on the port localhost 5173, and this is the landing page. In the landing page, the very first thing you will notice is the header section. In the right hand side, you will notice the logo and a quick title, which is nothing but the quick invoice. And on the right hand side, you will see the action button, login and sign up. Also, the navigation button, which is home. Just below that, we have the nice hero section with the title Effortless Invoicing Professional Results, and we have a nice subtitle, and also we have the call to action buttons, generate your first invoice and learn more. Clicking on this learn more, it will show the next section, which is how we can get started with this application. We can get started with 4 simple steps: enter the details, choose the template, preview the invoice, download and save. That's it. And we have a section why we need to choose the quick invoice application, because it is easy to fill the invoice details, beautiful dashboard and invoice preview with action buttons, and send invoices instantly to your clients without leaving the application. We have a nice features along with the bullet points where it will tell what are the features that we can provide. And at the very down, we have a one more call to action section, and we have the footer section which contains the logo and a copyright content, and we have a quick social media links. Clicking on this login and sign up, it will open up the login window, and if you are a new user, you can clicking on this sign up to sign up for this application. I have already created an account, so just go ahead and sign in. I'm going to sign in with my account. Click continue, enter the password. We will get the other options in the header, the dashboard and generate. And also clicking on this profile icon, we get the manage account and sign out option. And clicking on this manage account, we get this nice window where we can see the profile details. We can update the profile if you want, and the email address, current email address and connected accounts. Also in the security, we will get an option to delete the account and update the password. Perfect. Now let's close this. Next, we can quickly head over to the dashboard. In the dashboard, you will notice a few invoices that you have created previously and with a option to create a new invoice. Clicking on this create new invoice, it will take us to create the new invoice, and you will notice the page where you can enter the invoice details, and we have this nice gallery where we can select the templates. The wide range of templates we will support. As of now, we are just supporting only 5 templates, and we have a quick preview for the templates as well. Now at the very top, we can enter the new invoice details. My next client invoice. Let's add the logo. I'm going to add the logo, and we can provide the company details. Phone number we can enter, and the company address. So we can add the information to whom we are adding this invoice, the phone number and the address, and also if you are shipping any product, if you wanted to add the shipping address, you can add the shipping address as well. And we can enter the invoice date and the payment date, nothing but the invoice due date, and we can add the item details, for example logo design, maybe 2, and amount, and we can add the description, simple logo design, and user can also add multiple items, for example video editing, quantity 1, amount 7,000. Okay, so we can add the bank account details and the account number and IFSC code, and we can also add the tax rate, which is 5%, and we can add a notes, thanks for shopping with us. Once you enter all these invoice details, you can select the templates whichever you want. I'm going to select the template 4, and you can see we have this nice preview page where it will automatically display all the informations like the logo, invoice details, the billing section, and the company details and the item details, and also it will display the total, subtotal, tax, and the bank account details, and with the notes. From here you can change the templates as well. For example, template 1, template 2, template 3, it will automatically quickly changes the templates, and you can browse through the templates, whichever you want to send it to your client. You can choose it and you can send it. For example, if you wish to use the simple one, you can select the template 5. You can save this for future reference. You can also send an email directly from your application, or even you can download this. Clicking on this download PDF, it will download the PDF, and click on this, you can see the nice PDF. Beautiful. And from here you can directly send it to your clients. Clicking on this send email, it will open up the window. You can enter the email address of your client. Click send. Email sent successfully. You can head over to your inbox and you can verify this. We should get this invoice, your invoice, with a dear customer, please find the attached invoice, thank you. You can preview this, or even you can download this. Beautiful. Next, we have this option called save and text. You can save this for future reference. Clicking on this, it will save and it will exit to the dashboard. Perfect. My next client invoice. Awesome. Next, we have this manage account, and clicking on this, we can update the profile. For example, update profile. I'll just add this to Sirgur, and this is going to be Bhushan. Click save and it will update the profile, and you can also delete your account if you don't want to maintain the account here. Perfect. Alright, this is the, and in the future, any point of time, you can go ahead and delete these invoices if it is no longer needed. For example, I'm going to click on this and you will see this option delete invoice, and clicking on this, it will completely delete the invoice. For example, click on this, you can see invoice deleted successfully. Perfect. And user can log out, and the entire application is authenticated using the client authentication, and the application is powered by a MongoDB database, and also the application is created using React.js and Spring Boot Spring Framework, and we have used the Bootstrap to add the styling. This is the quick overview. I hope you are clear about what we are going to build in the next step. Welcome to the part 1, which is setting up the boilerplate. The first step is to create a Vite React project from the command line. I'm going to open the terminal. If you're on Windows, you can open the command prompt. I have already created the folder Invoice Generator Application. Inside this, let's execute the command. We need to enter the project name. We also need to select the framework. Let's select React, and we need to select the variant. Let's select JavaScript. Now we just created the boilerplate project. Now we have to navigate inside the project and we have to install the dependencies by executing this command. npm install. This will install all the necessary dependencies. Okay, now we have installed the dependencies. Let's close this terminal. Now let's open the project inside the WebStorm. You can also use Visual Studio Code. I have opened the project inside the WebStorm. Let me close this readme.md file. Let's go back to our steps. Okay, we have completed the first step. Let me checkmark this. And the second step is to remove all the default content. Let's open the src, and inside this app.jsx, let's delete everything, and also open the index.css, remove all the content, and inside the app.css, remove all the content, and inside this assets folder, remove the .svg file. Similarly, inside the public folder, we have this v.svg file. Let's remove this. Now we have removed all the default content. So let's checkmark this also. Next, we need to install the following dependencies. We need to install the React Router DOM for routing, Axios for making the HTTP request, Bootstrap for applying the styles, Lucid React for icons, HTML to Canvas for creating the images, jsPDF for generating the PDF, React Hot Toast for toast notifications, and Clerk React for authentication. Let's install all these dependencies. Let me open the terminal. Let's install the dependencies. We will install React Router DOM, Axios, Bootstrap, Lucid React, HTML to Canvas, jsPDF, and we also need to install React Hot Toast and Clerk. Let me open the browser, clerk/clerk-react. Hit enter. This will install all the dependencies. Perfect. Now let's go back to the browser and let's check mark this. So we have completed this third step. Next, we need to add the custom font. Let's open the WebStorm, and inside this index.css, we need to reference to the custom font. To do that, let's head over to the Google font. I'm going to search for Google Urbanist font, and this will take us to the Google Urbanist font. So select the first link. I have already added this font to the cart, so I'm going to just click on this get font, click on this get embed code, select the web and choose link, or you can choose import as well. So let's copy this within the index.css. Let's paste it. Next, we need to apply this font. So I'm going to use font family. Let's add Urbanist. If it is not present, then we are going to use the sans serif. Also, I'm going to add few CSS styling as well for the future reference. Perfect. We just added the cursor pointer and keyframes spin. Whenever we apply the loading for the buttons, we're going to just use this class and this spin animation as well. And also I'm going to just remove the box shadow for the input text boxes, text area, and select input fields. Perfect. Now let's save this and go back to our browser, and we have added the custom font as well. Next, we need to reference the Bootstrap library. Let's head over to the WebStorm and inside the main.jsx, at the very top, let's reference the Bootstrap library. Bootstrap / dist / css / bootstrap.css. Also, let's reference to the JS library as well. Bootstrap / dist / js / bootstrap.bundle.js. Perfect. Let's save this. Now let's verify this inside the browser. I'm going to start the dev server. npm run dev. This will start the development server on port localhost 5173. Head over to the browser, localhost 5173. Okay, we are not able to see anything because we have not added anything. We have removed all the default content. Now let's open the app.jsx. Inside this, let's create the React functional component. I'm going to just add the Bootstrap class container just to test whether the Bootstrap styles are applying or not. Container. Let's export this as a default component and save this. Now if you open the browser, we should see the text application is started and the Bootstrap style has been applied. We got a nice padding on the left and right side. Okay, also our custom font has been applied, which is Urbanist. Let's open the steps and we have referenced the Bootstrap library also. Next, we need to add the static files, which is images, logo, and etc. I'll just open the project explorer, and inside this assets folder, I'm going to paste all the necessary files and logos. You can download these images in the description section of this video. I provided a link to it. Now let's create a new JS file within this assets.js. Now let's reference these images and logos inside this assets.js. I'm going to create an object, export const assets. This is going to be an object. Just to save some time, I have already copied the necessary import statement. I'll just paste it here. Now let's add all these reference variables to this object: template 1, template 2, template 3, template 4, and template 5. Also logo, and next landing 1, landing 2, landing 3, and landing 4, and upload area. Perfect. Now let's save this. Okay, now we have added all the necessary logo, images, and assets. Let's go to the browser and let's complete this step, which is adding the static files. Next, update the index file to reference the application icon. Let's open the index.html, which is this one. Inside this, I'm going to just change this to /logo.png, and I'm going to copy the same logo.png and I'm going to add it to the public folder. Paste it. Now let's open the browser and we can see the icon on the browser tab. Perfect. Let's complete this step as well. Next, configure the application routing. Let's open the app.jsx. Inside this, we are going to configure the application routing. So in order to configure this, first of all, we need to create the necessary components. What I'll do is I'm going to open the project explorer, and inside the src folder, under this I'm going to create a new folder. This is going to be components. Similarly, we are going to create one more folder, which is going to be pages, and I will also create one more folder, which is service, and I will create one more folder, which is context, and one more folder, templates. Perfect. Next, inside the pages, I'm going to create a new directory and I'm going to call this landing page, or even we can call this as just landing, but just to keep it simple, I'm going to make it as landing page. Inside this, create a new file, landing page.jsx. I will also create the CSS file as well, landing page.css. Now let's quickly create the React functional component. Let's export this as a default component, and at the top I'm going to import the CSS file as well, landing page.css. Perfect. Next, we will also create one more component inside this pages, which is going to be dashboard.jsx. Let's create the functional component, and let's export this as a default component. Save this. Next, we will create one more component, which is going to be main page. So inside this pages, create the component main page.jsx. Let's create the functional component. Let's export this as a default component and save this. Next, we will create one more component inside this pages, which is going to be preview page. Let's create the functional component. And export it as a default component. Next, we need to create one more component. We're going to create it inside the components, which is going to be a menu bar. Menu bar.jsx. Let's export this as a default component and save this. Next, we will also create one more component, that is logo, but let's create it afterwards. But for now, this is more than enough to set up the routing. Next, inside the app.jsx, what I'll do is I'm going to get rid of this and I'm going to use the browser router from React Router DOM, and within this I'm going to use the routes. So let's import it from the React Router DOM, and just above this routes I'm going to mount the menu bar, and just below this I'm going to mount the React. For the toast notifications, we have installed the React hot toast, and we need to mount this toaster as well. So let's mount this and save this. Now inside this routes I'm going to create a individual routes. So let's use the route and the path, which is going to be slash, which is the base path, and we are going to use element. We are going to render the landing page. Perfect. Next, let me import this route from React Router DOM. Next, I'm going to create one more route for slash dashboard. We're going to render the dashboard component. Similarly, I'm going to create one more route, which is for generating the PDF, and we are going to redirect to main page. And one more route I'm going to create, which is going to be preview, and we are going to mount the preview page. Let's save this. Perfect. Now let's save all of these changes and we can verify it in the browser. Let's go to the browser, and you can see we got the menu bar and the landing page. Right now we are in the base URL, which is localhost 5173, and if the base route is matches, we are going to render the landing page. That is why we are going to see the landing page. And also the menu bar is common across all these pages. That is why can able to see the menu bar. Now let's navigate to the dashboard, and we can see the text, menu bar and dashboard. Similarly, let's navigate to generate. We should see the menu bar and main page. Similarly, if I navigate to preview, we should see the preview page. Perfect. Our routing is working as expected. Let's go back to the browser and let's complete this step. Okay, now we have completed the part 1, which is creating the React Vite project and removing all the default content and installing the necessary dependencies and adding the custom font, referencing it to the Bootstrap library, and adding the static files, which is images, logo and other assets. And next, we also updated the index file to reference the application icon. And finally, we have configured the routing. Let's continue with the part 2. Welcome back. This is the part 2. In the second part, we are going to design the menu bar and landing page. This is going to be a pretty straightforward. We will not spend much time in this part because this is all about designing. So the first step is to create a new component for displaying the logo. Let's open the WebStorm, and I'm going to close all of these tabs. Open the Project Explorer, and I'll just open inside these components, I'll go ahead and create a new component, logo.jsx. Inside this, let's create the functional component. Let's add the text logo, and I'm going to export this as a default component. Now what I'll do is inside this, I'm going to use the image tag. Let's reference the logo from the assets file. Let's add the height and width. Height 48, width 48. Save this. Now we can render this logo component inside the menu bar component. Let's open the browser and let's complete this task. Next, the step is updating the menu bar component. Let's open the menu bar component. Inside this, I'm going to let me get rid of this div. Let's create a nav element. I'm going to add the Bootstrap classes, navbar expand large, navbar light, I want it in the light color, and the background also it is going to be a white, and shadow small, sticky top. I want this to be stick to the top bar. So let's create it, and inside this create a div with a class container and vertical padding 2. And inside this div, I'm going to make use of the React Router link component. I will add the Bootstrap classes, navbar brand, flex. I'm going to add align items center. I'll just use the to prop so I can navigate to the base URL. Let me import this link component from the React router DOM, and inside this I'm going to render the logo component. So let's import this logo component. And after this logo we need to add the text. So let's use the span tag. I'm going to add the class, font weight bolder, font size 4, and horizontal margin 3. Inside this, let's add the text quick invoice. I will also add the inline style, letter spacing minus 0.5 pixel, and color. I'm going to add the color code hash 0D6EFD2. This is the color code that I'm going to add, and save this. Now let's verify it inside the browser. Let's go to the browser, and you can see now we get this nice menu bar, and I can just make this 100%, and this is how it looks. Perfect. I'll just go ahead, and after this link component I'm going to create a button, because when we view that in the mobile view I want the hamburger icon. So for that I'm going to add the hamburger icon, and on click of that hamburger icon it should open up the drop down. So for that let's create the button, and let's add the bootstrap classes, navbar, toggler, type. This is going to be a button. Let's add the text. We don't need to add the text. Instead we are going to add the hamburger icon, span, navbar, toggler icon. Save this. Along with this bootstrap classes and this type attribute, I will also add a few more bootstrap attributes. So just I'm adding these toggle, target, controls, expanded, and label. These are the attributes for this button, the bootstrap attributes. So let's save this. Now let's view this in the browser, and you don't see those hamburger until unless we see it in the mobile view. So let's view this in the mobile view, and you can see we got this hamburger, and clicking on this it should open up the drop down, but it is not opening. That is because we haven't created any of the items, the menu bar items, right? Let's go ahead and create it. After this button I'm going to create a one more div with a class collapse, navbar collapse, let's add the ID navbar nav, because here we have added the bootstrap target as navbar nav, and the same name we have to provide it within this ID. Now inside this I'm going to create an unordered list, and within that we have the list, and I'm going to create 4 li elements. And for this unordered list let's add the bootstrap classes it is going to be navbar nav auto align items center, and for this li tag let's add the class names nav item. I'm going to copy this, I'll just paste it for all these li elements. Now within this li element I'm going to create a React Router link component. Let's add the class names navlink font weight medium, and I can add the to prop to slash dashboard. Let's add the text dashboard. Let's copy the same and duplicate it. Actually this is going to be home, so let's remove this to a base URI, and this is going to be dashboard and the text is dashboard. Next li element, instead of the link we are going to create a button. Let's add the same classes navlink and font weight medium, and I will add the text generate. Later we are going to attach the on click event. Similarly for the last li item li element I'm going to create a button btn primary rounded pill horizontal padding 4, and let's add the text login / sign up and save this. Now if you open it in the browser, and you can see we have this home, dashboard, generate and login and sign up button. Now on click of this, right now we are in the preview page. Now clicking on this home, we will navigate to the home page, which is the landing page. Similarly on clicking of this dashboard, we will navigate to the dashboard. Clicking on this generate, we will go to the main page. Okay, so for this generate, okay, later we are going to attach the on click event. Perfect. Now we have created the menu bar component. Let's open the browser and complete this step. Next we need to update the landing page CSS file and the landing page JSX file. So just to save some time, I have already copied the CSS. Let's open the landing page.css file and I'll paste it. You can find this CSS file under the description section of this video. Go ahead and download it. Because this is just a CSS file, I don't want to spend too much of time adding these content. Similarly, we have this landing page.jsx as well. Inside this we have to create the landing page. Just to save some time, what we can do, we can start adding the content one by one. So because we have already added the CSS styling, we will start adding the content one by one. So instead of adding it everything in just one go, I'll just copy a section by section and I'll paste it here so that we can verify it in the browser. So first let's copy the header part, or nothing but the hero section. So I'll paste it. The hero section, let me remove few of this on click events. Later we are going to attach the on click events. Fine. So let's save this and let's open the browser. And okay, we have to, let me reload this. let's go to the home page, and you can see we got the hero section. So we have just added the text effortless invoicing professional results, and we have this subtitle, and we have this call to action buttons, generate your first invoice and learn more. Right now these buttons does not work because we have not added any of the functionality. Later we are going to add the functionality. Okay, for now we have created the hero section. Next, what we need to do is we need to attach, we have to add the one more section, which is how the application works. We have to explain the process in a simple steps using the cards. So for that, let's quickly add the necessary HTML content, the static content. After this header, I'm going to paste it. And here, let me go to the top, and we have this step 1 card, and step 2, and step 3, and step 4, right? So there are 4 steps where how we can generate the invoices. Let's verify it in the browser. Let me save this, and if you open the browser, scroll down, you will see get started in 4 simple steps. The first step is to enter the details, the second step is to choose the template, and the third step is to preview the invoice, and the fourth step is to download and save the invoice. Perfect. We have added the title and the subtitle for all of these steps. The next section, what we need to add is we need to add the features section. So what all the features that this application provides. So for that, again, we can make use of the section element, open the WebStorm, and let me close this section, and we will also close this header section. Okay, so now let's add the third section, which is nothing but features, right? There are 4 features that we will be explaining. So let me collapse those features. Perfect. There are 4 features, and let me actually add the comment. This is going to be a features section. And this is going to be steps to generate invoice. Save this. Now let's verify it inside the browser. Let's go to the browser. Okay, we got some error, not error actually. Let me reload this. Okay, looks like something is wrong. Let me expand this. Okay, we have this assets. Let me import this assets and save this, and boom. Okay, so what are the features? Why we choose this quick invoice? Because it is easy to fill the invoice details, and beautiful dashboard, and invoice preview with action buttons, and send invoices instantly. Okay, so for this we have added the bullet points, which is curated list of templates from the gallery, and add your logo and invoice details, tailor fields to your needs, and view the previous invoices, your saved invoices with the thumbnails, reuse one or more invoices, track the invoices, live preview, switch between multiple invoices, one clicks to save, download and delete the invoices, and send invoices instantly without leaving the application, one click to send the invoices, send unlimited invoices. So all these features we have added inside this section, also with the images. So whoever visiting this application, they can easily, by looking at these images, they can decide whether they really want to sign up to this application or not. We have displayed the application features along with the images. And the last section, one more section we need to add, which is the call to action section just after this features section. So let's open the WebStorm and let me minimize this or collapse this, and let's add the call to action section. So this is going to be a call to action section, right? So we have this one on click event attached to it. Let me remove this and save this. Now if you open the browser, we should see this call to action section. Ready to streamline your invoicing? Join thousands of freelancers and small businesses who trust quick invoice. Start creating the professional invoices today. It's fast, easy and effective. A nice title along with the call to action button. Okay, and we have also added the nice tagline, that is, this will lead to the invoice generation interface. Later we are going to attach the on click event. On clicking of this, we are going to verify whether the user is logged in or not. If it is logged in, we will directly take him to the generating the invoice. Okay, now the last section is the footer section. So let's open the WebStorm, and after this, at the very end, I'm going to add the footer section. So let me import this logo and save this. So let's import this date also and save this. Now if you open the browser, at the bottom we can see the footer. We have the copyright content crafted for freelancers and small businesses, a small tagline and the logo. Perfect. Now we have created the landing page. Again, I don't want to spend too much of time in adding these static content because there is nothing in this page. There is no functionality we have added here. We just added the CSS styling and the HTML content. That's why I have just copied and pasted the content. You can find the source code in the description section of this video. That will save a lot of time for us. Okay, let's open the browser and let's complete these steps. Perfect. Now we have completed the part 2, which is designing the menu bar and the landing page. Let's continue with the part 3. Before we move on to the part 3, I have noticed a few things inside the current implementation. So the first thing is, in the browser title, we still see the Vite plus React. We haven't changed the title. So let's open the index.html. And let's change the title to Invoice Generator. Let's add the quick invoice -invoice generator. Let's save this. Now let's open the browser. We should see the title, quick invoice generator. Also, in the footer, I'm not able to see the social media icons. Let's verify it. Let's go to the WebStorm and open the landing page.jsx. Okay, here actually we are using the bootstrap icons. So let's remove this because we have added the Lucid React. So we can use the Lucid React icons. We don't need to use the bootstrap icons. Instead, let's use the Lucid React icons. So the first one is Twitter, and the second one is Facebook, and LinkedIn. Save this, and if you open the browser, you can see you can able to see the social media icons like Twitter, Facebook, and LinkedIn. Perfect. Let's save this. Now we can continue with the part 3. Welcome back. This is the part 3rd, and in this part we are going to design the main page. this main page contains a lot of things. So let's break this down and let's understand it. So the first step is we need to update the main page component to create the layout for user input and the template selection. If you remember in the demo, I have shown you where in the left hand side, the user will enter the invoice details, and in the right hand side, we are going to select the template. That is what this main page is. We have to design that main page. Let's open the WebStorm, and I'm going to close all of these tabs. Let's open the main page.jsx. So let's get rid of this div. Let's start designing it. I'm going to create a div with a class container fluid, and background I will add light color, and minimum height I'm going to set this to 100, and padding vertical 4. Within this I am going to create a container, and inside this I'll just add the comment so that it will easy for us to understand. So this contains the title bar. I'm going to just copy this and paste it. Next we have the invoice form and the template grid. Invoice form and template grid, right? Again, this invoice form and template grid has again two parts. One is the left hand side is the invoice form and the right hand side is the template grid, right? So first let's create the title bar. Create a div with class background white, and I will add border, rounded corners, and I will also add shadow, and I will also add padding 3 across this input box, and margin bottom 4. And inside this I will create one more div. Let's add the flex, align items center, let me remove this justify content, this we don't need it. And inside this I'll just add the editable text box for title, right? Next we need this invoice form and the template grid. For that I'm going to again create a div with class row, and I'll provide the gap of 4 and align items stretch, align items stretch. Perfect. And inside this I'll just add the comment. Again, as I said before, it contains two parts. One is the invoice form and the next one is template grid. Inside this I'll just quickly create a div with a class column 12, and in large devices I need the 6 blocks, so LG, which stands for large devices, and 6. Let's add the flex, and let me copy the same and I'll paste it in the down. And inside this I'm going to create a div with a class background white and border, rounded corners, and shadow small, padding 4, width 100. Let's copy the same and I'll paste it in the down also. Okay, within this we want to render the invoice form. Okay, invoice form, and within this we wanted to render the template grid, right? So this is the layout. Now let's save this and let's verify it in the browser and let's see how it looks. Open the browser and let's navigate to the invoice form. Click on this generate. Okay, this is a button. So what I'll do is I'll just navigate to generate, and you can see we got this editable text for the title and the invoice form and the template grid, right? Now we wanted to design the form as well as the template grid, and we wanted to change this to a text box. That is the plan. Now let's open the WebStorm. Before we start designing the editable text box, what I'll do is I'm going to create an context. Open the Project Explorer. Under the context folder, create a new file. This is going to be app context. Next, I'm going to create the context. This is going to be app context, and I'll just export this. Next, let's create the provider. Let's return the JSX content, that is app context provider, and let's pass the children. And I'm going to create an object, and that object we can pass it to the value prop. Const context value. This is going to be an object, and inside this we can pass any data. For now, let's create a state. This is going to be invoice title. Set invoice title. We can use the use state hook. Initially this is going to be new invoice, right? And now we can pass this invoice title and set invoice title to this context value. Set invoice title. Perfect. And here for this value, let's pass the context value. Perfect. Next, what we need to do is we need to surround inside the main component. Let's open the main.jsx. Here we have this app component. Let's wrap this app component with the provider. App context provider. And save this. So let's get rid of this import statement and save this. Since we are passing the context value, and this context value contains the invoice title and set invoice title, inside our main page we can make use of the invoice title to set the title. That's the whole idea for creating the state inside the app context. At the top, I'm going to first create the state. Is editing title. Set is editing title. I'll set this state to false initially. Later we are going to update it to true. Let's get rid of this text. Inside this, let's use the ternary operator. We can make use of the state is editing title. Whenever this state is true, we wanted to display the input text box. If it is false, we wanted to display the button along with the pencil icon. And inside this true block, I'm going to create the input text box. Let's add the bootstrap classes, form, control. I will also add the margin 2, and I will also add the auto focus. And if this is false, let's create the button. I'm going to make use of the fragment, and within this fragment, let's create the hy tag with a class margin bottom 0 and margin 2. And we wanted to display the text. We'll display the title in just a bit. But before that, I'm going to create the button, and let's add btn small and padding 0, border 0 and background transparent. And within this button, I'm going to add the icon, use the pencil icon, and let's add the class text primary, and size I'll set this to 20. Perfect. Next, we need to add the on-click events. We will add it in just a bit, and before that, let's save this. And here, just for the time being, I'm going to display the new invoice, the text. And with this, now we can verify it in the browser. Let's go to the browser. You can see we get this new invoice along with this pencil icon. On clicking of this, we wanted to turn this into an editable text. So for that, on click of this, we wanted to update the state so that our state becomes, the state value becomes true, and this will turn it into a text box. Let's verify it. I'm going to just turn this into true, and you can see we got this nice text box. So let's flip this back to false. Now what I'll do is I'm going to create an arrow function. Before that, I am going to just grab the states from the context, use context. Let's grab the invoice title, set invoice title. Let's pass the app context and save this. Now let's make use of this invoice title to display the text. So here, instead of this new invoice, we are going to display this invoice title. Perfect. Next, I'm going to create the arrow functions to update the state. Const, I'm going to call this handle title change. Also const handle title edit. I'm going to create one more arrow function, const handle title blur. Okay. Inside this handle title edit, I'm going to update this state is editing title. I'm going to set this to true. And inside this handle title change, I wanted to get the value from the text box. So target.value, I'm going to store that in a variable new title, and I can update the state new invoice title, new title, set invoice title. I'm going to set the new title. Next, for this handle blur, we're going to attach this event whenever user will click on this pencil icon, and he's going to enter the text, and we are going to, let me reload this. Okay, whenever the user click on this pencil icon, we are going to turn this into a editable text box, and inside this editable text box, we are going to enter the text. After entering the text, we are going to click on, the user will click on the outside of the text box. At the time, we wanted to again convert this into a title. Okay, we wanted to hide that input text box. So for that, we are going to use this handle title blur. Inside this, let's update the state to is editable editing title to false. Now let's attach these events one by one. So first of all, for this button, I'm going to attach on click event. This is going to be handle title edit, and for this input on blur, handle title blur, on change, handle title change, and value invoice title. Perfect. Now let's save this and let's go to the browser and let me reload this, and now we have this new invoice. On click of this, let's enter my first invoice, and clicking on outside of this, you can see the state has been updated, my first invoice. Again click on this, we got this my first invoice, change it to new invoice. Clicking on outside of this, it will be updated. Perfect. Next, what we need to do is we need to update this invoice form. Next, to enter the invoice details, I'm going to create a new component, invoice form. Open the project explorer, and under the components folder, I'm going to create a new file. This is going to be invoiceform.jsx. Let's create the functional component. Invoice form. Let's export this as a default component and save this. Now let's render this inside the main page.jsx. So let's get rid of this and use the invoice form and save this and open the browser, and let's go to the browser, and you can see we have this invoice form, but we are rendering the new component. Now let's update this component. Before that, let's go to the steps, and we have completed the first step, which is updating the main page component to create the layout, and also we have created the context and stored the state globally, and we have also completed designing the title bar to enter the invoice name. Now we started with the fourth step, so let's go back and open the invoice form, and inside this I'm going to get rid of this. Let's design the layout. We are going to create the form. So to do that, I'm going to create a div with a class invoice form. This is a custom CSS class, and I will also add the container and padding vertical 4. Inside this, I'm going to create a div with a class margin bottom 4, and I'm going to create 9 div, and I'm going to just comment it out so that you will get idea. So the first div is for company logo. Copy this, and the second div, which is for company information, and the third div, which is for the billing section, bill to whom we are billing that, and the fourth div, it is for shipping address, ship to, and next div is for entering the information for invoice details, invoice information, and the next div is for item details, and the next div is for invoice information. Okay, invoice information is done, and the next information is for account details, right? What is the bank account details? So let me add the bank account information, and the next div is for totals. So let's add totals, and the last div is for notes, right? Perfect. Now let's save this, and what I'll do is I'll just go to the main page. I'll just change one more thing. If you open the browser and if you look at this, on click of this pencil icon, we get this editable text box, and we got this shadow surrounded with this text box. So to do that, to remove that, what I'll do is, and at the top I'm going to just add class main page, right? And now open the index.css. We already added the box shadow to none. Let's add the class main page input focus. So let's save this and let's go to the browser, and on click of this you can see now we don't have the shadow. Perfect. Now let's continue with updating the invoice form component. I'll open the WebStorm and let me close this index.css file, and also I'm going to close this main.jsx, and let's open the invoice form, and inside this let's start adding the company logo. Let's create the heading tag h5. Let's add the text company logo. Under this I'm going to create a div with a class flex, align items center, gap 3, and within this I'm going to create a label with a text with a class form label, and I'll add the HTML for image, and within this I'm going to create an image tag. I'm going to use the assets dot upload area upload, and I'll also add width 98, and next under this label I'm going to create the input field. Input type is file type, and let's add the name which is logo, ID, image, and I'll make this as hidden, and also I'll add the bootstrap classes, form control, and accept. We're going to accept only the images, so image/star, and save this. Now let's open the browser, and you can see we get this company logo and this logo. On click of this it will open up the file explorer. Perfect. So now we have added the company logo. Next we have this company information. Just below this we need to add the company information. Let's open the invoice form, and just below this we can create the input fields. Let's create the heading tag h5, and I'll add the text your company, and just below this I'm going to create a div with a class row and gap 3, and below this create a div with a class column medium devices 6, and under this create a input field. Let's add the class form control, and I will also add the placeholder. Just add company name. Perfect. And let me copy this div. I'm going to just copy this div and I'll paste it in the down 2 more times so that we can change the bits that are required. Next we have this phone number, the company phone number. I'm going to keep it as input type text, and the placeholder I'll change this to company phone. Next I'm going to add one more text box that is going to be company address. Company address. Let's save this, and if you open the browser you can see we have this company company phone number and company address. Perfect. So let's actually make this 100%, and this is how it looks. But actually I don't want to make it as two columns. I don't want to make it as two rows. I just wanted this in the same row. I want the company name, company phone and company address. Everything should be in the same row. But if I make that as 4, let me show you. If I make this as 4, and let's save this. If you look at this, this will be very small. Instead, what we can do is I can make this as 6. The first two text boxes I can make it as 6, and this I can make it as 12, and save this. And if you look at this, we have this company name, company phone and company address. So we get the company address a long text box because it will contain, the address usually contains more characters. So that is why I have added it as a long text box. Perfect. So next we have the billing section. So let's add the input fields for the billing section. For this billing section, we can make use of the company section, whatever we have added. So let me actually collapse this, and I can just copy this same here to here. So let's copy this and paste it. So this is going to be bill 2, and rest everything remains same. I'll just change this to name, phone, make this as phone number, and this is going to be an address. So address, and save this. And if you look at the browser, you can see we have this your company bill 2. It also contains name, phone number and address. Perfect. Now we can add the shipping address. The shipping address also contains the same as billing address. So I can just copy this and I'll paste it in the down. I can change this to ship to, and I can change this name, phone number, address to shipping address and phone number and name. Save this, and if you open the browser, you can see we have this ship to and shipping address, name, phone number. Along with this, we will also need one checkbox. So whenever the user click on this checkbox, it should copy whatever the user entered in the billing address, that should be copied to the shipping address. And the checkbox, which is nothing but the same as billing address, that is the label that we are going to add. So to do that, I am going to just below this ship to, I'm going to create a div with a class form check, and inside this I'm going to create the checkbox, and I can add the label. So let's create the label with a class form check label, and the HTML for this is going to be same as billing, and within this I'm going to add the text same as billing. Okay, so you can add a meaningful text as well. I'm just adding it as same as billing, and here I'll just add the type checkbox and class name. It is going to be form check input. ID, it is going to be same as billing, and save this. With this we can verify it in the browser. Okay, we get this same as billing, but I want this to be move this to the right hand side. So to do that, I'm going to just, after this margin bottom in the down, I'm going to create one more div. So I'm going to create one more div with a class flex, and justify content between, align items center, and we don't need this justify content between, but I do want margin bottom 2. And within this div, I'm going to add the ship to, and this entire label, everything, I'm going to move it inside this div. Okay, and next let me save this, and if you look at the browser, you can see now we have this same as billing in the right side of this exact label. Perfect. Next we can add the invoice information. To do this, what I'll do is I'm going to take an help of this ship to, or the bill to. I can just copy this entire content, copy this, and within this let's paste it. We can change the bits that are required. I can change this to invoice information, and this is going to be a text, but I'm going to make this as disabled. And the placeholder, this is going to be invoice number. Placeholder, I'll just say invoice number. And next we have this type. I'm going to change this to date because we wanted to add the invoice date, and we don't need this placeholder. Just get rid of this, and I can add the we have already added the class name, which is going to be a form control, and this also it is going to be date, and we don't need this placeholder. Get rid of this, but we do need to add the labels. So I'm going to just within this, I'll just add the label, and I'm going to add the label form label, which is the bootstrap class. I can add the HTML for this is going to be invoice number, and we can add the name attribute, sorry, not the name attribute, the ID attribute, invoice number. Next let's copy the same label, and just below this paste it. This is going to be invoice date, and let's add the ID invoice date. Next let's copy this and paste it. This is going to be invoice due date, and let's add the text invoice number, invoice date, payment date or invoice due date, and let's add the ID. It is going to be invoice due date. Perfect. Now let's verify it in the browser. Let's open the browser, and you can see invoice information, invoice number, invoice due date, and invoice date and invoice due date. But we don't have to make this as 2 rows. Instead I'm going to just make this as 4 column grid. I'm going to make it. Save this, and now you can see we get the invoice number, invoice date, invoice due date, and on clicking off any of these text, it is going to highlight the input boxes, right? Perfect. Next, first of all, I'll just make this as capital C, your company. I am going to just make this as capital C. Let's actually collapse this. Okay, next what do we need to add? We need to add the item details. So within this, let's add the input fields. Inside this, first let's create the hy tag or the heading tag, and let's add the text item details. And below this, let's create a div with a class card, padding 3 and margin bottom 3. And inside this div, I'm going to create a one more div with a class row, gap 3 and margin bottom 2. I'm going to create one more div. It is going to be flex and gap 2, and after this div I'm going to create a button. After this div, let's create the button. It is going to be of class btn primary, and let's add the type. It is going to be a button type, and I can add the text add item. Perfect. Now inside this first div, I'm going to create a one more div with a class column md medium devices. It should be 3 blocks, and I'm going to create it as 4. Okay, and now inside this we can add the content, right? So within these individual div, I'm going to create input text box. Input, the type is text, and let's add the class name form control, and I will also add the placeholder which is item name. Perfect. In the next div, I'm going to create a one more input field, input, and it is going to be of type number type because we wanted to enter the quantity. And let's add the placeholder. It is going to be quantity, class name, we can add the form control. And next we have the third div, and inside div we are going to create a one more input field with a type number type, input number type. We don't need the name and ID, but we do need to add the placeholder, the placeholder which is going to be of amount, and class name form control. Perfect. Now we have this fourth div, and the fourth div which is also of type number type, input number type. We can add the class name form control, but the placeholder, it is going to be a total. Let me add the placeholder total. Perfect. Next we have the one more div. This div contains the text area. So text area and class name, it is going to be a form control, and I can add the placeholder. It is going to be description. Perfect. Next, let me save this, and next after this we are going to add the button. So for that I am going to just make use of this button, and the type btn outline danger, and it is going to be of type button type. Okay, and inside of this I am going to make use of the icon, the Lucid React icon, trash 2. This is the icon we are going to use, and I'm going to add this size. It is going to be 18, right? Perfect. And save this. Now if you go to the browser, and you can see now we have this nice item details. Of course, on clicking of this add item and delete button, nothing is working because we have not added any of the functionalities. Okay, but later we are going to, on clicking of this item details, we can able to add any number of items. Okay, so that we are going to handle it. Perfect. Next, we need to open the WebStorm and we need to add the bank account information. For this bank account details, what I'll do is, let's go to the top. We can make use of this invoice information. So let me actually collapse this and let's open the invoice information, and I'm going to copy this and within this I'm going to paste it. So we can change the bits that are required. I'll change this to bank account details, and I'll change this to, it is going to be, let's keep it 4, and here we don't need these labels, so we can get rid of these labels. Perfect. But this is going to be, the first one is going to be text, and I'm going to remove this disabled, and placeholder I am going to change this to account holder name, and we don't need this ID. Let's get rid of this. Perfect. And we don't need this ID also, and here also. Perfect. But we don't need to add the placeholder, and the placeholder is for second input field is account number. Next placeholder, it is going to be branch or IFSC code, and also I'll just change this to input text. That's it. Let's save this, and if you open the browser, you can see now we have this bank account details, account name, account number, and branch or IFSC code. Perfect. So now we have completed the account information. Next, we need to make changes to this totals and notes. So let me collapse this, and within this totals, we can add the input fields. Inside this, let's create a div, or first let's add the h5 heading tag, and let's add the text totals. Next, let's create a div with a class flex and justify content end, and inside the div, create a div with a class width 100, and in width medium devices, I'll just make it as 50. Perfect. Next, I'm going to create a div with a class flex justify content between, and I'll just make this as 4 so that it will create 4 divs, and inside this first div, so what I'll do is I'm going to add a span tag with a text subtotal, and I can add the one more span, and I can add the value. So let's say, suppose for now time being, I'm going to add $1,000. Of course, we also do need to add the Indian currency. I'm going to just add the Indian currency. Perfect. This is the first input tag, right? Next, I'm going to just add the, what I'll do is I'm going to do one more thing. I'm going to just wrap it in an expression, just wrap it inside the expression. Later I can change this inside this expression. I can make use of the variable to display the value. Perfect. Next, inside this I'm going to add one more class for the second div, which is align items center, and horizontal margin 2. And inside this I'm going to create a label with a class margin 2, and I can add the HTML for tax input. We need to create the input text box. So first let's add the text tax rate. We need to add it in the percentage format, and just below this label I'm going to create a input field. It is going to be of type number type, and I can add the ID. We don't need this name attribute. I'll just remove this. Instead I will add the ID. It is going to be tax input, and I'm going to add the class, the bootstrap class, which is going to be a form control, and save this. So I can also add the placeholder. So let's add the placeholder. It is going to be maybe 2%, right? Something like that. Perfect. We have added this content for this second div also. Next I'm going to add for the third div. Let me scroll up, and inside this third div I'm going to create a span with a text tax amount. Let's add the value. We can add the value in the expression. So I can just copy this and I'll paste it. Later we will replace this with the actual value. Perfect. Next we have this last div, and for this last div I'm going to add few more classes. Font weight bold, margin top 2, and inside this create a span which is going to be grand total, and I can add the value. Let's copy this and paste it. Perfect. And save this. Let's verify it in the browser. Boom. Okay, we got this subtotal, tax amount, and grand total. But there is a small this should actually have been happened with the very small size, but what I'll do is I'm going to just add the one more classes. For this we have this class. I'm going to add width 50, and I'll add text end. Perfect. And save this. Now if you see the browser, you can see now we got this 50 and 1000 and just a placeholder, and $1,000 and $1,000. Perfect. Next, the last part what we need to do is we need to add the, let me collapse this. We need to add the notes part, right? So let's quickly add this notes also within this div. I'm going to add the hy element, and let's add the text notes. Just below this I'm going to create a div with a class width 100. Inside this div create a text area, and we don't need, let's add the name, notes, ID. We don't need to add the ID, columns, rows. We can get rid of this. We can just add the class. It is going to be form control, but we don't need add the rows, so I'm going to add it 3 rows and save this. Now if you see it in the browser, we got this notes and the text area. Perfect. So let me actually increase the browser window size, and this is how it looks. Perfect. So now we have created all the HTML elements for this form. Okay, we have created the company logo, company information, bill to, shipping to, and invoice information, item details, and bank account details, and notes. Perfect. Next, what we need to do is we need to display the template grids in the right hand side. let's make that up. Okay, so but let's go back to our steps, and we created a new component for adding the invoice details. That is completely done. Okay, so let's complete this. Next, we wanted to create the new component for the template gallery, which is going to be a template grid. Let's create this template grid component. Inside this components folder, create this template grid JSX. Let's create the functional component. Let's export this as a default component. Save this. Now we can render this inside our main page. Let's open the main page. Get rid of this, and we can use the template grid. Perfect. Now inside this template grid, we wanted to display the templates in the grid format. So to do that, I am going to open the assets.js. Inside this, we need to create the templates so that we can use those templates inside our template grid. I'm going to just export this templates. This is going to be an array, and this will contains the individual object. So ID, which is going to be template 1, and label template 1, and also we need the image. So let's add this assets template 1 and copy this and paste it. Now this is going to be template 2, and this is also template 2, and it's going to be template 2. Similarly, let's copy this, paste it, and we can change this to 3, 4, 5. It's also 3, 4, and 5, 3, 4, and 5. Now we can use this templates inside our template grid, and we can loop over that templates, and we can display it in the grid format. So let me get rid of this div, and here I am going to make use of the div with a class row and gap of 3. Okay, inside this we can use this expression templates.map, and each time, first of all, let's import this templates, and each time when we loop over, we get this. We are going to get the ID, and also let me destructure this. I'm going to get the ID, label, and image, right? And I'm going to grab all of this, and I'm going to create a div inside of this with a class column 12. In small devices it's going to be 6, and in large devices it's going to be 4. And also I'm going to add the key prop. It is going to be ID, and inside of this div I can create a one more div with class border, rounded, shadow, small, overflow, hidden, template hover. This is a custom CSS class, and cursor pointer. This is also a custom class. We have already created this. And inside of this div, and also I'm going to just add the title, and it's going to be label. And inside of this div I'm going to create an image, and for the source, let's add the image, and alt, I'm going to add the label, and classes, the bootstrap classes, width 100, and loading, I'll add it lazy. And I'm going to create a one more div with a class padding 2 and text center, font weight medium, and I can add the label to display the text. That's it. Now if you save this and if you go to the browser, boom, we got the templates, template 1, template 2, template 3, and template 4 and template 5. Okay, and all these images have been already stored inside the assets folder. Okay, I have taken the screenshot of it and I have just added here template 1, template 2, template 3, 4, 5. Okay, and we are creating this inside the assets. I'm creating this templates array and I'm looping through those templates inside this template grid. In the future, if you created any more templates, you can just add it here and that will automatically reflect it here. You need to add the image inside this assets and those names you have to provide it here. Perfect. So now we have created the invoice form and the template grid. So I can just go ahead and complete this step. And the last step is we need to pass the state to invoice form and template grid component from the app component or the app context. Let's open the app context, and inside this app context at the top, I'm going to create a new object and I'm going to create it outside of this app context provider. Const, I'm going to call this initial invoice data. This is going to be an object and I'm going to export this. Inside this, let's add the title. It's going to be new invoice. Next, billing, and this is going to be an object and it contains name, phone number, address. Similarly, let's create for shipping. It also contains name, phone number, and address. And next we have the invoice details. It also contains the invoice number, and next it contains the invoice date and the due date. Next, account. It contains the account information like name, number, and IFSC code. Next, we have the company information. It also contains name, phone number, and address. Next, we have the tax. I'll set this to 0. And next we have the notes, which is an empty string. And next we have the items. This is going to be an array. And inside this, I'm going to create an object. It also contains name and quantity, and it contains amount and description and total. I'll set this to 0. Next, it also contains the logo, right? So I'll set this to empty string. Perfect. So now we have created this initial invoice data and we are exporting it. Next, in the down, I'm going to create a new state. This is going to be invoice data, and I'll also create the setter function which is set invoice data, and I'm going to pass the initial object as initial invoice data. So let's pass initial invoice data. Next, also I'm going to create one more state. It is going to be selected template, set selected template. Initially this is going to be template 1, and now we can pass these states to the context value. Let's pass the invoice data and set invoice data, and also selected template and set selected template. Selected template, and also I'm going to pass the initial invoice data. So we have this initial invoice data. Let's pass this also, initial invoice data. Perfect. So let's save this. Now we can access these states, invoice date data and set invoice data and selected template and set selected template, and these all we can access it inside the template grid and inside our invoice form. At the top, I'm going to make use of the use context to grab the invoice data. Use context, and let's grab the invoice data and set invoice data. Let's pass the app context, and now scroll down. If you open the browser, you can see in this item details we have this delete button. I don't want to display this delete button whenever only one item is present. Let's open the invoice form, and here let's expand the item details. We have this delete button, right? I'm going to wrap this in an expression. Here I'm going to make use of the invoice data dot items dot length. I'm going to check the length of it. If the length is greater than 1, and which means the items is more than 1, then only I want to display the delete button. I'm going to add that button. Okay, so now let's save this, and if you open the browser, you can see now we don't see the delete button. Whenever we click on this add item, one more item will be generated, then only we can able to see the delete button. Okay, so now let's open the invoice form, and next what I need to do is we need to attach the on click event for this add item. Before that, what I'll do is, if you look at this, we are adding the, let me open the browser, we are adding this item details, right? So what I'll do is I'm going to make use of the same invoice data to loop over the items. So for that, what I'll do is we have this div which contains the card and which displays the card, right? So I'm going to just close this div, and I'm going to wrap this entire div in an expression. So let's use the invoice data dot, we are going to use the items dot map, so we can loop through that, and we can take the item and index. I'll paste it. Okay, so what I'll do is I'm going to get the item and index, and here I'll directly add the key prop. So let's add the key prop, and this key prop is nothing but the index, right? Perfect. Now let's save this, and if you go to the browser, nothing changes, everything remains as it is, but this time what we are doing is we are just looping through these items. Right now, if you go to the code, if you go to the browser, we have only one item, because inside our app context we have added the single item, right? We have added the single item and we are looping through that. Now what we need to do is on click of this add item, we wanted to generate the one more item. Okay, so for that we are going to wire up let me open the WebStorm, and I'm going to inside this invoice form, I'm going to create a new arrow function that is going to be add item. So at the top, create a new arrow function, const add item. This is going to be an arrow function, and inside this I'm going to make use of the set invoice data updater function to update the state. So first I'm going to access the previous state. So inside this I'm going to destructure I'm going to just use the spread operator to copy the previous state, and I'm going to add the items previous state items, and we are going to add the new object name, quantity, amount and description. Perfect. And now we have to attach this add item for the button. So we wanted to attach the on click event. So let's scroll down. We have this button, on click, add item. Now let's save this and let's go to the browser, and I'm going to click on this add item. Boom, you can see a new item has been added, and now we can able to see the delete button. So now clicking on any of these delete button, we wanted to remove the item. Okay, we wanted to remove one of the items, right? So that's we wanted to do. Let's open the invoice form, and at the top I'm going to create an arrow function, delete item, and it is going to take the index as a parameter, and inside this we need to create a new items array. So let's use the invoice data dot items dot filter. We don't want to use this splice, let's use filter, and I'm going to get the first parameter as an item, or if I don't want to use the first parameter, I can name it as underscore. Okay, and the second parameter, I'm going only concerned about the second parameter, which is nothing but I. And now I'm going to add the condition if the I is not equal to the index. Okay, then I'm going to filter it out, and I'm going to store that in a variable called items, right? And now I'm going to update the state using the set invoice data, and we're going to use the previous state, and inside this let's use the previous state and items, right? Save this. Now I'm going to attach this arrow function to an event. So scroll down, we have this trash, and here for this button I'm going to attach the on click event. This is going to be delete item, and to this we can pass the index. Now let's save this, and if you open the browser, and there are two items, now I'm going to click on this delete. You can see the item has been deleted, and now we no longer see the delete button because there is only one item present. So I can create any number of items I want. Okay, I can delete this also. Perfect. Our delete item is also working, and also add item is also working. Now we have to wire up the on change events for all of these input fields. Let's open the invoice form, and what we need to do is we need to create an arrow function that is going to be a handle change, and we have to update this invoice data dynamically. Because if you open this invoice data, let me open our app context. We have this initial invoice data and it contains a different objects. Okay, so different sections, you can call it as title, billing, shipping, invoice, account, company. We can consider these billing, shipping, invoice, account, company as a section, and inside this section we have a different objects, right? Now we wanted to update this dynamically, right? So for that, what I'll do is I'm going to create an arrow function that is going to be const handle change. Okay, and this is going to take 3 parameters. Okay, one is section, so we can identify which section we are trying to update it, and the next one is field. Inside the section we have a different fields, right? We have the name, phone number, address, right? That is what this field is. And value, it's nothing but a value for the particular field. Now inside this, first of all, we wanted to update the state. For that, we are going to use the set invoice data updater function, and we wanted to first grab the previous state, right? So for that, we are going to access the previous state, and next what we need to do is we are going to, inside this, we are going to make use of the, inside this I'm going to, let me grab the previous state, and I wanted to update a field. For that, first we have to identify which section, right? So I'm going to access the section using this, and again I wanted to, from that section I wanted to grab the particular previous state, right? So for that, I'm going to use the spread operator to access the previous state for that particular section, and then I'm going to add the field, because user might be updating only one field, right? He might be updating only the company phone number, right? In that case, how we can access the other fields? So for that, we're going to first grab the previous state of that particular object. Okay, for that we are going to use this previous section, and then we will make use of the field, and we will attach the value. We are going to grab the value. Perfect. So now we have this updater function, we have this handle change event. Now we have to attach this function to our input fields. So first, let's open this company information. Here I'm going to bring this to the next line. We need to add the on change event, handle change, and also we need to add the value. So value, in order to add the value prop, we are going to use the invoice data dot company dot name. Let me format this. Okay, so now we have added this on change event and value. Similarly, let's also add it for company phone number on change. This is going to be handle change, and invoice data dot company dot phone. Actually, for this handle change, we cannot add like this, because we wanted to, for this handle change, we wanted to pass 3 parameters, right? So let's use the arrow function, inline arrow function. This is going to be handle change, and we need to pass the section, which is going to be company. Next, the second parameter is name, and the third parameter is we need to access the value. For that, let's use the event.target.value. Perfect. So similarly, let's do it for here also. So I can bring this to the next line. Let's copy this and paste it. This is going to be phone, and rest everything remains same. So invoice data dot company dot phone. Similarly, let's do it for address also. I'm going to add the on change, handle change company address e dot target dot value. Let's also add the value prop invoice data dot company dot address. Perfect. So let's format this. Let's bring this to the next line. Perfect. Now let's save this, and looks good. Okay, so now for the company information, we have attached the on change event, value prop for the phone number and address as well. So this part is completed. I'm going to just collapse this. Okay, next we have this build to. We will also do same thing for this build to as well. Let me expand this build to, and I'll just collapse this item details. Okay, so first of all, I'll just bring this to the next line. Let's bring this also, so that it will be easier to add the attributes. Perfect. So first of all, we need to add the value prop and the on change event. Value, it is going to be invoice data dot billing dot name. Similarly, invoice data dot billing dot phone. Invoice data dot billing dot address. Let's add the on change event. So for that on change event, we can copy from the company information, copy this, and here I'll paste it. Now I'll just change from company to billing, and name, everything remains same as it is. So next I'm going to paste it here. I'm going to change it to phone, and similarly I'll change this to company. Instead of name, let's add address, right? And this is actually billing, and this is also billing. Perfect. And save this. Now we have added the on change events for billing input fields. Next we have this shipping addresses. Okay, so let's do the same thing for shipping inputs as well. Let me add the necessary on change events. So first of all, I'll just bring this to the next line, so that it will easier for us. Perfect. So now I'm going to just add the value prop invoice data dot billing dot name, and next, okay, we need to add the value prop. So it is going to be invoice data dot billing dot phone, and next value invoice data dot billing dot address. Now we can add the on change events. So it is going to be billing, or instead of billing, let's make it shipping. Okay, this is actually not billing, this is going to be shipping. Sorry about that. Let's change this to shipping, and here also I'll change this to shipping, and this is also going to be shipping, and this is going to be shipping name target dot value, and here also I'll change this to shipping, and this is going to be phone e dot target dot value. Similarly, let's add the on change event shipping, and this is going to be an address and e dot target dot value, right? Perfect. Fine. Now we have attached the on change events for the shipping input fields, but there is one extra thing what we need to do here is, because if you look at this, we have this same as billing checkbox. Okay, so whenever the user is click on this checkbox, we wanted to copy from billing information to the shipping information, right? So that's exactly what we need to do here. So here what I'll do is I'm going to attach the on change event, and let me attach the handler function. Of course we haven't created the handler function, let's create it in just a bit. Handle same as billing, whatever the information we have added in the billing, the same thing we are going to add it for the shipping as well, right? So now we wanted to create this handler function. So at the top I'm going to create the arrow function. So const handle same as billing, and we don't want the event, so let's get rid of this, and this is going to be not handle submit, it is going to be handle same as billing. And inside this we need to update the state. So for that we're going to use the set invoice data, and this is going to first we are going to access the previous state, and inside this I'm going to access the previous state using this spread operator, and we have this shipping because we wanted to update the shipping object. So I'm going to make use of the previous state of the billing, right? Whatever there is in the billing, I'm going to copy it to the shipping. That's it. Now let's save this and we can verify it. Let's go to the browser, scroll down. I'm going to add some billing informations. Let's say Bhushan phone number. I'm going to add some phone number and address. I'm going to add. Now on click of this same as billing, boom, you can see all the information have been copied to the shipping address. Perfect. This is working as expected. Next, what we need to do is we need to attach the, let me close this, need to attach the on change events for the invoice informations. In order to attach the on click events, first of all, I'll just bring all of this to the next line. ID and everything I'm going to bring it to the next line. So class name, ID, and also here I'll just bring this to the next line. So first of all, let's go to the app context, and here what we have created as a invoice, right? So let's use the invoice as a section. Inside this invoice form, I'm going to first of all attach the value prop, invoice data dot invoice data dot invoice, sorry, this is going to be invoice data dot invoice dot number. Let's add the on change event, which is going to be handle change, and we need to add the section that is going to be invoice, and the second parameter is field, which is going to be number, and e.target.value. Okay, so let's add the value, invoice data.invoice.date, and the on change event, it is going to be invoice, and let's pass the date and e.target.value. Similarly, let's pass the value prop, invoice data.invoice.due date, and let's pass the on change event. It is going to be invoice, the field, it is going to be due date, and e.target.value. Perfect. So now we have updated the on change events for the invoice information input fields. Next we have this item details. To handle the item details, I'm going to create a new arrow function. So at the top create a new arrow function. It is going to be handle item change. This will also take 3 parameters, but the first parameter will be index because it is going to create a multiple items, right? So we wanted to first grab the which item we are trying to make a changes. So for that we are going to get the index, field and value. And inside this, first of all, I'm going to create a shallow copy of the items. So const items, I'm going to use this spread operator to create the shallow copy of it. Invoice data dot items. Next, now we have this copy of this items. Next, I'm going to use the index and field to assign the value. So I'm going to assign the whatever the value that using the e.target.value, whatever the value that we are capturing from the input fields, I'm going to assign it to the particular index of that particular field. Next, I'm going to check a condition. If the field is quantity, this is going to be a quantity. If it is quantity, or if the field is amount, I wanted to recalculate the total, right? So for that, I'm going to make use of the items of index dot total. I want to update the total. I want to recalculate the total. And next, I'm going to multiply it. I'm going to multiply it with items of index dot quantity. This is not the formula. Okay, so quantity multiply, we're going to multiply it with items of index dot amount. Okay, we're going to multiply the amount with the quantity, but if this quantity and amount is undefined, then it will throw an error. So for that, I'm going to just use 0 instead of undefined. Okay, instead of throwing an error, if it is undefined, I'm going to use the 0 just for the safer side. Perfect. This will update the total. In case if the field is quantity or amount, then only we are going to execute this. Next, finally, we are going to update the invoice data. We are going to use the previous state, and we are going to previous state, and we are going to add the items which we have copied at the beginning. Items. Perfect. So now let's save this. Now we can call this handle item change handler function inside our onChange. So scroll down. I'm going to bring these to the next line so that we can easily attach the events. Perfect. And at the top, first of all, I'm going to add the value prop. Value, it is going to be item dot name, and I will also add the onChange event, and we are going to change this to handle item change, and we need to pass 3 parameters. The first parameter will be obviously an index. Pass the index, and next the name and e.target.value. So let's copy this onChange so that we can pass it to the other input fields. Next, we need to pass the value item dot quantity and attach the onChange event, handle item change. The field, it is going to be quantity. Similarly, for the amount, let's add the value prop. It is going to be item dot amount, and onChange event, we need to add index, and this is going to be an amount e.target.value. Perfect. Next we have the total. For the total we just need to add the value prop item.total, and I'm going to add the disable property. Perfect. Next we have this description. So where is the description? Okay, here we have the description. I'll bring this to the next line, and here let's add the value prop item.description, and I will also add the on change, which is going to be handle item change, and we can pass the index, description, and target.value. Perfect. Let's save this. Now we have completed for the item details, and let me close this. Now we have this account informations. Let's expand this. I'll just bring this to the next line. Let's add this. Okay, now we need to attach the value prop and on change events. So the value prop, it is going to be, if I open the app context, we have this account. So inside this we can use the invoice data dot account dot name, the account name, and I'm going to attach the on change event. So on change, it is going to be handle change, and we need to pass the section. It is going to be, if I open the app context, the section is account section. So let's pass account, and we need to pass the parameter, the second parameter, which is going to be name, the account name, and e.target.value. So let's copy this, and next let's add the value prop invoice data dot, we need to add the invoice, not the invoice, we need to add account dot number, the account number, and the on change event, it is going to be account, and it is going to be number. Similarly, the IFSC code or branch code, value prop invoice data dot account dot IFSC code, and on change event, this is going to be an account, this is going to be IFSC code, and e.target.value. Perfect. So now we have also attached the on change events for the account informations. So next let's open the totals, and inside this totals we have this input text box, the tax rate. So for this I'm going to attach the on click events, so on change events. Let's bring this to the next line. First let's attach the value prop, and for this value prop let's use the invoice data dot tax. Next I'm going to add the on change event. So let's add the, instead of this handle change, I'll directly use the set invoice data. So I'm going to use the updater function to update the state, set invoice data, and for this I'm going to access the previous state. So this is going to be a previous state. Okay, we wanted to access the previous state, so let's actually inside this, basically I am going to, let me actually use the set invoice data. So we have this event, and now I'm going to use this set invoice data, and inside this set invoice data I'm going to access the previous state, and I can use the previous state to update the tags. So e.target.value. Perfect. So now we have updated the onChange event for the tags input text box. Also I have also added the value prop. Next we need to add this tax amount, grand total and subtotal, everything. But before that, let me close this. We have this one more section, that is notes section. So for this note section also, let's make the same changes. I'll bring this to the next line. Let's attach the value prop invoice data dot notes. Next onChange, and we can use the updater function. So let's use the updater function, which is going to be set invoice data, and we get the previous state. And next we're going to use this spread operator to access the previous state, and then we're going to update the notes object, notes e.target.value. Perfect. Now let's save this. Next we need to update the, let me close this. We need to update the subtotal and tax amount and grand total. We wanted to calculate it. At the top I'm going to create a new array function. So const calculate totals, and inside this first I'm going to calculate the subtotal. For that, let's use the invoice data dot items, and I can use the reduce function, and this will gives us the sum and the item. And I'm going to make use of the sum. So let's use the sum plus item dot total, sum plus item dot total, and we're going to pass the initial value of this sum as 0. But if this total is null or undefined, I'm going to make use of the I'm going to make use of the 0 as the default value. So pass 0. Perfect. So remember, this second parameter 0 is nothing but the sum initial value, and this 0 is nothing but the item dot total if it is null or undefined. We are going to add this. So let's add 0. Perfect. Now I'm going to store this variable in a variable called subtotal. And once we calculated the subtotal, we are going to calculate the tax rate. So tax rate is equal to, let's use the number, and I'm going to convert the tax into a number. So invoice data dot tax, if the tax is null or undefined, I'm going to use the 0 as the default value. Similarly, we need to calculate the tax amount. We have the subtotal, and let's multiply this with the tax rate divided by 100. Perfect. Next, we need to calculate the grand total is equal to subtotal plus tax amount next. We are going to return all of these variables, okay, which is subtotal, tax amount, and this is going to be a tax amount, and this is going to be grand total. Perfect. Next, we are going to call this function. So let's call this function and calculate totals, and I'm going to grab all these subtotal, tax amount, and grand total. So let's grab the subtotal, tax amount, and grand total. Okay, perfect. Now we can use these variables to update the totals. So we have this subtotal. So inside this subtotal, we can make use of the subtotal dot to fixed. We can pass the 2 as the fractional points, fractional digits. We're going to pass it as 2. Similarly, we have this tax amount. Tax amount dot to fixed. Let's pass the 2 fractional digits. Similarly, for the grand total, use grand total dot to fixed and 2 fractional points, and save this. Perfect. So we have created an arrow function, calculate totals, and we have calculated the subtotal, and we are converting that tax into a number, and for that we have used the number function, the number constructor, and we have used the tax amount, and we have calculated the grand total, and finally we are returning all these variables, okay, the subtotal, tax amount, and grand total. So let's save this. Now we need to handle one more thing, that is the company logo. To do that, I'm going to create one more arrow function. It is going to be const handle logo upload. Inside this, first of all, I'm going to get the file e.target. We're going to get the first file. So I'm going to store that in a variable called const file. First, we're going to check if the file is present. If the file is really present, then we're going to proceed further. First of all, I'm going to create a new file reader. Const, I'm going to call this reader. Next, I'm going to call a function reader dot on load end, because I want to call this function once it is fully read. Once the complete file is read, I'm going to call this function. Inside this function, I'm going to update the invoice data, set invoice data. I'm going to access the previous state, and let's access the previous state, and I'm going to update the logo. We can use the reader dot result, and this is going to convert it into a base 64 string. And next, I am going to make use of the reader dot read as a data URL, and I'm going to pass the file. It is going to convert that into a base 64 characters, and that exactly we can display it in the browser. Now we have to attach this handler function inside our on change event. So here we have this button, so input text box. Okay, so let me bring this to the next line, class name accept, and here I'm going to attach the on change event, and for this on change event let's attach the handle logo upload. Perfect. Next, here in the source I am going to make use of the invoice data dot logo. If it is present, I'll just add the logo, invoice data dot logo. Otherwise, let's use the assets dot upload area. Now let's save this. Now if you go to the browser, everything remains as it is, but we have added the, whenever the user click on this upload, and it is going to convert that into a base 64, and it is going to add it to the invoice data. Next, let me close this. We have completed this. Next, what do we have? Okay, let's close this also. Perfect. Looks like we have added everything, we have converted everything, but one last thing what we need to do is, as soon as the user comes to this place, we wanted to generate the invoice number, the automatic invoice number we wanted to generate. So to do that, what I'll do is, at the top we can make use of the use effect hook. So inside this use effect hook we can generate the invoice number. Inside this use effect hook, I'm going to write a condition if the invoice number is not present. So invoice data dot invoice dot number. If it is not present, then I'm going to generate the invoice. So for that, I'm going to use the keyword inv, which stands for invoice number, and then we can use the math function, math.floor. I'm going to pass 1 lakh. So let's pass the number 1 lakh, math.random, and I'm going to multiply it with 9 lakh. So from 1 lakh to 9 lakh. And I can store that in a variable called const random number. Perfect. And next, let's update the invoice data, set invoice data. Let's access the previous state, and I'm going to use the previous state to update the invoice. Previous dot invoice, and we wanted to update the number with the random number. Perfect. And I'm going to pass an empty dependency. Save this. Now let me scroll down. We have this invoice information, so expand this. We don't need this placeholder. Let's get rid of this and save this. Now let me open the browser. You can see automatically it will generate the invoice number. I'm going to reload this. It is going to generate a new invoice number, right? Perfect. Looks like we have completed everything. And one last thing what I'll do is, just to verify whether everything works as expected or not, I'm going to just add the button, and I'm going to click on that button. I'm going to log the invoice data so we can verify it. Let's open the WebStorm, and just after this I'm going to create a button. It is going to be submit, and on click event handle submit. At the top, const handle submit. Inside this, let's log the invoice data. Now let's save this and open the browser. I'm going to just open the developer tools and let's quickly add the details. Let's say my company phone number and company address, and bill to Bhushan, my phone number, some address. I'm going to click on this same as billing address, and the invoice number, invoice date. Let's actually make this 100% so that it will be visible. Okay, and let's select the date and invoice due date and item details. Let's say logo design, quantity 1, amount, some amount I'm going to add, and I'm going to add some description. Let's add one more item. This is going to be web design, quantity 2, amount, and that's it. Next, let's add the bank account holder names, Bhushan account number, and branch, some branch name I'm going to enter. Perfect. And you can see it will automatically calculate the subtotal and grand total. So let's add the tax amount, the tax rate, let's say 5%. The tax amount is 86 and it is going to provide the grand total. Okay, now on click of this submit, it should display everything. Okay, so the account name Bhushan and account number, billing details, okay, and the company details, items. Okay, there are 2 items, and logo. Of course, we haven't selected the logo, that's why it is empty, and also we haven't added the notes, that is why it is empty. The shipping address, tax rate, and title, everything, it is adding it to the invoice data. Now the invoice data is present inside the app context, so we can use that invoice data throughout our application through the app context. Perfect. So what I'll do is I'm going to just get rid of this button and the handle submit function as well. So let's remove this, scroll down, and I'm going to get rid of this. Perfect. Now let's save this. Next, let's open the main page.jsx, and at the top we have this handle title change arrow function, and here we are just updating the invoice title. Also we need to update the invoice data as well, right? Okay, so to do that, first of all, what I'll do is I'm going to grab the invoice data from the app context, set invoice data. Perfect. And in the down, let's make use of the set invoice data updater function. Let's access the previous state. Inside of this, we can access the previous state. Let's use the spread operator, and let's update the title. It is going to be new title. Let's save this. Okay, so now this part is completed. Now it will be the title will be synchronized with the invoice data. Okay, next I'm going to create a one more handler function, because in the user enter the details and it is going to select the template. We wanted to select the template as well. We wanted to keep track of which template that the user has been selected. So we wanted to identify from out of this 5 templates which template that the user is selected. So to do that, what I'll do is I'm going to, let's open the main page, and here I'm going to create the arrow function. It is going to be handle template click. This is going to take the template ID as a parameter, and inside this we can update the setter function. Okay, so before that I'm going to pass this function as a I'm going to pass as a prop. Okay, so we have this template grid. Scroll down, and for this template grid, let's pass the on template click, and to this we can pass the handle template click. Now we can access this prop, we can accept this prop inside our template grid, and here let's destructure it and get the on template click handler function. Okay, so this prop we are going to accept it. Next I'm going to attach the on click event. So the on click event, I'm going to attach it for this div. So we have this title, and also I'm going to add the on click event, on click, and to this I can pass the ID, which is nothing but the on click. On template click we can pass the ID, which is nothing but the template ID, right? So let's save this. Next, inside our main page.jsx, here once we get the template ID, because we are passing this prop on template click, this arrow function we are passing the handle template click, and here inside our template grid we are attaching the ID to it. We are passing the ID for that, and once we get this ID, so inside our main page.jsx at the top we can build our logic. Okay, so here what I'll do is inside the main page, basically we need to update the state. Okay, so if you remember, inside our app context we have this state which is selected template and set selected template, and we are passing it to the context value. So let's grab this also inside our main page.jsx. So inside this, let me bring this to the next line. Okay, so let's grab the set selected template, and also we can use the selected template, but we don't need the selected template, we just need the updater function. So that's why I'm accepting the set selected template, and also we don't need this invoice data, also we can remove that. Perfect. And here inside this, basically I'm going to use the set selected template and pass the template ID, and we need to navigate to the preview page, but that we are going to handle it later. But we just wanted to keep track of which template ID which template that the user has been clicked on it, so that we wanted to keep track of it. Okay, so to do that, first just to verify it, I'm going to just log this to the console, the template ID. Now let's save this and open the browser, and here the user will select the template 4, and let's see what will happen. Click on this, you can see template 4, and click on this, you can see template 2. Okay, so once we get this template, then we can use that template inside any of the components, so because it is present inside the app context. Perfect. Looks like our entire main page is completed. We have okay, there is something I can notice in this template. This is because, let's go to the assets.js. Did we add any angle brackets mistakenly? And inside the template grid, did we add one extra angle bracket? Somewhere we have added, okay, here. Okay, let's remove this and save this. Perfect. Okay, let me reload this, and looks like everything is working as expected. Okay, so one last thing what I need to do is I just need to add the validation. Okay, so whenever the user did not enter any of these details, and if he directly tries to navigate to the preview page, we wanted to show the validation messages. I don't want to add validation for all of these input fields. Instead, I'm going to just add the validations for quantity, amount, all this. Okay, so let's go back and inside the main page and inside this handle template click, because this is the place where the user will click on this template and he will navigate to the preview page. So inside this only I'm going to add the validation message. So I'm going to use the invoice data dot items, and I'm going to call the sum method, and let's get the item, and I'm going to make use of the item quantity. If the item quantity and item amount is not present, then I'm going to return a boolean value. So this is going to be an invoice data. Okay, we need the invoice data, so let's get the invoice data. Okay, we got the invoice data, and I'm going to store a variable. The boolean value has invalid item. Okay, so this is going to store the true. If the quantity and amount is not present, I'm going to store the boolean value, and now I can use that boolean value to display the validation error message. If has invalid item, then I can use toast.error message. The toast error message I can display from React router toast, React hot toast, sorry, and I can add the message, please enter quantity and amount for all items. Perfect, and return it. Let's save this. Now if you open the browser, and if the user try to click on any one of this template, and you can see we get this validation error message, please enter quantity and amount for all the items. Similarly, you can also add the validations for all of these details. I don't want to add it for everything. I just added this for amount and quantity because these are we have made these quantity and amount as string, so that's why. Alright, so now we can continue with the other pages. Before we create the other pages, I'll just go ahead and complete this task. So we have completed the part 3. Superb. Welcome back. This is the part 4. In this part, we are going to design the preview page. So the very first step, what we need to do is we need to design the layout for the preview page to view the invoice. Let's open the WebStorm. What I'll do is I'm going to just close all of these tabs, and I'm going to open the preview page. So we have this component we have created previously, preview page. Now, first of all, what we need to do is we have to navigate to this preview page from the main page. So let's open the main page, and here what we need to do is if I open the UI, and the user will enter the invoice details, and on click of any of these templates we have to navigate to the preview page, right? So currently when the user click on this template 4, it is going to show the validation error message. Please enter the quantity and amount. I will enter the quantity 1 and I'm going to enter the amount 100. And on click of this template, we want to navigate to the preview page. To do that, inside our main page, we have this handle template click. And after we updating the state, we are going to navigate to the preview page. So at the top, I'm going to use the use navigate hook. And in the down, I'm going to call the navigate method, and we can navigate to the slash preview. We have already created this route. Now let's save this and open the browser, and I'm going to select the template 4. You can see now we are navigating to the preview page. And on this preview page, what we need to do is we need to add the action buttons and the template. Not the template, we wanted to display the invoice template. Okay, so to do that, let's open the preview page. Now we are done with this main page. Let's close this. And inside this preview page, at the top, first I'm going to create the use ref hook. So because we are going to use the use ref hook to reference a div. So I'm going to call this preview ref, and later we are going to use this. Now inside this, I'm going to create a div with a class container fluid and flex column padding 3. Inside this, I'm going to add one more clause, which is minimum vertical height 100. Inside this, let's create one more div with a class flex and flex column, and align items center, margin bottom 4 and gap 3. This div is for adding the action buttons. Inside this, I'm going to create one more div with class, which is going to be flex gap 2 and also we need the gap 3, not 2, and margin bottom 4. Actually, what I'll do is I'm going to create a div with classes like dflex and gap 2 and flex wrap and justify content center. This is for the, let me write the comments. This is for list of templates, list of template buttons. I'm going to create one more div with a class flex and flex wrap, justify content center gap 2, and I'm going to add the comment. This is for the list of action buttons. Okay, we have the buttons like download template and save button, and also delete invoice and send an email. Like these are the buttons, action buttons, that we are going to add it inside this div. Now inside this, what we need to do is we need to iterate over the templates which we have already added inside the assets. We're going to loop through that, and we're going to display the templates in a button format. So inside this div, I'm going to make use of the expression, and I'm going to access the templates from the assets. So templates dot map, and this will gives us the template object. So what I'll do is I'm going to, from that object, I'm going to grab the ID and label, and inside this I'm going to create a button, and let's create the button, and let's add the key prop. The key, for the key, I'm going to pass the ID, and the text will be label. Perfect. And now what we need to do is we need to add the classes for the buttons. I'm going to add the class name. Let's use the expression to add the class names. I'm going to add btn small and rounded pill and padding 2. Also, I'm going to add one class dynamically. So for that, I'm going to use an literal template literals. So I'm going to use the selected template. If you remember, we have created this selected template inside our app context. So let's grab that in just a bit. Before that, I'm going to add this condition. If the selected template is equal to ID, then we are going to add the class which is btn warning. Otherwise, we are going to add btn outline secondary. Perfect. And also I'm going to add inline style. Let's save this, and first let's grab the selected template from the app context. So at the top, use context, and for this use context, I'm going to pass the app context. From here, let's grab the selected template. And save this. Let's get rid of this button. Now let's save this, and if you go to the browser, you can see now we can able to see the list of templates: template 1, template 2, template 3, template 4, and template 5, right? Now what I'll do is I'm going to just add an inline style so that buttons will look even better. Style, I'm going to add the minimum width and height. Minimum width, I'm going to add 100 pixel, and I'm going to add the height, which is going to be 38 pixel. Save this. If you open the browser, you can see the buttons look even better. Perfect. Okay, now we have added the buttons, the list of template buttons. Now what we need to do is we also need to create the, under this we need to create the buttons. Okay, those buttons are the action buttons. Open the browser, not the browser, let's open the web storm, and inside this we need to create the list of buttons. Let's add button with a class btn, and I'm going to create 5 buttons. And now we can just add the required text. So the first button is for save and exit, and the second button text is for delete invoice, and the third button is for back to dashboard, and the fourth button is for sending the email, and the last button is for download PDF. Now we can start adding the required classes for these individual buttons. So btn primary for save and exit, and I'll add the flex align items center, justify content center. Perfect. And next let's add the classes for delete invoice, and for this delete invoice we're going to add the btn danger. That's it. And for the back to dashboard, we are going to add btn secondary. And next for this send email, btn info. And also for this download PDF, btn success and flex align items center, justify content center. Perfect. And save this. And now if you open the browser, you can see now we have these nice buttons: save and exit, delete invoice, back to dashboard, send email, and download PDF. If you are wondering why we have added the flex align center, item center, justify content for the first and last button, because later we are going to add the loaders. That is why we have added these extra classes. Later we are going to add those loaders, but for now let's keep it simple. We just wanted to create the layout. For that we have added these necessary classes. Perfect. So next what we need to do is we need to create one more div that is for displaying the PDF or displaying the template. Let's create a div. So I'm going to first add the comments, display the invoice preview, create a div with class flex and flex grow and also overflow auto and flex justify content center, align items start, and background color light I'm going to add, vertical padding 3, and inside this I'm going to create a one more div, and inside this I'm going to, for this div I'm going to use the ref, and I'm going to use the preview ref hook which we have created at the top, and inside this we actually display the PDF preview. We need to create the template and we have to render that template. We are going to do that in just a bit, but before that this is the layout, and also we need to create a style. So instead of adding the inline style, I'm going to just create a class. This is going to be PDF preview or invoice preview, and what I'll do is I'm going to, at the top I'm going to create a class preview page. Okay, perfect. And now let's open the it is going to be index.css, and here let's use the class which is preview page, and for this preview page I'm going to use the class which is, let's open the preview page, and we have created the class called invoice preview. So copy this invoice preview, and we are going to add the style here. So I'm going to add the width. It is going to be 794 pixel. Next I'm going to also add minimum height. It is going to be 1123 pixel. Next, background color, which is to be white, and box shadow. So let's add the box shadow 0, 0 and 8 pixel. RGBA 0,0,0,15, and margin I am going to add 0, and padding let's add 0, overflow hidden. Now let's save this, and now since we have added this, it will automatically apply to this class. And now let's save this, and if you go to the browser, boom, you can see now we got this nice layout. And now inside this we can display the content, the PDF content we can display it here, or the invoice content we can display it here. Let's open the WebStorm, and what I'll do is I'm going to create a new component. So inside this components folder, create a new component with invoice preview. Inside this I'm going to create a new functional component, invoice preview, and inside this I'm going to return the JSX invoice preview. Let's export this as a default component and save this. See, what I'll do is I'm going to just use the forward reference because we wanted to return the reference div to the parent, because we wanted to print the entire document, right? So for that I'm going to use the forward ref, and let me import this forward ref, and I'm going to also accept the invoice data. So let's destructure this invoice data and template. This template is nothing but this selected template. Next I'm going to what I'll do is I'm going to pass the ref, because this is actually the reference, the div reference. It is going to pass it to the parent. Okay, and inside this what I'll do is I'm going to, let me close this, and inside this let's do one thing. I'm going to create a div. Let's keep this div as it is, but inside this I'm going to attach the ref, and let's reference the ref keyword. And next I'm going to add the bootstrap classes. I'm going to add invoice preview. This is the custom class, and container, the bootstrap container, horizontal padding and vertical padding, and overflow auto. Inside this we need to actually render the PDF. We are going to create a new template for that, and we're going to render it. But for now, anyhow, we are getting this invoice data and template, which is nothing but the selected template which contains the invoice data, and this is nothing but the entire div that we are going to forward it to the parent. Okay, in our case the parent is obviously the preview page, and inside this preview page we are going to render this invoice preview. Okay, for now let's save this, and now inside the preview page, and here we are adding the text display PDF preview, and inside this I am going to render the invoice preview. So invoice preview, and to this let's pass the invoice data. This is going to be invoice data, and let's pass the invoice data. We need to get the invoice data from the context. So at the top, let's grab the invoice data, and we are passing that invoice data as a prop for this invoice preview. And also we're going to pass the template, which is the selected template. Perfect. Let's save this. And if you remember, at the top we are adding this ref, right? So somewhere we have added the reference. Okay, here we have this reference, right? So whatever from this invoice preview, we are going to forward that div, and that will be pass it to the parent. okay, which is nothing but this div. And now this entire div, we can use it for printing purpose. So that's the whole idea of using the use ref. And also inside this invoice preview, we have used the forward ref. Now if you open the browser, we should see the text render the PDF. Perfect. Now what we need to do is inside this invoice preview, we are receiving this invoice data. Now this invoice data contains all the information, right? Now we wanted to format it. We wanted to format it in such a way that so that we can easily render it inside the PDF. So to do that, what I'll do is I'm going to create a new util file. So under the src, create a new directory which is called as util, and under this util I'm going to create a new JS file. It is going to be format invoice data.js. And inside this, first of all, what I'll do is I'm going to export this, export const format invoice data, and this is going to receive the invoice data. And inside this, I'm going to destructure this invoice data. So const, let's destructure the invoice data. In case if the invoice data is empty or undefined, I'm going to use the empty object. And inside this, let's extract the title, destructure the title, company. In case if the company is undefined or null, we are going to use the default empty object. Similarly for the invoice, next we are going to destructure the account. Next we have the billing, and similarly shipping, and also tax. The default value I'm going to take it as 0. Notes, an empty string, and items, an empty array, and logo, empty string. Perfect. Now we have destructured everything from the invoice data, and in the down I'm going to create the currency symbol. Since I'm living in India, I'm going to just use the Indian currency. Of course, we can even further enhance this to use the currency based upon the country. For now, I'm going to add the Indian currency, which is rupee. Next, I'm going to calculate the subtotal, and let's use the items.reduce, and we can use the reduce function, and this is going to take the accumulator and the item, and we can make use of the accumulator plus we can use item.quantity into amount, item.amount, and we can pass the 0 as the initial value for the accumulator. Now we got the subtotal. Similarly, we can get the tax amount, that is subtotal multiply tax divided by 100. So this will give us the tax amount. So let's remove this equal, and next we need to calculate the grand total. Total is equal to subtotal plus tax amount. Now after all of this, we need to return however we want. So I'm going to return the title and company name. So I'm going to use the company.name. Similarly, company address, company.address. Basically, I'm going to access from this company. I'm going to access the properties name, address. I'm going to assign it to the different properties like company name. I don't want to grab everything like this inside the template. I'm directly accessing it through the company name and company address. That is why I'm creating these object. Next, we have the company phone. So company.phone. Next, company logo, next invoice number, invoice dot number, similarly invoice date, invoice dot date, and invoice due date, or we can say payment date, that is even better, invoice dot due date. Next we can make use of the account number, account name, everything. So account number, account name, account dot name, account number, account dot number, next account IFSC code, account dot IFSC code, account dot IFSC code. Next we have the billing, so billing name, billing dot name, next billing address, billing dot address, and billing phone, billing dot phone. Next also shipping address and shipping name, shipping name, shipping dot name, shipping phone, shipping address, shipping dot address, and shipping phone dot shipping dot phone. I'm just destructuring, I'm just extracting the properties from these above objects which we have destructured from the invoice data, and I'm going to preparing a new object. Perfect. Next we have the currency symbol. Since both are same, I'm just going to use this shortened form, currency symbol, and tax, items, notes, subtotal, tax amount, and total. Perfect. Now we have this entire function is ready, which is format invoice data. Now we can access this format invoice data inside our invoice preview. So inside this invoice preview, at the top, I'm going to make use of the format invoice data, and to this we're going to pass the invoice data. This will give us the formatted data. Formatted data. Perfect. Once we get the formatted data, okay, invoice data we are passing it, and once we get the formatted data, now this formatted data we can pass it to the template. Now the next step is we need to create the template, okay, and to that template we're going to pass this formatted data as a prop. Now it's time to create the template. So to do that, what I'll do is I'm going to create a new folder inside the src folder. Let's call this templates. Okay, the templates directory is already present. We have already created this folder. Under this, I'm going to create a new directory. It is going to be template 1. And under this, I'm going to create a new JSX file, template1.jsx. Also, I'm going to create the respective CSS file, template1.css. And under this JSX, I'm going to first import the CSS. Next, let's create the functional component. I'll just add a text template1. Export this as a default component and save this. Now, inside our invoice preview, we are rendering this text, right? So let's remove this. I'm going to just render the template1. So template1, later we are going to add multiple templates dynamically. For now, let's add the template1. Let's render the template1, and I'm going to pass the formatted data. So this is going to be data and formatted data. That's it. Next, let's save this, and what we need to do is inside our template 1.jsx we need to accept this formatted data. I'm going to just destructure this. I'm going to get the data, which is nothing but the formatted data. Perfect. And save this. Now what we need to do is inside our invoice preview we are rendering this template one, and also inside this preview page we are rendering the invoice preview. Now if you open the browser, okay, let's go to the quick invoice and you can see template one. We are rendering the template one. Perfect. So now it's time to add styling and also add the content to this template one. Before that, I'll just go ahead and complete this step. Okay. Next, inside our template 1.jsx. So what I'll do is, first of all, we need to add few styling. So just to save some time, I have already added the styling. I'll just go ahead and add the styling to this template 1.css because this will take a lot of time if I start typing it line by line. So you can find the CSS file under the description section of this video. Now inside the template one, now we can apply these styles for all of our elements. Okay, now I'm going to get rid of this div. Let's create a div with a class template one. This is the custom CSS class. Border rounded, margin auto, margin vertical margin 4, padding, horizontal padding in small devices it should be 4, and vertical padding 3, and width 100. Inside this, I'm going to just add the comments so that it will be easier for us. This is going to be the header section. Next, we have the billing section. Next, we have the items section. Next, we have the totals section. Next, we have the bank account section. Next, we have the notes section. Alright, so now we can start adding the content. First of all, what I'll do is inside the header section, I'm going to create a div with class row margin bottom 4. Under this, I'm going to create a div with a class column medium devices it's 6 and margin bottom 3 and margin bottom 0. And next I'm going to make use of the expression, and inside this expression let's use the data.company logo because we need to add the company logo. If the company logo is present, then we are going to add that image, add that logo. So for that, let's create a div with a class margin bottom 2. Under this, create an image for the source data.company logo. This is going to be a company logo, and width, let's add 98. Okay, and next let's create the, after this image, let's create the heading tag h2 with a class margin bottom 1, company title, and display the title data.company name. After this heading tag, let's use the paragraph margin bottom 1, and let's display the text data.company address. Perfect. Next, let's create a paragraph with a class margin bottom 0 and phone number. data dot company phone. Of course, you can change this layout as per your needs and requirements. I have preferred this layout and structure. Perfect. After this div, I'm going to create a one more div with a class medium devices. It is 6, and text start. In medium devices, the text should be at the end, and inside this create a h1 tag with a class margin bottom 2 and invoice title. Let's add the text invoice, and just below this heading tag create a div with a class flex column, flex medium devices row, and justify content medium devices at the end, gap 2 and gap medium devices, it is 4. Create a div inside this width 100, width medium devices it is 50, and margin bottom 3 and margin bottom medium devices 0. And inside this let's create a paragraph with a class margin bottom 1, and I'm going to add a text invoice number. You need to add the invoice number. Let's use the expression data dot invoice number. Perfect. And after this paragraph, I'm going to create a one more paragraph, so I can just copy the same and paste it. So it is going to be invoice date, and it is going to be data dot invoice date. So next, again I'm going to copy this same, paste it. It is going to be invoice due date, and here data dot payment date. Perfect. Now let's save this. Now we have completed the header section. Okay, so we can verify it. Let's go to the browser, and you can see now we got this nice options like phone number, invoice number, invoice date, invoice due date, everything, right? Of course, the data is not coming because we have not entered any of the data from previously. That is why we are not able to see any of the data. That's fine. Now open the template1.jsx, and after this I'm going to just add the horizontal line, and I'm going to add the class vertical margin 3 and orange border. This is the custom CSS class. And next we have this billing section. Inside this billing section, create a div with a class row gap 3 and margin bottom 4, and under this let's use the expression. I'm going to check the data dot shipping name if it is present, and data dot shipping phone number, and data dot shipping address. If all of this present, then I'm going to render the content. Inside this I'm going to create a div with a class column medium devices it's 6, and under this create a div with a class padding 3, and also I will add rounded height 100 and billing box. Under this create a div with a class, we don't want the div, let's create the heading tag h3 margin bottom 2 billing title. It is going to be shipped to. right? After this, I'm going to create a paragraph with a class margin bottom 1 and strong. Let's add the data dot shipping name. Perfect. And paragraph margin bottom 1 data dot shipping address and margin bottom 0 data dot shipping phone number. So phone data dot shipping phone. All right, next after this I'm going to create a one more div. So let me scroll up, and here let's create a div with a class column medium devices, it's 6, and under this create a div with a class padding 3, rounded, height 100, billing box. Under this create a h3 tag with a class margin bottom 2, billing title. This is going to be billed 2, and paragraph with a class margin bottom 1. Under this create a text, use the strong element, and data dot billing name. Next I'm going to create a paragraph with a class margin bottom 1, and it is going to be data dot billing address. Paragraph with the class margin bottom 0, and let's add the phone number, data dot billing phone. Perfect. And save this, and if you open the browser, nothing much changes. We got this small build to option. That's completely fine. Since the data is not present, it is look ugly, but later once the data is present, it will be looks even better. Perfect. And let's save this. And next we have the items section, so let's add the item details. I'm going to create a div with a class margin bottom 4. Under this create one more div with a class table responsive. Let's create the table border. These are the bootstrap classes. Create the t head, and I'm going to create the table row. Under this I'm going to create the table header with 4 blocks, and inside this for the th I'm going to add the classes, that is going to be padding 2 and table header, item number or item description. Similarly, let's add one more class, padding 2, text center, table header, it's going to be quantity, padding 2, text end, table header, this is going to be rate. Next, padding 2, text end, table header, this is going to be amount. Perfect. Next we have this, after this t head we have the t body, and inside this I'm going to make use of the expression and data dot items dot map. We get the item and index. Inside this let's use the table row and table description with a class padding 2, and I will also add the text and I should have added 4 actually. Table row, table description with a class padding 2, perfect. Now let's add I'm going to add the key prop, which is going to be an index, and for this first TD I'm going to add the item.name as the text, item.name. Next it is going to be item.quantity. I'm going to add few extra classes, which is text center, here text end. Let's add the item.amount. If it is present, I'm going to make use of the fixed with 2 decimal points, and I'm going to also print I'm going to multiply it actually, item.quantity multiplied with item.amount, item.amount. Let me add the 2 fixed, and I'll add 2 decimal places. And also we need to add the currency actually, so let's add the currency, the Indian currency, and here I'm going to add one more class, which is going to be text end. Perfect. Now let's save this, and if I go to the browser, we get this error. That's fine, because right now these amount and quantity are not present. It will throw an error. That's fine. Later when we come to the from the beginning of the application, it will display all the content. Alright, so next we have this total section. So let's update the total section. Let's create the div. I'm going to add the class margin bottom 4. Under this, create a div with a class flex and justify content end. This is going to be end, and I'm going to add the padding 3, width 100, and totals box. So this is the custom CSS class, and I will also add the inline style, maximum width 300 pixel. Under this div, I'm going to create one more div with dflex and justify content between and margin bottom 2. Under this, create a span with a text subtotal, and I'm going to add the data.subtotal.toFixed. Perfect. And let me copy this currency and paste it. Next, after this div, I'm going to create one more div. So let's use the expression data.tax. If the tax is greater than 0, I'm going to make use of the div. The tax is greater than 0. Let's add the, and I'm going to add div with the class flex, justify content between margin bottom 2. Under this, create a span. Let's add the text tax within the brackets, data.tax, and I'll add the percentage symbol. Next, let's add the value for that. It is going to be data dot tax amount to fixed and I can add the currency also. Alright, next, after this I'm going to create a div with a class deflex, justify, content between, font weight bold, total, highlight, create a span with a text total, and I'm going to add data dot total to fixed. I'm going to add the currency. Save this. Next we have this bank section, bank account section. So let's add the bank section also. I'm going to use the expression. I'm going to check data dot account name or data dot account number or data dot account IFSC code. Any one of this present, I am going to just render the content, create a div with a class margin top 4. Under this, create the heading tag with a class margin bottom 2, billing title, bank account details. After this, let's make use of the expression data dot account name. Account name is present. Create a paragraph with a class margin bottom 1. Let's use the strong element and I can add the text account holder data dot account name. And after this, again I'm going to check for data dot account number. If the account number is present, then I will display paragraph with a class margin bottom 1. Let's use the strong element to display the account number. Data dot account number. After this, we can make use of the same expression data dot account IFSC. If it is present, let's use the paragraph with the margin bottom 1. Under this, create the instead of 1, I'll use 0, and under this I'm going to create the element strong and it's going to be account IFSC code, or let's say IFSC or branch code and data dot account IFSC code. Perfect. And the last section we have the notes section. So for this I'll use the expression data dot notes is present. We can render the element div with a class margin top 4. Under this, heading tag which margin bottom 2, billing title. Let me remove this and I'm going to add the text remarks, and we can create a paragraph with a class margin bottom 0 and the text data dot notes. save this. Perfect. If I open the browser, I'll get this error. That's completely fine. We can fix it later. But for now, we have completed this entire template 1. We can test it from the beginning. But I do one thing inside our items. We have this item amount and quantity, everything, right? I'll just make this, convert it into a number because just for the safer side. So number, and I'll pass this. Okay, so here also we have this amount. I'll just cut this, add it, and quantity I can make this also number, and here anyhow we are displaying the quantity. That's completely fine, but the calculation is happening here, so that's why I have converted it into a number just for the safer side. Okay, so now let's save this. Let's go to the browser, and okay, it's working, but let's go to the generate and let's add the logo. Click on this and I'm going to select the logo. We are getting this error. Let's actually fix this also. I'll open the invoice form. Did we made any mistake in the logo, image source logo? Okay, this is actually logo. Okay, so let's save this and close the invoice form, and you can see now we got the logo, right? Okay, let's add the company, engineer talks, company phone number, and the company address. Just add Bangalore, the billing address, Bhushan SC, my phone number and address, Bangalore, and I'm going to select the same as billing address, invoice number, the invoice date and due date next week, logo design, quantity 1, amount 1 2 3 4, and let's add the item name, web design, quantity 2 1 2 3 4, and I'm going to add the account holder name, Bhushan, account number, and branch and IFSC code, tax rate 5%, and I'm going to add the thanks for shopping with us. Perfect. And I'm going to select the template 1 because we just added only template 1. I'm going to select this. Boom, we got this nice invoice, right? We have this logo. Under the logo we have the company name, address and phone number, and invoice number, invoice date and due date, shipping address and billing address, and also we have this nice items like logo design, web design, quantity, rate and amount, okay, and subtotal, tax, the grand total, account holder name, remarks, right? Superb. This looks way better than what we have thought earlier. Perfect. Now what we need to do is, similarly we have to create a multiple templates, template 2, template 3, template 4 and template 5. I have planned for up to template 5. Of course, as per your needs you can even add more templates as per your requirements. Okay, next what we need to do is we need to create the template 2 and template 3 and so on and so forth. Before that, I'll just go to the browser and I'm going to complete this step, creating the basic PDF template. So let's complete the part 4 as well. Now we can move on to the part 5. In the part 5 we are going to design the multiple templates. Welcome back to the part 5. In the part 4 we have just designed the basic template, and in this part we are going to design all other templates. I have decided to create 5 templates in total, and we have created just one template in the previous section, and in this part we are going to design all other templates, template 2, 3, 4 and 5. And in the previous part we have already discussed in detail how you have to structure your template, how you have to add the layouts and everything. So make sure to watch the previous part, and in this part I will not spend too much time on creating the templates because that is completely a repetitive work. I don't want to spend too much of time in just designing the templates. Just to save some time, what I have done is I have already added all the templates inside this templates folder. Template 2, 3, 4, 5. I have added the JSX file and the respective CSS file as well. You can find these files in the description section of this video. I have provided a link to it. Just go ahead and download it and add it in case if you want the same layouts or the templates which I have used. Also, you can feel free to create other templates like the interactive templates. You can try it out and you can create it. That's completely optional. Okay, this is the first step, and let's go ahead and just click on this step so that we have completed this step. And the second step is very important step. We have to update the invoice preview to render the templates dynamically. So far what we have done is, after entering the invoice details, we were just rendering the template one, but from now onwards we have to render it dynamically. User might select template 3, 4, 5. Based on that, we have to pick the templates and we have to display the invoice details in that particular template. So to do that, inside our invoice preview, what we need to do is we have just hard coding the template one. So to solve this, what I'll do is I'm going to create a new util file. So inside our util folder, I'm going to create a new util file. It is going to be invoice templates.js. Inside this file, I'm going to just export this object, export const template components. Inside this, I'm going to just add the templates, template 1, which is mapped to template 1, and template 2, which is mapped to template 2, template 3, which is mapped to template 3 component, template 4, template 5. That's it. In the future, if you have added any more templates, you can just add it here. Now let's save this. Now we can use this template components inside our invoice preview. Inside this invoice preview, first of all, what I'll do is I'm going to just use the template components, and to this template components I'm going to pass the template which is coming from this prop. So I'm going to just add this template. If this template is null or undefined, I'm going to use the default template, which is going to be template 1. Perfect. And I'm going to store that in a variable selected template. Now I can render this selected template here, and for this selected template I can pass the data, which is the formatted data. And if you see all other templates like template 1 also accepting the data, similarly all other templates 4 and templates 5 all accepting the data. Perfect. So let me close this, and what I'll do is let's quickly test this. Open the browser and open the quick invoice, and I'm going to navigate to the generate, and I'm going to add the company logo and company name, engineering talks, and company phone number, company address, Bangalore, Karnataka, India. So billing section, I'm going to add Bhushan and phone number and address. I'll just add the same address. I'm going to click on this same as billing. The invoice number, it will automatically generate. I'm going to add the invoice date, today's date, payment date, the next week, logo, design, quantity 1, amount, and I can add the description, some description, Also, I'm going to add multiple items so that we can see the complete structure. Web design 3 and some description I will add. The bank account name, Bhushan, account number, IFSC code, and tax I'm going to add 5%, and the notes, thanks for shopping with us. Perfect. Now I'm going to select the template 1. You can see now we got this design. Okay, we have the logo and the title, company title, invoice, invoice number, invoice date, due date, shipping details, billing details, and the items, subtotal, tax, total, bank account details, and remarks. Now if I quickly change this to template 2, okay, I think we have not added the on-click events to this, so we need to attach the on-click events as well. I will quickly open the preview page, and at the top we have this buttons, right? And to this buttons I'm going to attach the on-click events. Set selected template, I'm going to pass the ID. We need this set selected template. I'm going to just grab it from the app context. Now save this, and if you open the browser and I'm going to click on this template 2, you can see now we got the second template, which is also having the same logo, engineering talks, that company title and address, phone number, billing section, and some templates contains the both billing and shipping details, but some templates did not contain. So again, this is as per my needs and requirements I have designed it. So you can also design as per your needs and requirements. You can also add, in case if you want the shipping details, you can add it somewhere in here. You can design it creatively. Okay, so the item description, quantity, rate, amount, subtotal, total due, bank account details, and remarks, right? So now you can, so user can, in this one preview page, he can quickly navigate through all the templates and he can choose the templates which he want to send it to the client. So I'm going to click on this template 3. This is how it looks, beautiful. And okay, so we can also go to the template 4, and you can see the template 4, this is how it looks with this color. And also in the template 5 we have this a simple black background and the black colored template. So I have designed it just a basic 5 templates. Of course, when I was creating it for myself, I have created around 12-13 templates, but here when I'm creating this YouTube video, I'm just adding these 5 templates. Alright, with this now we have completed the second step also. So let's go back, and I'm going to complete this step. Perfect. Now we have completed the part 5 as well. In the parts 6, what we are going to do is we are going to work on these action buttons. Clicking on this save and exit, we are going to store it in the database, and we are going to delete this invoice if the user did not want this no longer. We're going to delete this, and also we're going to add the functionality to sending this email directly from this application itself, and we can also download this PDF as a PDF. Perfect. Let's continue with the next part. Welcome back. This is the part 6. In this part, we're going to create an API to store the invoice details. As a part of this, the first step is to create the backend Spring Boot project and add the necessary dependencies. Let's open the new tab and navigate to start.spring.io, and let's add the project metadata details. The project type is Maven project, the language Java, the Spring Boot version. At the time of this recording, the latest and stable version is 3.5.0, and the group ID, I will add in.Bhushan Sirgur, and artifact ID, Invoice Generator API, and the description and package name I'll just leave as it is, and the packaging I'll choose jar, and the Java version I have installed 21. I'll select 21 and let's add the dependencies. We're going to add the Spring Data MongoDB, and obviously web dependency we will add, and we need the DevTools and also Lombok. Later we are going to add the Spring Security, Mail and other JSON Web Token dependencies, but for now, just to kickstart, these 4 dependencies are necessary. And go ahead and click on this generate. This will download the zip file. Let's open this inside the IntelliJ. I have opened this inside the IntelliJ. You can use any other IDE, the Java IDE. You can use STS, or even you can use Eclipse, or even you can use Visual Studio Code. But I'm using IntelliJ because I've been using this IDE from long time. So I'm comfortable with IntelliJ IDE. Let the dependencies get resolved, then we can start. The next step, what we need to do is we need to configure the data source. So before that, let's open the browser and we need to just complete this step. And the next step is we need to create the entity, repository, service, controller, and next we have to test the API. Before that, we just need to add the data source. We need to configure the data source. In this project, I will be using MongoDB database, and I have already installed the MongoDB database. I have also installed the MongoDB Compass. The Compass will help us to connect to the MongoDB server. So I have already started the MongoDB server. It is running on the port 27017, and I'm going to just connect this server from the MongoDB Compass. So let's open the MongoDB Compass, and I have already connected to the localhost server. I'm going to create a new database inside this. The database name is Invoice DB, and the collection name I will call this users, and create database. Okay, now we have created this database Invoice DB. Next, what we need to do is we need to connect to this database from our Spring Boot application. Open the IntelliJ, and okay, it resolved all the dependencies. Next, what we need to do is, first of all, I'll just go ahead and configure the, let me go to the project structure. Okay, not project structure, go to the settings. We just need to configure the DevTools. Open the build deployment and click on this compiler. Click on this build project automatically and click apply. And also inside this advanced settings, just click on this application. We click on this option, which is connect to, not this one. Let me show you. There is one option. We need to select that. Okay, this is the one. Allow automake to start even if the deployment application is currently running. In case if it is unchecked, just check this. Click OK. Okay, next I'll just open the pom.xml. Scroll down. We have this Lombok. I'm going to just add the version 1.18.38. This is the latest Lombok version. Copy this, and in the bottom inside this plugins, I'll just add this Lombok version, and I'll just reload this Maven changes. Perfect. Next, we have configured the DevTools and Lombok. Let's close this. Now let's open the resources and application.properties, and inside this, let's get rid of this. Let's add the Spring data MongoDB URI. We need to add the URL, the MongoDB URL, MongoDB.:/localhost 27017. This is the default port /invoice DB, right? So this is the database name, and this is the localhost and the port, and this is the driver URL, right? Let's save this. Okay, now we have configured the data source. Next, we need to create the entity, service, repository, and controller. Inside the Java folder and under this base package, I'm going to create a new package. I'm going to call this entity. And under this, I'm going to create a new JPA entity, and I'm going to call this invoice. Let's add the necessary annotation. I'm going to add this data annotation. I will also add the document. And I'm going to add the collection name, invoices. Inside this, let's add the necessary fields. We're going to add the ID field, and I will mark this with ID annotation. And I'm also going to add company. This is going to be a nested document, private company. Let's call this company. And let's also create the billing and shipping. Next, we have the invoice details. Next, I'm going to add the list of items. Next, I will add the notes, which is of string type. Next, I will add the logo, which is going to be a string. I will also add tags, which is going to be double. Let me also add the timestamp. So let's use the instant created at. So let's import the instant and let's add the annotation created date. I will also add the last updated date. Let's add the annotation last modified date. We need to also add thumbnail URL. I'm going to add template, which is nothing but the template ID, and title. Alright, now we can create these nested objects: company, billing, shipping, invoice details, and item. Under this, I'm going to create the nested class, which is of static company. Let's add the data annotation, and I'm going to add name, phone number, and address. Next, I will also add item, shipping, and billing as well. Inside this, let's add name, phone number, address. We also need to add shipping address, so I can just copy this and I'll paste it, and I can change this to shipping. Next, we also need to add invoice details, so let's copy the same and paste it. I'm going to change this to invoice details, and this is going to be number, which is nothing but the invoice number, and date, which is also be a string type, due date. Next, the last type is item type. Let's add the data annotation and string name, private, quantity, amount which is of double type, description. Perfect. So now we have completed this entity, which is nothing but the invoice entity, and it has company, billing, shipping, invoice details, and list of item, and also along with this notes, logo, tags, created at and updated at, thumbnail URL, template, title. Along with this, it will also contain one more ID, which is clerk ID, but that we're going to add it later once we integrated the authentication. But for now, this looks good, and we can continue with the service layer and the repository layer. Let's open the Project Explorer. Under the base package, create a new package. Let's call this service. Under this package, create a new Java class, invoice service. Let's add the service annotation. I will also add the required args constructor. I'm going to inject the repository. Okay, first we need to create the repository. So let's open the Project Explorer, and under the base package, create a new package which is going to be repository. Under this package, create a new interface. This is going to be invoice repository. This is going to extend the Mongo repository, the entity type, invoice, primary key type, string. Save this. Now we can inject the repository. I'm going to create a method, public invoice. This is going to return invoice, save invoice. It will take invoice as a parameter. Under this, inside this method, we can make use of the invoice repository, and we can call this save method. And to this save method, we can pass the invoice object, and we can return this. Now the service method is ready. Now all we can do is we can call this inside our controller. Let's open the Project Explorer. Under the base package, create a one more package. It is going to be a controller. Create invoice controller. I'm going to add this REST controller annotation, required args constructor. I will also add the request mapping /API/invoices. Create a handler method. Before that, let's actually inject the service. Public response entity, and we're going to return the invoice type. Save invoice is the handler method name. Let's add the post mapping annotation, and we can bind the request body to a method, to a POJO, which is not the POJO. We're going to directly map it to entity, which is going to be an invoice. And inside this method, we can make use of the service, which is invoice service, to call the service method. save invoice, and to this we can pass the invoice. Now since we wanted to return the response entity, I can use the response entity dot OK, and I can return this. Save this. Alright, so now we have created the handler method and we have added the controller, service and repository. Now we can make an API call to this URI endpoint, which is /API/invoices, and this is going to save the invoice into the MongoDB database. Now we can test this through the Postman, but I'm not going to do that. Instead, I'm going to directly test it from the React application. So we can consume this API endpoint inside our React application and we can test it. In order to make a request from the React application and in order to process that request our Spring Boot application, we wanted to add in one more annotation, which is going to be a cross origin, and this will tells Spring Framework that any request that comes from any application or from any host, we have to process that request. Later we are going to remove this and we are going to add it in Spring Security configuration once we added the Spring Security, but for now, just for the testing, we can add it here. Alright, so now we have completed the backend part. I can just go to the browser and I'll close all of these tasks or the steps, and this test the API, I'm going to leave it as it is. Once we integrated with the React application, once we can able to store it in the database, then I can complete this step. Perfect. Welcome back. This is the part 7. In this part, we are going to complete the integration part. We are going to consume the backend API in our React application and we are going to store the invoice details. I have noted down all the steps. So let's start with the very first step, which is adding the backend base URL inside the app context. Instead of adding it in every component when we are making the API calls, the backend URL, we're going to add the base URL inside the app context, and so that we can use that base URL anywhere throughout our application. That's the very first step. So let's open the WebStorm and I'm going to just close all of the tabs and just open the app context, and at the very top inside the app context provider, I'm going to create the base URL, localhost 8080. This is the backend URL. I'm going to also add the /API. So now this is our backend base URL. We can pass it to the context value and save this. Now we can grab this base URL anywhere in our application. So basically now the next step is to create the service file, and inside the service file we can make an API call to the backend service. So let's open the project explorer, and we have already created this service folder. Inside this, create the service. It is going to be a invoice service. At the very top, I'm going to import the Axios. From Axios, I'm going to create the function const get all invoices. Okay, so first let's actually create the save invoice. To this we are going to pass the base URL, payload, and later we are going to, once we added the authentication, we are going to modify this method. We're going to add the token as well. But for now, let's just pass the base URL and payload. And I'm going to export this function also. And inside this, let's make use of the axios.post. And we need to pass the base URL /invoice. The base URL is obviously localhost 8080/API, and for that we're going to append the /invoice. It's actually invoices, not invoice. And as a second parameter, which is nothing but the body, we're going to pass the payload. That's it. Now I can just return this and save this. Now we can make a call to this method save invoice, and the save invoice will make an API call to the backend service. Let's open the preview page. Before that, first let's go to the browser, and I'm going to just complete the first step and the second step. Now we are left with the third step, which is calling the service method from the preview page to save the invoice details. So we already created this button save and exit. We need to attach the on-click event. But before that, at the top, I'm going to create a new state to add the loader. I'll set this state, the default value, as false, or the initial value. And next I'm going to create a function handle save and exit. At the very top, I'm going to grab the base URL because we need to pass the base URL while calling the service method. So let's grab the base URL. And this is going to be an asynchronous function. Inside this, I'm going to add the try catch block. Inside the try block, first I'm going to set the loader to true. Here I'm going to add a comment. First we need to create the thumbnail URL. Create thumbnail URL. So to do that, we need to we need to take a screenshot of that template and we need to upload it into the cloudinary. So that part we're going to do it later. We don't have to worry about it now. So we can directly save the invoice details for now, for the time being. Okay, next I'm going to just create an object payload. This is going to be an object, and inside this I'm going to just add the invoice data, and I'm going to add the template, which is nothing but the selected template. That's it. Later, for this we are going to pass the clerk ID as well as the thumbnail URL. But for now, just pass the invoice data and the template, which is nothing but the selected template. And with this, now we can call the service method, which is save invoice, and to this we can pass the base URL and the payload. This is going to be an asynchronous, so I'm going to add the await. We get the response back, and once we get the response, I'm going to add the condition. If the response dot status is 200, then I'm going to print a toast message, the success toast message, that is successfully we have saved the invoice. and we need to navigate to the home page. In fact, we have to navigate to the dashboard. So I'm going to use the use navigate hook. And here we can call the navigate method dashboard. Perfect. Next, in case if the status is not 200, we are going to throw a new error. Save failed. And inside the catch block, I'm going to just log the error message. Console.error, and let's print the error. Also, I'm going to display a toast message, toast.error, and we'll add the message, failure to save the invoice, and let's add the error dot message, and inside this else block also I'm going to add the toast dot error, something went wrong. Let's save this. Alright, so now we have created this function. So now we have to attach this function to the on-click event. So we have this save and exit button, and I'm going to attach the on-click event, save and exit handle, save and exit. Also, we forgot to add the finally block. So because inside the finally block, we are going to set the loader to false and save this. Perfect. Next, I'm also going to add the loading icon. So when we are saving it into the database, so to do that, I'm going to just add the disabled to loading, and here we can make use of the loading state to display the text. If it is loading, I'm going to show a message saving. Otherwise, I'm going to display the text, save and exit. Also, I'm going to make use of the same state loading. If the loading is present, if the loading is true, I'm going to display the loader. So let's use the Lucid React icon, which is loader. I'm going to add the bootstrap classes, margin 2, spin animation. If you remember, we have added the spin animation. And also I'm going to add the size 18. Save this. Now we can test our implementation. First of all, I'm going to start the backend application, open the IntelliJ, and here let's open the main class, and I'm going to start the application. Okay, the Tomcat is started on the port 8080. Let's open the IntelliJ, the WebStorm, and now our application, the front-end application, is already started, and we can open the browser, go to the quick invoice, Okay, we are getting some error. This is because HTML to canvas in preview.page.jsx something. Okay, I think some unused import has been added. So let me get rid of this. This is not required. I think mistakenly it has imported. So let's save this. Perfect. Now let's go to the generate and let's quickly generate the invoice. I'm going to call this first invoice. Let's add the logo, the company name, engineer talks, and phone number, company address, Bangalore, Karnataka, India, and the billing section, Bhushan, phone number and address the same as the billing address, the shipping address also, the invoice number, the invoice date, today's date, and I'll give 10, and logo, design, quantity maybe 2, amount some 354, and description some description. Let's add one more item so that we can verify it in the database. Web design, quantity 3, some amount, and next some description, account holder name, Bhushan, account number, and IFSC code. Okay, so rate of interest, the interest, which is the tax, which is 5%, and let's add thanks for shopping with us. I'm going to select the second template. Okay, we got the invoice preview. Now I'm going to click on this save and exit, and you can see, you would have seen that loading icon as well, and we have navigated to the dashboard. We also see the message invoice saved successfully. We can verify it in the database. Let's go to the MongoDB Compass, and let me refresh this. So let's refresh this. Refresh the database. Okay, we got the invoices. Click on this and you can see a new document has been saved into the database. So we have this company details, engineering talks, phone number, address, billing and shipping, also invoice and items. We have added the 2 items that is present here, and perfect. And the logo also, it has been converted into base 64 and it is storing it in the database. Of course, we can store the logo inside the cloudinary as well, but since logo will always be a smaller size, that's why I have converted into base 64. I'm storing it. But however, for the thumbnail, here we are not storing the thumbnail because we haven't covered that yet. So we're going to add that thumbnail URL to our database. We're going to store that thumbnail to our cloudinary. That is the next part. So far we have completed saving the invoice details. So one last thing what I'll do is, inside our toast message, I have just added this capital N. I'll make this as invoice saved successfully, and that's it. If I open the browser, now we have completed the third step also, calling the service method from preview page to save the details. Also, we have completed this testing the API through the front-end application. We have covered this as a part of this. So let's close this also. Perfect. Now we have completed the part 7 as well. In the part 8, it is all about storing the thumbnails inside the cloudinary, and we can get the URL and we can store that URL, the cloudinary URL, inside our MongoDB collection. Welcome back. This is part 8. In this part, we are going to upload the images to the cloudinary service. As a part of this, I have listed down the steps. The very first step is to create an account in the cloudinary, and we have to configure the upload preset. So let's open the cloudinary.com. In case if you don't have an account, go ahead and create an account. It's completely free. And once you create the account, this is the dashboard that look like, and it will be keep on updating. The team will be keep on updating this dashboard. But once you logged in, go to the settings and go to the upload section, and here we need to create the upload preset. I have already created one preset which is invoices thumbnail. That is how it is looks like. And in case if you have not, for you it will be empty. If you have logged in very first time, if you have created an account very first time, go ahead and click on this add upload preset, and you need to provide the preset name, for example test underscore Bhushan, and make sure to select the signing mode as unsigned. And you can also create a folder where you want to specifically store the images, but I'm not going to create any folders, so I'm gonna leave it as empty. Rest everything keep it as default, and just click on this save. I'm not going to create a one more preset. I have already created the preset which is invoices thumbnail. And once you create this preset, inside this preset we are going to upload all of our images. Alright, and also make sure to note it down this your cloud name. So this is very important. We are going to use this cloud name inside our API service, and make sure to use your cloud name. Do not use mine, because I'm going to delete this preset after I upload the video to the YouTube. Alright, so the first step is completed. So let's go ahead and complete our very first step. The second step is to create the service to call the cloudinary API. So inside our application, I'm going to create a new service. So under the service folder, create a new file, cloudinary service.js. And before that, I would like to show you where exactly you can read the documentation for uploading the images to Cloudinary. So just open a new tab and search for Cloudinary image upload documentation. Select the very first link, and this is where you can read the documentation. Okay, so if you scroll down, you will see this URL, and this is a post request, and you need to pass the file to this. And they have given examples for variety of programming languages. You can, whichever programming language you are working, just pick that and you can use the API. And they are provided the what is cloud name and resource type. Okay, so the resource type is nothing but image, raw, video, or anything it could be. And cloud name, as I said before, that is a unique name that is added to your account. Alright, this is where you can read the documentation. I have already read the documentation and I know pretty much about the Cloudinary services. So I will just go ahead and start the implementation, but spend some time on this documentation so you will understand it. Now let's open the file cloudinary service.js, and here first of all we need to import the Axios. I'm going to create a function, upload invoice thumbnail. This is going to take parameter image data, and I'm going to export this, and also this is going to be an asynchronous function. Inside this, I'm going to create the form data object. I'm going to append the file which is going to be an image data, and I'm going to add the preset, the upload preset. In my case, the upload preset name is upload preset. The name of the upload preset is invoices thumbnail. So if I open the browser, and you can see this is the name of the upload preset, which is invoices thumbnail. Next, we need to add the cloud name, and this is our cloud name. So just add the cloud name, Next, we can make use of the Axios to call the API. This is going to be a post request, and we need to provide the URL. As I said before, you will get the URL from here in the documentation. Just copy this and paste it. So now we need to add the, instead of demo, we need to add the cloud name. So let's add the cloud name, and also we need to add this image and /upload. This is the URL endpoint. Rest everything as it is. And the second parameter, we need to pass the form data. That's it. We don't need to pass the configuration or anything. So let's get rid of this. And this is going to be an asynchronous function. Let's attach the await, and we get the response back. And once we get the response, so let me open the documentation. If you scroll down, you will see the sample response. And from this response, you can see there are two URLs. One is URL and the secure URL. The secure URL we wanted to grab because that contains the HTTPS. And from here, I'm going to just return the URL response.data.secure_URL. Perfect. So let's save this. Now we have to call this function inside our preview page. Inside the preview page, within the try block, we have added this to do comment. So I'm going to just remove this, and here we are going to make use of the HTML2 canvas to capture the image or to create the image. So to do that, we are going to make use of the HTML2 canvas. We have already installed that dependency. If you go to the package.json, and you will notice the dependency HTML2 canvas. We're going to make use of this. Let's use HTML2 canvas, and this is going to return a promise. So we can use await, and to this HTML2 canvas, we're going to pass the DOM element, and our DOM is inside this preview reference. So we have used this use ref hook, and we have added this preview ref as the reference to the DOM. So we can use this. And the second parameter, we're going to pass the object which contains the options that are required for this HTML2 canvas. The first parameter is the scale. Basically, we're going to set the resolution, and next we're going to use the use course. This is for the, in case if the DOM contains any other making any request to the any external URLs to get the logo or something images, we're going to set this to course to true. And the third option that we're going to set is background color. We're going to set this to white, and scroll Y. This is because it should perfectly capture the entire DOM. So that is why we are going to add this scroll Y option. Now let's save this. Once we make a use of this HTML2 canvas, this is going to return the promise, and we're going to use the await, and I'm going to store that in a variable called canvas. The canvas, it's nothing but more or basically an image. And now we are going to use this canvas to convert it into a data URL, and which is of type image or PNG. And I'm going to store that in a variable called image data. And now this image data, we need to give it to the cloudinary. So we're going to make use of the cloudinary service. We have already created the service method, upload invoice thumbnail, and to this we will pass the image data. And this is also going to return a promise. So let's use the await. we will get the thumbnail URL. And now this thumbnail URL, we can attach it to this payload. We can use this shorthand syntax, and that's it. Now let's save this. Now whenever we are storing the invoice details into the database, we are going to also store the thumbnail image into the cloudinary service, and that URL we are going to store it in our MongoDB database. Alright, now all we need to do is we need to test this. Let's open the browser. Let's go to the generate. I'm going to add second invoice, company logo, engineer. Okay, let's add talk with Bhushan, talks with Bhushan, company phone number, company address, Bangalore, Karnataka, India. Copy this and billing address, which is Bhushan SC, some phone number, address same as shipping address, and the invoice number and invoice date, payment date, and logo, design, quantity 1, amount, and bank account name, account number, branch code, and some percentage. Thanks for shopping with us. And now I'm going to select the third one, and this is how the template looks like, the invoice. Now I'm going to click on this save and exit. Okay, invoice saved successfully. Now we are navigated back to the dashboard. Let's verify it in the database. I'm going to open the MongoDB Compass, and okay, we have this invoices. I'm going to just refresh this. Okay, you can see we have the two documents. The previous one we have added that does not contain the thumbnail URL, but if you look at this contains the thumbnail URL. Okay, so the cloudinary URL is present here. So now what I'll do is I'm going to just copy this. So let's edit this, and I can grab the thumbnail URL, copy this and open the browser, hit enter. You will see this thumbnail image, right? This we are storing it in our cloudinary. Perfect. So now our API cloudinary API is working as expected. Let's go back to our browser, and we have completed the service method, created the image using HTML to canvas. We also call the service method to upload the cloudinary, and we get the public URL, and we have stored it into the database. Super. Now we have completed the part 8, and the next part is we have to work on creating the dashboard, or we can work on generating the PDF to download the PDF. Welcome back. This is the part 9, and in this part we are going to display the invoices in the dashboard. As a part of this, I have added the steps what we need to cover. The very first step is we need to create the API endpoint in the backend to read the invoices. Let's open the IntelliJ, and here inside we already created the invoice repository. Now all we need to do is inside our invoice service we need to call the repository method. Let's create a new service method, public. This is going to return list of invoice. It is a list, and I'm going to call this fetch invoices. And inside this, let's use the invoice repository to call the find all method. This is going to return all the invoices. Of course, right now we are fetching all the invoices, but once we integrated the authentication, we're going to fetch only the logged in user invoices. Okay, I'm going to just return this. And next, inside our controller, I'm going to create a new handler method, public. This is going to return the response entity, which is of type list of invoice. I'm going to call this fetch invoices. This is going to be a get mapping. Inside this, I'm going to make use of the service method. Since this is going to return a response entity, let's use the response entity dot OK, and let's use the invoice service to call the fetch invoices method. And we can directly return this and save this. That's it. Now we have created the API endpoint. All we need to do is we need to make an API call to this URI, which is the HTTP GET method, and this will give us the invoices. So now let's switch to our front end. I'm going to open the WebStorm and I'm going to close all of these files. So first of all, let's open the dashboard. Okay, so here we wanted to display the list of invoices, but before that we need to consume the API. We need to make an API call. So to do that, I'm going to open the invoice service, and inside this invoice service I'm going to create a new arrow function and I'm going to export it. So export const get all invoices. We need to pass the base URL. Inside this, we're going to make use of the Axios get method. So I'm just going to change this to axios.get, and the URL base URL / invoices. We don't need to pass the payload, and that's it. And I'm going to directly return this. Sorry, I've already added the return, so let's remove this and save this. Okay, next we need to call this method inside the dashboard.jsx. So inside this, I'm going to, at the very top, I'm going to create a state invoices set invoices. This is going to be an empty array. Next, I'm going to grab the base URL from the context. So let's use the use context base URL. Let's pass the app context, and once we get the base URL, we can make use of this base URL. I'm going to make use of the use effect hook. Inside this use effect, I'm going to define a method fetch invoices. This is going to be an asynchronous function, and inside this, first of all, I'm going to call this function fetch invoices, and inside this fetch invoices, inside the try catch block, inside the try block, I'm going to call the get all invoices method by passing in the base URL. Since this is going to return an promise, let's use the await, and we get the response back. Next, I'm going to, once we get the response, I'm going to update the state set invoices response.data, and in the catch block, I'm going to just display a toast error message. Failure to load the invoices. Save this, and next what we need to do is, okay, we are call this method fetch invoices, and we need to pass the dependency array, which is going to be a base URL. Save this. Alright, next what we need to do is we need to update the JSX to display the list of invoices. I'm going to first get rid of this div. Now let's create a new div with a class container and padding vertical 5. And inside this, I'm going to create a one more div with a class row column 1 and row column small devices, which is 2, and row column medium devices, it's 3, and row column large devices, it's 5, and gap 4. Next, inside this, I'm going to just add the comments just for the reference. Create new invoice card, and next we're going to render the existing invoices. So now let's create the div with a class column, and also I'm going to create a one more div for the rendering the existing invoices. Okay, let's do this later, but for now, inside this, what we need to do is we need to create a card, the bootstrap card. So I'm going to create a div with a class card height 100, and I'm going to add flex, justify, content center, align items center, border 2, border light, shadow small, and also I'm going to add a custom CSS, which is cursor pointer, and also I'm going to, okay, for now this is fine. I will add the inline style just for the minimum height, which is 270 pixel. And inside this, I'm going to, first of all, I'm going to create a icon. For that, we're going to use the Lucid React, so which is going to be plus. I'm going to add this size. It is going to be 48. Next, I'm going to create a paragraph with a class margin top 3 and font weight medium. Let's add the text, create new invoice, and save this. Okay, now if you open the browser, let's go back to our quick invoice, and you can see now we got a nice card which has the plus button, which is nothing but the icon, and also the text, create a new invoice. Now next we are going to display the list of invoices. So the first card will always be a create a new invoice, and rest everything will be the list of invoices. That's the whole idea of designing this. Okay, next under this, we already got the invoices, we just need to iterate over it and we have to display it. So for that, I'm going to use the expression invoices dot map, and this is going to give us the invoice and the ID. I'm going to just call this ID X, or even we can call this index. Let's call this IDX, and we are going to make use of the div with a class column, but I'm going to attach the key prop. For the key prop, we are going to use the IDX. This IDX is nothing but the index as well. So inside this, let's make use of the div with a class card, height 100, shadow small, and cursor pointer. And also we need to add the minimum height. Let's add the inline style minimum height, the same height which we have added for the first card, which is 270 pixel. And inside this div, we are going to actually make use of the expression. So let's use the invoice dot thumbnail URL. We have this invoice which contains the thumbnail URL. So invoice dot thumbnail URL, and for this I'm going to add the operator and operator. If the invoice.thumbnail is present, if it is contains the thumbnail URL, then we are going to display the image. So let's use the image tag, and now let's use the invoice.thumbnail URL, and for the alt I'm going to add invoice thumbnail, and the class we are going to add, let's add the classes, the bootstrap classes, which is card image top, and also I'm going to add the style, the inline style, which is height 200 pixel, height 200 pixel, and object fit, it is going to be cover. Okay, next after this image, under this I'm going to create a new div with a class card body, and let's use the heading 6 with a class card title, and also margin bottom 1. Let's add the invoice title. Next I'm going to use the small element. Let's add the bootstrap class, text muted. Under this I'm going to add the last updated date, and I'm going to call the util method. So to do that, first let's create the util method inside the format invoice data.js. Inside this we can create a function. So let's export this function. I'm going to call this format date. This will take the date in string format. So let's call this date string, and inside this I'm going to just add the if condition. If the date string is not present, I'm going to return not applicable or not available. Otherwise, if the data is present, if the date string is present, I'm going to create a new date. To this we can pass the date string, and let's use the date dot to local date string. I'm going to convert this, and I'm going to pass the options, the day 2 digit and month short. I want the short month instead of the digits, and year it is going to be a numeric. Save this. Now we can call this format date function inside our dashboard. Here let's use the format date function, and to this we can pass the invoice dot last updated at. Save this. Now if you open the browser, you can see now we have two invoices, first invoice and second invoice. And for the second invoice, we can able to see the thumbnail, which is we have captured and we have stored it in the cloudinary. That is able to see it here. And also we got this nice title and the last updated date. And also you can see here we have this, we are not able to see the image. That is because the first data we have not stored the image, so that is why it is coming like this. But however, for this last updated and date is coming null, we can verify it in the DB. Let's go back to the database and let me refresh this. And do we have the updated date? Okay, we don't have the updated date here. That is why we are not able to see the date here. But if in the future, if they try to edit it or something we have done with the existing invoices, then the last updated date we can see it here. Otherwise, what we can do is, even if the last updated date is not present, we can add the created at. But inside this also we are not able to see the created at date also. That is because let's verify it in the backend whether do we have the fields or not. Let's go back to our invoice. We have this created date and last modified by, but however we are not able to create the date out of it. We are not able to create the date. That we can fix it later. What is the issue, we can verify it later. But for now, anyhow, we can able to store the data and we can able to display the invoices in this dashboard. In fact, we can fix this now itself. I'm going to open the IntelliJ and open the main class. Let's go to the main class, and here, okay, we need to add one more annotation in order to add the created at and updated at automatically. So that is nothing but the MongoDB auditing. So enable Mongo auditing. Okay, so let's save this. Okay, with this, now whenever we store any new documents, it will automatically store the created at and updated at date also. All right, next what we need to do is, let's open the front-end application. We need to attach the on-click events for these cards. Before that, at the very top, I'm going to grab few things from the app context. I'm going to get the set invoice data and set selected template and set invoice title. Perfect. Now we can use these updater functions. So I'm going to create the function const handle view click. Inside this, I'm going to set the invoice data, set the invoice data. This is going to be invoice data invoice, and I'm going to get the invoice from the parameter. Next, I'm going to set the selected template. Set selected template. It is going to be invoice.template. In case if it is null or undefined, template 1. Next, I'm going to set the invoice title. It is going to be invoice.title, or I'm going to set this to view invoice. and I'm going to navigate to the preview page. Okay, so sorry, this invoice title should be new invoice, and I will need to navigate to the preview invoice. For that, I'm going to use the use navigate hook. Let's use the navigate function. We can navigate to preview. Save this. Now we can attach this function to an on-click event. We have this invoices map, and here I'm going to attach the on-click event. So we have this key, and inside this we have this div, and for this div I'm going to attach the on-click event. Handle view click, and to this we need to pass the invoice object. So the invoice object which we are getting from this invoices, right? And this invoice contains all the necessary details. Perfect. Similarly, we also need to attach the on-click event for the first card. Whenever the user click on this first card, we need to create the we need to show the generate invoice component. So for that, I'm going to attach the on-click events. So we have this div, and for this div I'm going to attach the on-click event. This is going to be handle create new. Perfect. And I'm going to just create that function. This will not take any parameters inside this. First of all, we need to reset to initial state, right? From context. So for that, I'm going to use the set invoice title. It is going to be new invoice, and set selected template. I'm going to set the template which is template 1. Next, set invoice data. That is going to be initial invoice data. Next, I'm going to navigate to the generate /generate. This will take us to the creating the new invoice. So this is going to be handle not change template. This is going to be handle create new, and save this. All right, now we can test this. Let's go back and I'm click on this plus icon. We will navigate to the generate component or the generate screen, and let's go to the dashboard, and on click of this we have to navigate to the our generate component. So not the generate component, preview component. Click on this, boom, we got this nice template. Okay, let's verify it one more time. Click on this first invoice. We should see the first invoice. Perfect. All right, our dashboard is all completed. Let's go back to our steps, and I'm going to complete this. All right, with this now we have completed the part 9, and in the next part 10 we are going to cover the deleting the invoice and generating the or downloading the PDF and sending an email to the clients. Let's cover that in the upcoming parts. Welcome back. This is the part 10. In this part, we're going to delete the invoice. As a part of this, we're going to follow these 3 steps. The very first step is to create an API endpoint to delete the invoice. Open the IntelliJ, and inside the invoice service, let's create a new service method, public and void remove invoice. This will take invoice ID as a parameter, and inside this, let's make use of the invoice repository to call the find by ID method. To this we can pass the invoice ID, and this is going to return optional, and in case if the invoice is not present, we're going to throw an exception. We need to pass the supplier, new runtime exception. I'm going to throw invoice not found. I can concatenate the invoice ID, and I'm going to store that in a variable existing invoice. Now once we get this existing invoice, we can remove this using the invoice repository dot delete method. Save this. Now we can call this method inside our controller. Go to the invoice controller and create a new handler method, public. This is going to return response entity of type void remove invoice. This is going to be a delete request, so add the delete mapping, and the URI endpoint is /API/invoices/invoice ID, and we need to use the path variable to accept the invoice ID. Inside this, we can make use of the response entity. Before that, I'm going to make use of the invoice service dot remove invoice, and to this we can pass the ID. Now we can use the response entity dot no content dot build. Return this. Save this. Now from our React application, we can make a request to this API endpoint, and this will delete the existing invoice. Alright, let's save this. Now open the front-end application. Go to the invoice service. Let's create a function and export it. Export const delete invoice. To this we are going to pass the base URL and ID. Let's make use of the axios.delete and base URL /invoices/ID. This will be the URL, and I'm going to just return this and save this. Now we need to call this function inside our preview page. Open the preview page. Let's create a function at the top. Const handle delete. Inside this, first I'm going to check the condition. If invoice data.id, if it is not present, then we're going to just show a toast message, toast.error, not error actually, we're going to show success, invoice delete successfully, and we are going to navigate to the, let me wrap it inside the brackets. We are going to navigate to the dashboard. We will not, in this case, we are not going to delete it because the user is trying to create a new invoice. At the time, the ID will not be present, and we're going to directly delete this and we will navigate to the dashboard. But in case if the invoice data contains the ID, then we have to make a service call and we have to delete it. So for that, inside the try catch block, I'm going to first call the function which is delete invoice, and to this we can pass the base URL and the invoice data.id. This is going to be a return promise. Let's use the await, and I'm going to attach the async function, the async keyword, and I will get the response back. I can just check for the status. Response.status is 204. We are going to show a toast success message, invoice delete successfully. We will navigate to the dashboard. Else we are going to show an error toast message, toast.error, something went wrong, or even we can display unable to delete invoice. And I'm going to handle that error. So using the catch block, toast.error, failed to delete the invoice, error.message, and save this. Okay, now we have created this function handle delete. All we need to do is we have to attach this to the on-click event. So let's copy this and scroll down. Let's find the delete button. Okay, we have this delete invoice button, and to this let's attach the on-click handle delete. Save this. Now let's go to the browser, go to the dashboard. We have two invoices. Let's select the first one, and we have this delete invoice button. I'm going to click on this. You can see invoice deleted successfully. It should also be deleted from the database as well. We can verify it. Let's open the MongoDB Compass. Let me refresh this. You can see it is deleted. Right now we have only one document. I'm going to just make some more changes to this delete handle delete method. So actually we don't need this. I'm going to get rid of this. Instead, what I will do is I'll just wrap this inside we have this delete button, right? So I'm going to just cut this, and I'm going to add a condition here, which is invoice data.id. If it is present, then only I'm going to display this delete invoice button. So let's save this. Now with this, if I open the browser, and now let's go to the dashboard, I'm going to just click on this create new invoice and just add the quantity and amount. Now I'm going to select this first template. You can see now we don't see this delete button at all because we are creating the invoice, and at the time there will be no delete button at all. User can just go back to the generate or go back to the dashboard. But if the user already created the invoice and if he tried to view the invoice in the future, at the time he can see the delete invoice button. Alright, so with this now we are completed the delete functionality as well. So let's go back to our steps. Let's complete all these steps. Perfect, we have completed the part 10. In the part 11 and part 12, we are going to send the email to the client from the application, and also we are going to download the PDF. Welcome back. This is part 11. In this part, we are going to create the PDF and download this PDF. As a part of this, I have noted down the following steps. We have just 2 steps to follow. The very first step is to create the utility method to create the PDF. Let's open the WebStorm, and I'm going to just close all of these tabs and open the we are going to create a new file inside this util folder. I'm going to call this PDF utils. Inside this, in order to create the PDF and download the PDF, we are going to make use of the HTML2 canvas, and also we are going to use the jsPDF dependency. We have already added and installed that jsPDF dependency. If I open the package.json, you would see this dependency, which is jsPDF. We are going to make use of this dependency. At the top, I'm going to import, I'm going to just create a function and export it, export const, and I'm going to call this generate PDF from element. So if you remember, we have the div, which is we are using the reference, the preview reference, which is referring to the div. We're going to make use of that, and I'm going to make this as an asynchronous function, and we are going to pass the element, which is nothing but the element reference, and I'm going to just add this file name, which is invoice.pdf, and also I'm going to use this return blob is equal to false, because I'll explain you later why we are going to use this return blob. And inside this, we are going to make use of the HTML2 canvas, and this is going to return promise. Let's use the await, and we can pass the element and the options. The options, scale to, use coarse, I'm going to set this to true, and background color, I'll set this to white. Next, I'm going to set the scroll Y option to window scroll Y. Once we make a call to this HTML2 canvas, this is going to give us the canvas. Actually, that canvas we can make use of, convert it into PDF, and we can do anything with that once we get the canvas. Now I'm going to make use of this canvas to call the toData URL, and I'm going to make this as image and PNG. Sorry, instead of PNG, let's use the JPEG, because the PNG image size will be very big. I'm going to store that in a variable const image data. Once we get the image data, now we can use the jsPDF. Okay, I'm going to create a new object for jsPDF, and to this we can pass the image data. Sorry, not the image data. We need to pass few properties, the points, and what is the size, basically the PDF size and everything we have to mention. We are going to use the A4 size, and I'm going to store that in a variable called PDF. Now using this PDF, I'm going to generate the image properties. So get image properties. To this we can pass the image data. This will gives us the image properties, const image props, which is nothing but the properties. And once we get the image properties, now again we can make use of the PDF to call the internal dot page size dot get width, because we need to get the width as well. This is going to be PDF width. Once we get the PDF width, now we can use the image properties dot height, and we're going to multiply this with the PDF width. Okay, and just wrap it in a bracket, and we are going to divide it with the image props dot width, and I'm going to store that in a variable called PDF height. And finally, let's use the PDF dot add image. Let's pass the image data and the format, which is JPEG format 0,0. These are the properties that we're going to pass, and PDF width and PDF height, right? And after this, I'm going to write a condition. If this is just a utility method, you don't have to worry about it. You can easily find it on the documentation. So return blob. If the return blob is true, this is going to be return blob. If it is true, then we are going to return PDF dot output. We're going to convert that into a blob. Else PDF dot save, and we can pass the file name. Perfect. This is going to be return blob, not the blob. Okay, so this is going to be return blob. Save this. Perfect. Now we have the utility method is ready. Nothing much in this method. We are just generating the PDF from the element. We have used the jsPDF and image to canvas to capture the image, and then converting that into a PDF, and we are getting the height and width based upon the PDF size. That's it. And now we can call this utility method inside our preview page. Now let's open the preview page. At the top, first I'm going to create a state. Downloading, set downloading. I'll set this to false. I'm going to create a new function. Handle download PDF. This is going to be an asynchronous function. Inside this, I'm going to just write the if condition. If we need the reference element reference, so let's use the preview reference dot current. If it is not present, then we are going to return this. Else, if the preview reference dot current is present, if it is referencing to any element, then we are going to call the utility method. Inside the try block, I'm going to set the downloading state to true, and next let's call the generate PDF from element method. To this we can pass the preview reference dot current, and we can pass the file name, the second property. So for the file name, we can use invoice underscore. I'm going to add the current date and time, so we can use the date dot now function dot PDF, right? And this is going to return this method is going to return a promise. We can attach the await, and in case of any errors, we can handle that using the catch block. Toast.error failed to generate the invoice, and I can add the error.message. In the finally block, we are going to set the downloading to false. Perfect. Now save this. Okay, now what we need to do is we need to just call this method, or we have to reference this method to the onClick event. Scroll down. We have these buttons: send email and also download PDF. So for this download PDF button, we can attach the onClick events. First of all, I'm going to bring this to the next line so that we can also attach the text dynamically. So let's remove this. We can make use of the downloading state. If it is true, then we can display the text downloading. Otherwise, we can display download PDF. And I'm also going to attach the icon as well. If the downloading is true, then I'm going to display the icon. Let's use the loader from the Lucid React. I'm going to attach the class name, margin, spin animation. This is a custom CSS class, and size 18. And save this. Also, I'm going to disable this when it is loading is true. Disabled. I'll set this to loading, and on click event, I'm going to attach handle download PDF. Perfect. Save this. Now with all of this, now we can test our implementation. Open the browser, and I'm going to just complete this step, create utility method to create the PDF, and next open the localhost. We are getting some error. Let's go to the inspect and go to the console. Uncaught process is not defined. I think something is imported at the top, maybe because of that. Okay, this is the one. So let's remove this, save this. Okay, so still we are not able to see. Looks like something is wrong. Okay, perfect. Now let's go to the /generate, or even we can go to the dashboard, because we already have created this invoice. Click on this, and now click on this download PDF. Boom, you can see a PDF has been downloaded. Open this, and I'm going to just click on this preview, and this is how it looks. Superb. Okay, let me bring this to 100%. See, beautiful, right? Perfect. Of course, this border line is not coming. That's just a CSS issue. We can fix that later, but so far so good, and our PDF download PDF is working as expected. And even I can go to the template 4. Okay, now we have changed this template. I can download this. So I'm going to click on this download PDF, and you can see this is how it looks. Beautiful. Okay, so let me download the first template and click on this download PDF and open this. Boom. Perfect. Alright, so our download PDF is working as expected. We have completed the part 11, which is creating the PDF and downloading the PDF. And the next and last part is we have to complete this action button, which is sending an email to the client directly from the application. In the next part, we will cover this. Welcome back. This is part 12. In this part, we are going to attach the PDF and send an emails to the clients. As a part of this, we are going to follow these steps, and the very first step is we need to create an account in Brevo. So Brevo is an awesome platform where you can get the SMTP service, and through that you can send the emails. You will get a credits where you can send 300 emails every day. That is more than enough for a trial period or to try out something. We are going to use this Brevo service. So the very first step is you need to create an account inside this Brevo, and it's completely free. Go ahead and create an account. And after this, you need to go on this SMTP and API. You need to get the SMTP server details, port and login ID and password. So make a note of all these information. We are going to use this inside our Spring Boot application. Next, open the IntelliJ. We need to add the dependency. So open the pom.xml. Inside this, we are going to copy this dependency and paste it. We are going to add the mail dependency. So I'm going to just remove this starter.mail. Okay. So we're going to add this dependency and reload the Maven changes. So once we added this dependency, we need to configure the SMTP service inside our application.properties file. Open the application.properties. Inside this, I'm going to add few properties. Okay, so the very first property is the host, port, username, password, and SMTP auth, and start TLS enabled, and protocol, and SMTP from email address. So these are the properties that we're going to add. So obviously the host, as I said before, you will get this from the Brevo. Go ahead and add this. This will be common. The host will be common for Brevo, and this is the port. This port is also common. And username, make sure to use your username. Do not use mine. And obviously password, you have to add the password. So you can, if you open the Brevo website, you will inside this API and SMTP, you will get this master password. Copy this master password and add it here. Okay. So, and also rest everything remains same, and only thing is the from email address, you have to change it. This email address is the email address by using you have created the Brevo account. So the one email address you have used to create the Brevo account, the same email address you have to add it here. Perfect. Go ahead and change this password. I'm going to change it later, but make sure to change the password, copy it from the Brevo and add it here. All right. So now we have added the dependency. Also, we have added the configuration inside the application or properties. We have added the SMTP service details. Next, we need to create the controller and service methods. So let's open the service. So inside the service package, I'm going to create a new service. I'm going to call this email service. Inside this, first of all, I'm going to add the service annotation and required args constructor. Under this, first of all, I'm going to load the from email address. I'm going to reference the from email address from the application or properties file. So I'm going to use the value annotation. So this value annotation is from Spring Framework, not from the Lombok. So make sure to import it from the factory.annotation. And we are going to reference the property, which is spring.mail.properties.mail.smtp.from. Next, I'm going to create the method public void send invoice email. This method accepts two parameters. One is the email address which we are going to send it, basically the two email address, and the multi-part file, the attachment. and this is going to throw messaging exception and IO exception. Inside this, I'm going to create an object for my message. Okay, before that, what I need to do is I need to inject the Java mail sender. Let's call this mail sender. So first I'm going to make use of the mail sender dot create my message. My message, let's call this message. And now we can use the new my message helper. To this we can pass the message and the boolean value true, because we are sending the multi-part, so that is why let's set it as true. And my message helper, let's call this helper. Next we are going to use the helper dot, we are going to set the from email address, which is nothing but the from email. Helper dot set to email address, which is nothing but the to email. Next, helper dot set subject your invoice. Helper dot set text. Let's add the text, dear customer. I'm going to add the new line. Please find attached your invoice. And I'm going to add a new line /n/n. Thank you. And we need to attach the attachment, the multi-part file. So helper dot add attachment file dot get original file name, which is give us the name of the file, and I'm going to convert it into an byte array resource. And to this we are going to pass the file dot get bytes. And let's use the mail sender to send the email. We're going to pass the message. That's it. Now let's save this. So now we have the service method is ready. We need to call this method inside our invoice controller. Open the invoice controller. I'm going to create a new handler method, public response entity, and I'm going to call this method as invoice send invoice. This is going to be a post mapping send invoice. Request part, because we need to send the multi-part. The type file, multi-part file. Let's call this file. The second parameter is request part, which is nothing but an email address, customer email. Inside this, I'm going to add the try catch block. Inside the try block, we are going to use the email service. Okay, we need to inject the email service. So at the top, private final email service. Let's call this email service. Email service dot send invoice email. To this, we are going to pass the customer email and the multi-part file. Obviously, this is throw an exception, so I'm going to either add the catch block. Let me remove this. Okay, so instead of adding all of this, let me do just catch block with exception, right? And here I'm going to return the response entity dot status http status dot internal server error. Body, we can pass the body, which is nothing but a message failed to send invoice. Perfect. And I'm going to return the response entity dot okay, and body, let's pass the message invoice sent successfully. Save this. Alright, our handler method is ready. Now we can send an API request to this URI, which is send invoice with HTTP post method, and to this we can pass the multi-part file and the customer email address. That will taken care of sending the email address by attaching the file. Okay, now we can integrate this with our front-end application and we can complete the functionality. So let's go back to our browser and we can complete the first step and complete the second step, configuring the email service and creating the backend API to send the emails. And the next step is to creating the service to consume the backend API in our React application. Let's open the WebStorm and let's open the, first of all, I'm going to close this PDF utils.js and I'm going to open the invoice service. Let's create a function and export it. Export const send invoice. This is going to take the base URL as a parameter and form data, and inside this I'm going to make use of the axios.post method and the URL base URL slash invoices slash send invoice. We're going to, as a second parameter, we're going to pass the form data, and this is going to return promise, so we can use await. Okay, actually we don't need to make this as await because inside our preview page we are going to make the call and there we are going to add the await. So I'm going to just return this directly and save this. Perfect. Next, what we need to do is we need to call this method inside our preview page. So before that, inside our preview page we also need to design where it should display the input box to enter the customer email address. We need to create a model. So what I'll do is inside this preview page at the very bottom, after this div, I'm going to write a condition. So before that, we also need to create one more state at the very beginning, which is going to be show model. Set show model. Initially this will be false. Now I'm going to make use of the state show model. If the show model is true, then we are going to display the model. So I'm going to create a div with a class model d block. Inside this div we are going to add few more attributes, that is going to be tab index. I'm going to set this to -1, role dialog, and I'm going to add the inline style because I wanted to add the background color. I'm going to add the RGBA 0, 0, 0, 0.5. Inside this div, I'm going to create one more div with a class model dialog role document. Inside this, I'm going to create a div with a class model content. Under this, I'm going to create 3 div. The first div has the class model header. The second div contains the model body. The third div contains the model footer. Perfect. So inside this model header, I'm going to create a heading tag h5 with a class model title. I will add the text send invoice. I'm going to create a button which is of the button type is button type, and I'm going to add the class name which is going to be btn close. This should be type actually, so I'm going to attach the on click event. So when the user click on this, we need to set this is basically nothing but the close button. So here I'm going to add the on click event and I'm going to set the state to false. Set show model, I'm going to set this to false. Perfect. So this is the model header. Next we have the model body. So inside the model body, we are going to create an input box, input email text box, and I'm going to add the class which is form control, and I don't need to add the name and ID. We can remove this, but we will add the placeholder which is customer email. Also we need to add the value and on change property. We're going to add that in just a bit, but before that let's first also add the model footer. So in the model footer we are going to create the buttons. So button which is of type button type. Okay, so button, and I'm going to add the class which is going to be btn primary, and to this also we need to attach the on click event, but for now let's add the text which is send. Later we can add it functionality. I'm going to add the one more button which is going to be a button type button, and the class name, let's add btn secondary. Okay, so for this also we need to attach the on click events. So let's attach the on click events. I'm going to add the inline function set show model. I'm going to set this to false, and the text I'm going to add which is cancel. When the user click on this cancel, we wanted to cancel the model, and save this. So now we have to first show this we have added this show model. Initially this will be false. This becomes true whenever the user click on this send email. So what I'll do is I'm going to attach the on-click events for this download or send email button. Set show model. I'm going to set this to true. Now save this and open the browser and go to the dashboard. We have this one invoice. Click on this send email. Okay, it is not working. Looks like we made some mistake. Are we getting any errors? Let's verify it. Okay, we are not getting any error, which means we might miss out some classes. Model. Oh, this is the problem. So this is actually D block, not something else. Okay, so let's save this. If you go to the browser, okay, boom, now you got the model. Okay, on click of this send invoice, we got this model. On click of this cancel, it will be cancelled. Again, click on this, we get this model. Click on this, it will be it will be removed or it will be hidden. Okay, now the user will enter the email address. On click of this send, we have to send the attachment. We have to create the PDF and we have to send it to the attachment. Okay, we have to call the API. So let's make that work. Let's close this and open the file preview page. And first of all, what I'll do is at the top, I'm going to create a function. So I'm going to create a function and let's call this handle send email. This is going to be an asynchronous function. Inside this, actually basically we are going to make use of the same method, which is earlier we have used this generate PDF from element. We're going to make use of the same method. So but before that, we need to add a few validations. So if the preview reference.current is not present, or customer email. Okay, so we don't have this state, so let's add this state. I'm going to create a state const customer email, set customer email. Initially this state is going to be empty string, so I'm going to make this as empty string. And now we can make use of the state, which is customer email. If the customer email is not present, then we are going to, let me add the condition here. I'm going to return this toast.error. Please enter a valid email address and try again. Okay, so this is the toast error message that we're going to display. Next, we're going to make use of the try catch block. Under the try block, I'm going to create one more state just for the loading purpose. So this is going to be emailing, set emailing. I'll set this to false initial state. So next we can set emailing. I'll set this to true, and we can make use of the method which is generate PDF from element. To this we can pass the preview reference dot current and the invoice name. So invoice name, it will be date.now.pdf, and we are going to send the return blob to true because we wanted the PDF, we wanted it is an attachment. That is why we are going to pass this as true. But in the previous method, I mean in this handle PDF download, we were not passing it. Okay, by default value it will be taken it as false. Okay, but here I wanted to explicitly send it as true so that it will return the attachment for us. Okay, so it will return the blob. Okay, and I'm going to store that in a variable called PDF blob. And once we get the PDF blob, I'm going to create an object for the form data. So const form data, new form data. Let's use the form data dot append, and to this we are going to append the file, which is nothing but PDF blob invoice underscore date.now.pdf form data dot append the email address, which is nothing but the customer email address, customer email. Perfect. Next we are going to make use of the method which is send invoice. Okay, this is the service method, and to this we are going to pass the base URL and the form data. This will give us the response back, and once we get the response, we can check the response status is equal to 200. We are going to display a toast message, success message, email sent successfully. I'm going to set the show model, the state, I'm going to set it to false. Set customer email, I'll set this to an empty string. Else, if it is not 200, toast error message, which is going to be failure to send email. Send email. And I'm going to add the catch block error. So I'm going to just log the toast message, which is failure to send the email. I can also error.message, I can add it. And I'm going to add the finally block here, set emailing. I'll set this to false. Perfect, our method is ready. Now we can attach this method. We can attach it to the on-click event. So we have this, scroll down. We have this button, the send button. Inside this model, we have this button. I'm going to attach the on-click event for this button. I'm going to attach the handle send email method, and also I'm going to just make use of the, first of all I'm going to make this as disabled if it is emailing. Okay, if it is true, then I'm going to disable this, and inside this we can make use of the same emailing. If it is emailing is true, I'm going to send the add the text sending. Otherwise, I'm going to add the text sent. Perfect, and save this. Next, we need to test the complete functionality. So to do that, I'll just go to the, okay, before that, let's verify we have added everything. Okay, cancel, we have added this attach button, and for this emailing also we have added. Okay, everything looks good. We can test it. What I'll do is, let's go to the browser, click on this send email, and I'm going to enter the email address bhushan1992@zohomail.in. Click send. Please enter a valid email and try again. Okay, looks like, let me go back to our validation. So we have added this validation. Okay, this looks fine, and okay, this is because for the input text box we haven't added the on change event. So we have this input, and okay, we forgot to add the on change. So let's add the on change, and we will update the customer email with e.target.value, and also the value attribute I'm going to add the customer email. Let's save this. With this, let's go to the browser, click send email. Hopefully this time it should work. Click send, fail it to send email. This is a different error. Let's go back and let's investigate it inside our method PDF blob and formed it. Okay, this is because we haven't added the await. Save this and let's go to the browser. One last time we will do it. I think it should work this time. I'm going to click on this send. Still we are getting this. Let me reload this and go to the dashboard, and now click on this send email, bhushan1992@zohomail.in. click send, fail it to send email. Okay, and okay, this is, let's remove this in the form data, we don't need this. Save this, and now let me reload this, go to the dashboard, click send email. Click send. Okay, still we are facing some issue, so looks like something is wrong. I'm going to open the developer tools, and inside this console I'm going to just open the console, and here click on this send, and I'm going to click on this send. Okay, so let me remove all these debuggers. Click send. Okay, I'm going to remove this also. Click send, fail it to send email. Let's go to the oh, we are getting actually 200, and in the payload we are sending the file which is in binary format, and email address looks good. Go to the preview, invoice sent successfully. Oh, which means our invoice is sent successfully. Let's verify it in the Zoho mail. Okay, so I'm going to open my inbox. We made some mistake while checking the response, looks like, and go to the newsletter. All right, we are getting actually the emails. All right, so you can see we got the email, dear customer, please find the attached your invoice, thank you, and we got this blob. But let's download this. This should have been actually send it as PDF. Okay, there is something wrong with this one. That's completely fine. We can verify it later what went wrong, but as of now the emails are sending. That's good. So what I'll do is, let's go back, and here what we have made is, in this response we are checking the response status is 200, success, email sent successfully. Okay, we haven't added the await keyword because this is going to return and promise. We wanted to use the await keyword, we forgot that. Okay, that is the very first thing. And after this we have this, everything looks good actually, but the problem is, let me go back to our backend, and here send invoice email, and in our invoice the customer subject and text and attachment. Okay, here actually we are getting the original file name from the file object. So instead of this, what we will do is, I'm going to remove this. I'm going to create a new string object, string file name, and we can use invoice underscore. I'm going to concatenate the system.current time milliseconds with .pdf, and now we can use this file name to this first parameter as the attachment name, and save this. With this, now we should able to see the proper attachment with the file name and the format as well. So let the application rebuild. Okay, the application has rebuilt. Hopefully now we we can test this. Let's go to our browser and I'm going to click on this send email, Bhushan 1992 at zohomail.in. Click send and it should provide the success message, email sent successfully. Now go back to our Zoho Mail, let the email pop up, we can check that. Okay, we got the email, click on this, boom, we got the PDF with a proper invoice and the current timestamp with the proper PDF name. First of all, let's view this and boom, we got the nice invoice directly in our inbox. That is first thing, and I'm going to download this. Click on this download. Okay, downloaded. Let's open this. Boom, perfect. Everything looks good. Only thing is, as I said, the border is not displaying. Maybe some CSS issue it might be, that we can ignore or we can fix it later. All right, looks like our email functionality is working as expected. And one last thing, what I'll do is I'll just go to the browser and I'm going to complete all the steps: creating a model, testing the implementation, creating the service to consume the backend API. Alright, so we have completed the part 12, and in the next part 13 we are going to concentrate on integrating the authentication, because so far we have added the functionalities for all of this, like saving and exiting, deleting the invoice, back to dashboard we had to add, and send email, download PDF, everything working as expected. So now let's add the functionality for this back to dashboard. Just we are going to add let's go back to our WebStorm and inside our preview page. First of all, at the top we have this unused import. I'm going to just remove this. Okay, save this and scroll down. We have this buttons. So scroll down. Okay, we have all these buttons like the downloading the PDF, and on clicking of this, which one? Okay, back to dashboard and send email, delete invoice, save and exit. Okay, everything we have added except this back to dashboard. I'm going to just add the on click, and here I'm going to use the inline arrow function. We're going to navigate to the dashboard. Save this. Now let's go to the browser and clicking on this back to dashboard, we are navigating to the dashboard. Perfect. Now we have completed the functionality for all of these buttons, like save and exit, delete, back to dashboard, send email, download PDF, and also all of these templates, right? One thing we can also check is, like, for example, right now we are in this template 5, and if I wanted to send this as an email, I can just send the email Bhushan 1992 at zohomail.in. Click send. We should get a different template this time. Go to the browser. Let's wait for the email to pop up. We got the email, and clicking on this view, we got this different PDF template this time. All right, perfect. Okay, I'm going to close this email inbox, and also I'm going to close this preview, and let's close this also, the cloudinary. And now we can concentrate on integrating the authentication. We're going to use the clerk for this, and let's continue the next part, which is part 13. Welcome back. This is the part 13. In this part, we're going to implement the authentication. This is the last part in our project. We need to implement the authentication. So in order to implement the authentication, we will not write every single offline code from the scratch. Instead, we are going to use a tool called Clerk. Clerk is an amazing tool where we can easily use the authentication. I will not go over in detail about what is clerk, why we need to use clerk, and what are the benefits that we will get, because in my previous project I have already explained about the clerk. I believe that you're already aware of clerk and what is around about clerk and everything. So as a part of our project, we need to follow these steps. The very first step is to create an account in clerk, and we need to create a new project. I have already created the account and I've been using clerk from long time. So in case if you are not using clerk, go ahead and just create an account and start using it in your projects. Okay, so the very first step is to create an account. I have already created the account and we need to create the project. So go ahead and click on this create application. We need to enter the project name and other few details. So just wait for a few seconds to load. Okay, I'm going to enter the application name. Quick invoice, or I can say invoice generator, invoice gen, and you can provide the sign in options. For now I'm going to keep it simple, email and Google. You can also use phone number, username, Facebook, Apple, all these options you can enable and explore it. Okay, with this I'm going to just click on this create application. This will create the project and it will provide the necessary information. So it provides variety of programming languages, and I'm going to select the React because we are creating the application in React. So select React, and next we need to install the dependency, but we have already added the dependency also. If I open the WebStorm and if I open the package.json, and let me go to the package.json, you can see at the very beginning we have installed the dependency. In case if you have not added the dependency, go ahead and install this dependency. That is the next step. Next we have to configure the clerk in our React application. So to do that, if you scroll down, we have this publishable key. So make sure to copy this publishable key, and inside your project create an .env file. I'm going to add the publishable key. Okay, make sure to use your publishable key. You can just create an account and create the project. You will get the publishable key. Do not use mine because it will not be active as soon as I upload this video into YouTube. Perfect. I'm going to close this. Next, inside our main.jsx file, let me open it. Here we need to configure it. So to do that, what I'll do is, first of all, I'm going to, at the top, I'm going to define the publishable key. Publishable key. And I'm going to import it from the environment file, import.meta.env.wait_clerk_publishable key. Save this. So now we have this publishable key. Now we can use this publishable key. So I'm going to add the condition. If the publishable key is not present, I'm going to add the not operator. I'm going to throw an exception. So throw new error. I'm going to add the message. Publishable key is missing. Publishable key is missing. Save this. Next, we have to wrap this app route component. We have to wrap it with the clerk provider. So let's use this clerk provider, and we need to provide the publishable key. So publishable key, and within this I'm going to add the app component. So now our entire app component is wrapped with the clerk provider. So the authentication will be present within this app component. Okay, it is wrapped around the clerk provider. Now let's save this. So next what we need to do is we need to start using the components or the features which is provided by the clerk to enable and provide the sign-in forms and login forms. Next we need to make a few more changes inside our menu component. Open the menu bar, and at the top I am going to create a function to open the sign-in form. Const open login. Inside this, we are going to make use of the open sign in, and this is going to be a method which is provided by the clerk, and to this we are going to pass an empty object. Of course, we have to import this open sign in, so let me import it. Here I'm going to make use of the clerk to import the necessary statements, but to do that, what I'll do is I'm going to directly use the use clerk hook, and this will gives us the open sign in. So let's grab the open sign in from the use clerk, and we can use this open login function to attach the on click event. So if you scroll down, we have this login and sign up, and to this I'm going to attach the on click event, which is going to be an open login. Open login. Perfect. Next, this is the very first step. Next, what we need to do is we need to wrap some of these elements inside the components. Okay, the React provides a few components, which is sign in component and sign out components. We need to wrap some of these elements with those components. So first of all, this home component is publicly accessible, so we don't have to wrap it with any of the components, but the dashboard and generate are the protected elements, so protected resources. I'm going to cut this, I'm going to wrap it inside the signed in components. Okay, if the user is signed in, then only we can able to see those informations. Okay, similarly we have this login and sign up. This should be available once the user is logged out. Okay, so for that I'm going to use this signed out component, and I'll add this. And after the user is signed in, we wanted to see the user profile, so for that we're going to use the user button component. I'm going to use this. These are all the ready-made components provided by the clerk. So let's save this. With this, now if I open the browser and go to our quick invoice, and our application will be reloaded, and you can see the generate and dashboard is disappeared. Okay, we are not able to see those resources, but we do have the home and login and sign up. On clicking of this login and sign up, a new pop-up window will open, which is provided by the clerk. Okay, you can see the secured by clerk, and it is in development mode. Of course, once you send it to the production, you can hide these. Now let's log in. Okay, I'm going to first of all create an account. I don't have an account, so I'm going to click on this sign up, and here we will provide the email address and password. For now, I'm going to enter the email address bhushan1992@zohomail.in and password 123456, and some characters I will enter. Okay, and I'm going to click on this continue, and this will send an OTP to my registered email address. So I can open the Zoho Mail. Okay, sorry, this is GoDaddy. Let's open the Zoho Mail. I'm going to log into my account. Okay, so let me go to the newsletter or notifications. Okay, go to the inbox. Go to the inbox. Okay, this is the one, Invoice Gen. Okay, we got the OTP. Just copy this OTP and paste it. Okay, now the email is verified, and you can see we have logged in, and we got to see the dashboard and generate option, and also we got this user button profile. Clicking on this, we got this nice manage profile drop down. You can manage the account. It will open up this window, and you can update the profile. You can add an extra email address, and you can connect with multiple other accounts. You can also delete the account. Okay, and it will display the active devices, on which device you have logged in. Everything it will be displayed here. Perfect. We are in a good shape. We have integrated the authentication, but we haven't done yet, because once the user is logged in, once the user is created an account, we have to store the user information inside our database. So to do that, we have to configure clerk in backend also. We have to add the Spring security, and we have to configure it. Okay. Next, what we need to do is, as a next step, we have to integrate the clerk in the backend also. So that is our next part. So I'm going to open the steps and I'm going to complete the first 3 steps. Okay. So the next step is we have to configure the clerk in the backend. Welcome back. This is the part 14. In this part, we are going to integrate the clerk with Spring Boot application. As a part of this development, we are going to follow the below steps. The very first step is we need to add the necessary dependencies inside our Spring Boot application. Let's open the IntelliJ and let's go to the pom.xml. I have already added the dependencies. The very first dependency that I have added is the security dependency, and I have added these 3 dependencies for the JWT processing. Go ahead and add these 4 dependencies. Next, we need to configure the clerk. So inside the application.properties file, I have added these 2 properties, the clerk issuer and the clerk JSON web keyset URL. You can find these inside your clerk dashboard. If you click on this configure, scroll down, and inside this API keys, you will see the front-end URL, which is nothing but the issuer URL and the JSON web keyset URL. This you have to copy it and add it to your application or properties file. This will complete the configuration inside our application or properties file. Okay, I'm going to close this. Next, what we need to do is, let me close this pom.xml also. We need to, inside our configuration package, we have not created any packages. So let's go ahead and create the configuration package. Inside the base package, create the configuration package. Inside this, create a new class, which is security config. Let's configure the security filter chain. I'm going to add the configuration annotation and enable web security annotation and required args constructor. Inside this, I'm going to create a method. This is going to return security filter chain. Security filter chain. We need to create a bean for the security filter chain. So I'm going to mark this as a bean, and I'm going to accept the HTTP security. Now we can make use of the HTTP security dot course. I'm going to use the customizer dot with defaults. CSRF, I'm going to disable it. Abstract HTTP configurer, disable. Next, authorize HTTP request. We need to tell what all the requests that should be authenticated and what all the HTTP requests that should not be authenticated. Authorize HTTP requests, and we will make use of the auth.request matches. We are going to just add the URI, which is /API/webhooks/**. The request, the HTTP request that starts with API/webhooks, that all should not be authenticated. Okay, I'm going to make this as permit all. Rest all of them should be authenticated. Any request that should be authenticated. Next, session management. Session creation policy, stateless. And also we need to add the filter, the custom filter, authentication filter. We are going to add it later. And here I'm going to just return the HTTP security dot build. Okay, we are getting this error. That is because we have forgot to add the brackets, and I'm going to just return this. Sorry, not this one. We are return this. Okay, HTTP security dot build, and we are getting this error. That is because we need to add the throws at the method signature, throws exception. Perfect. And save this. Okay, now we have created the bean for security filter chain. Similarly, I'm going to create a bean for coarse filter as well. Public coarse filter. Let's add the bean annotation. Inside this, we can create a new coarse filter. So new coarse filter. To this we are going to pass the private method. We need to create that private method, but I'm going to return this. So let's use the coarse configuration source. Okay, this is the private method. Now we need to create this private method. I'm going to create this. Okay. Inside this, what I will do is I'm going to make use of the coarse configuration object. So let's call this config new coarse configuration, and for this config I'm going to add config dot set all allowed origins. We can provide the list of origins that we are going to allow. http:// localhost: 8080. If it is, sorry, not 8080, our React application is running on 5173. If you want to provide a multiple origins, you can just add it with a comma separated. Config.set allowed methods. I'm going to provide the list of methods. That is going to be get, post, put, delete, patch, options. Perfect. Next, config.set allowed headers. We can add the list of headers, authorization, and content type. Next, config.set allow credentials. I'm going to set this to true. Next, I'm going to create an object of URL based coarse configuration source. Source is equal to new URL based coarse configuration source. Now using this object source dot register coarse configuration, to this we're going to pass the pattern /$ and the config object, and we're going to return the source, which is nothing but the configuration source. Perfect. Now let's save this. Now we have configured the clerk, and not completely, but we have configured the security filter chain and coarse policy. So now inside our invoice controller, we can directly remove this cross origin. We don't need this. Okay, perfect. Okay, let's remove the unused import statements. Save this. Next, what we need to do is we need to create the custom authentication filter. Now we can create the custom authentication filter. Open the project explorer and under the base package, create a new package. I'm going to call this security, and under this package create a new Java class. I'm going to call this clerk JWT authentication filter. Let me expand this, and I'm going to add the annotation which is component and also the required args constructor. I'm going to just extend this with the once per request filter, and we need to override the method. So this is going to be a public class clerk JWT authentication filter extends once per request filter. We need to actually override the method, but it is not showing the override methods. Make clerk as an abstract, more actions. Okay, implement the methods, click OK. Now we have to provide the implementation for this method. So first of all, inside this method, what I will do is I'm going to just pass the request and response object to the next filter chain. Filter chain dot do filter, pass the request and response object. Here I'm going to add the comment to do implement the auth filter. Before this, what I will do is we need to create the JSON web keyset provider. Let's create the class. Inside the security package, create a new Java class that is going to be clerk JSON web keyset provider. I'm going to mark this class with a component annotation. Inside this, first of all, I'm going to load the JSON web keyset URL. Let's add the value annotation. Clerk.json web keyset URL. From the application or properties file, we are going to load the URL. I'm going to create few reference variables. We're going to store the public key. Key cache. Just to store the key set inside the cache, I'm going to just create this map just for the caching purpose. Let's import this public key from java.security. Also import the map. Next, I'm going to create, when we have fetched the last time, the key set, when we have fetched the last time, the time I'm going to store it here. Private static final long cache TTL. I'm going to set it for 1 hour. 36.00.0.0.0. Next, we need to create the method to get the public key. Public key get public key. String key ID. This is going to throw an exception, and inside this I'm going to write a condition. If it is present inside the cache, I'm going to return the key ID. So key cache dot contains key, and key ID I'm going to pass, and system dot current time milliseconds. I'm going to minus it with the last time fetch time is less than the cache TTL, right? So this is going to be key ID, but we are getting this error. Public key get public key string key ID. Okay, this is actually throws. Okay, and inside this if condition, I'm going to return from the key cache dot get, let's pass the key ID, else we need to refresh the keys. Okay, this is a private method I'm going to call, and I'm going to return the from the key cache. Let's create this private method. Inside this, first of all, this is going to throw an exception, and inside this I'm going to create an object mapper new object mapper JSON node JSON web key set is equal to mapper dot read tree. We are going to read that key set. So new URL, we can pass the JSON web key set URL. Let's import this URL. Next, I'm going to use the JSON node. Keys is equal to JSON web key set dot get. This is going to be JSON web key set dot get, and we can pass the keys. Now we can iterate over this. We can iterate over the keys. Each time when we iterate over the keys, we are going to get the JSON node. I'm going to call this key node, and inside this I'm going to get the key ID. So key node dot get key ID dot as text. Next, I'm going to get the key type. Key node dot get key type dot as text. Similarly, string algorithm keynode dot get algorithm as a text. Now once we get all this, now we can check for the condition. If the key type is RSA type, equals ignore case. If it is a key type is RSA type, and if the algorithm is RS256, equals algorithm. If these two condition matches, then we are going to, from the key node, I'm going to get the field n, the field name n, because we wanted to calculate modulo and everything. So I'm going to make it as, I'm going to get the n and e, keynode dot get e, and we're going to convert this as text. Once we get the modulus and exponent, I'm going to make use of the public key. Public key is equal to create public key. This is a private method. We're going to create the public key. To this we can pass the modulus and exponent. So n and e, and we can make use of the key cache to add it inside this cache. So key ID and public key, we are going to add this. Next, I'm going to make use of the last fetch time is equal to system dot current time milliseconds. System dot current time milliseconds. I'm going to store it in the last time when we have fetched it, the key set. Now we need to create this private method. Let's create this private method. I'm going to add the throws for the declaration. Inside this, let's make use of the byte array. Modulus bytes is equal to base 64 dot get URL decoder dot, we are going to decode it. So the modulus, okay, this is going to be, make this as modulus, it will be meaningful, and this is going to be exponent. Okay, modulus, okay, this is going to be modulus, and also I'm going to add the exponents. So byte array, and I'm going to call this exponent bytes is equal to base 64 dot get URL decoder dot decode, and to this we are going to pass the exponent. Next, I'm going to create a big integer. Modulus big int is equal to new big integer, and to this we're going to pass the value 1 and modulus bytes. Similarly, I'm also going to create a big integer for the exponent big int, and we're going to pass the value 1, the sign number, we're going to pass it as 1, and the exponent bytes. And finally, we are going to make use of the new RSA public key specification. So RSA public specific RSA public key spec, and to this we are going to pass the modulus big int and exponent big int, and we're going to store that in a variable RSA public key spec. I'm going to call this specification. Now once we get this specification, we can make use of the key factory is equal to key factory. So we're going to use this factory pattern, okay, get the instance of it, and to this we're going to pass the RSA. This will give us the factory instance, the key factory instance. Now we can return the factory dot generate public. To this we can pass the specs. Okay, let's save this. Perfect. So now we have created this clerk JSON web key set provider. We can make use of this inside our authentication filter. Now at the top, I'm going to inject the clerk JSON web key set provider, private final clerk JSON web key set provider, and I'm going to load the issuer also, private string clerk issuer. Let's add the value annotation, clerk dot issuer. Now we can make use of, inside this to do, I can make use of the if condition. If the request dot get request URI dot contains, if it is contain slash API slash webhooks, we are going to just continue the filter chain. We're going to pass it to the next filter chain. So do filter request and response, and I can return this. Next, what we need to do is, we need to, in case if it is not contains, we need to get the header from the request. So for that, I'm going to create a variable auth header is equal to request dot get header authorization. Okay, so once we get the header, we can check the auth header. If the auth header is equal to null, or auth header starts, if it is not starts with bearer, then we are going to send an error response, http servlet response dot forbidden, and I'm going to pass the message authorization header is missing or invalid, and I'm going to stop the execution. I'm going to add this return. If the header contains the authorization, then we are going to add the try catch block. Inside this try block, I'm going to first get the token, string token is equal to auth header dot get substring, and we're going to pass the index 7. So this will gives us the JWT token, and first we need to extract the key ID from the token header. So I'm going to create an array, chunks is equal to token dot split / dot string header JSON is equal to new string. We can make use of the base 64 dot get URL decoder dot decode chunks, and we can pass the 0 as the index. Let's make use of the object mapper, new object mapper, JSON node header node is equal to new, we're going to make use of the mapper to read the tree. Header JSON, I'm going to pass this. Now we are going to store the key ID. So header node dot get key ID as a text. Next, we need to get the correct public key. So for that, we can use the JSON web key set provider dot get public key. To this, we can pass the key ID. This will give us the public key. So public key, I can call this public key. Once we get the public key, of course, we need to handle the catch block. Okay, we will add the catch block later. We need to verify the token. So to verify the token, we are going to use the claims JSON web token parse builder set sign in key. We are going to use the public key, and I'm going to set the allowed clock skew seconds. I'm going to set this to 60 seconds. Next, the require issuer, which is nothing but the clerk issuer. On this, I'm going to call a build parse claim JWS. To this, we're going to pass the token get body. Okay, and next, let me import this claims. Perfect. And we get this clerk issuer. Are we adding this? Okay, clerk issuer we are adding, but we are getting this error. That is because expected 2 arguments but found 1. Looks like, let me see from where we are importing the claims. Okay, this is from correct, and this JWTS we are importing it from JSON web token. That is also perfect. Okay, let's continue with that. We can fix that later. Okay, once we get the claims, I'm going to make use of the clerk user ID. So clerk user ID is equal to claims dot get subject, and I'm going to make use of the username password authentication filter token is equal to new username password authentication token. To this, we need to pass the clerk user ID. Second parameter is null. The third parameter is collections dot single collections dot singleton. Okay, and singleton list actually. And since we are not dealing with any of the authorities, I'm going to make use of the simple grant authority role underscore admin. Okay, next we need to set the security context holder. So security context holder dot get context dot set authentication. We're going to pass the authentication token. Perfect. Next, if you look at this, we are already, let me move this to inside, and this is nothing but our try block. Inside this try block, after this try block, I'm going to add the catch block exception, and we are going to use the response dot send error http servlet response forbidden response dot sc forbidden. I can add the message invalid JWT token, and we can return this. Perfect. So this is nothing but clerk issuer and clerk issuer. Okay, we are getting some error here. This is going to be okay. This is require issuer, not require issuer. Perfect. Save this. Alright, and here we are returning this. Return is unnecessary as the last statement is in a void method. Okay, since we are returning since we are adding this return statement, this is unnecessary, they are telling. That's completely fine. We can remove this also. Okay, let me remove this. Perfect. And save this. Alright, so now we have created the authentication filter. All we need to do is we have to register this authentication filter inside our security config. Let's open the security config. So here at the top, first I'm going to inject the authentication filter, private final clerk JWT authentication filter, and just returning the HTTP security, we are going to register the authentication filter. So we are going to make use of the, first of all, I'm going to remove this semicolon, and here I'm going to call a method that is add filter before. We can use the filter JWT authentication filter, and next filter we need to specify username password authentication filter dot class. That's it, and save this. Alright, now we have configured the JSON web key set provider, also the authentication filter and the security filter chain and the cost policy. Looks good. Next, what we need to do is we need to create the controllers to store the user details. Also, we have to modify our service methods to get the invoices based upon the logged in user. Let's continue that. But before that, I would like to open the browser, and I'm going to just complete the first 4 steps or the 5 steps. Next, we need to create the entity, repository, service and controller. Let's open the IntelliJ, and I'm going to just close all of these tabs, and inside the entity, I'm going to create a new Java class. I'm going to call this user. And let's add the necessary annotations. I'm going to add the data annotation and document. So for this, let's add the collection, users, builder, all args constructor, no args constructor, private string ID, private string clerk ID, private string email, private string first name, private string last name, and also we need to add the photo URL and created at timestamps. So it is going to be photo URL, private instant created at. So let's import the instant, and I will mark this as created date. ID, let's add the ID annotation and save this. Next, we need to create the repository. Open the file explorer, the project explorer, and under the repository package, create a new interface. It is going to be user repository. Let's make this as interface, and I'll extend this with JPA repository. So not the JPA repository, Mongo repository. The entity type user, primary key type string. Let's import the user, and I'm going to create a finder method. Find by clerk ID. To this we are going to pass the clerk ID. This is going to return optional of user type. Next, exists by clerk. Let's pass the clerk ID. This is going to return a boolean. Now let's save this. Next, we need to create the service method. Let's create a service class inside the service package. I'm going to call this user service. Let's add the service annotation and required args constructor. Under this, create the private final user repository. Let's call this user repository, and create a method public. This is going to return user. Save or update user. Let's accept the user as a parameter. Now let's make use of the user repository to call the method find by clerk ID, user.get clerk ID, and we are going to get the optional of type user type, optional user. So let's add the condition if optional user is present. Then we know that user is trying to update the details. So in that case, I'm going to make use of the optional user.get to get the user. Let's call this existing user. Existing user.set email, user.get email. Existing user.set first name, user.get first name. Existing user.set last name, user.get last name. Existing user.set photo URL, user.get photo URL. And we are going to save the details. So let's call the save method existing user. This will give us the existing user back with the updated details. This we can return it existing user. If the optional user is not present, then we know that user is registering for the first time. I'm going to just use the user repository to save the entire user object. So I'm going to pass the user, and I can directly return this. Let's save this. Perfect. So now we have this method save or update user. Similarly, I'm also going to create one more method to delete the account. Public void delete account. To this we need to pass the clerk ID, and inside this I'm going to use the user repository to call the find by clerk ID method. To this let's pass the clerk ID, and I'm going to throw an exception in case if the user account is not found. We need to pass the supplier, new runtime exception, user not found. I'm going to call this existing user. Once we get the existing user, I will make use of the user repository to call the delete method. To this we can pass the user object, not the user object, the existing user. That's it. Let's save this. Similarly, I will also create a one more method to get the account details. So public, this is going to return user get account by clerk ID. To this we are going to pass the clerk ID. We can make use of the user repository. Basically, I'll just copy this, paste it. So here I'll just return this. So I'm going to return this. Save this. All right, okay, we are getting some error, that is, or else throw, this is going to be an arrow function, so it is not equal. Perfect. Save this. Next we need to create the controller. Open the project explorer and under the base package, okay, we already have this package. I'm going to insert the controller package, create a new class. This is going to be user controller. Let's add the annotation REST controller, and I will add the request mapping /API/users required args constructor. Let's add before that I'm going to inject the service private final user service public. We're going to return a user, create or update user. Let's add the annotation post mapping. I will also add the response status 201 HTTP status 201. Let's accept the request body and we're going to bind it to the user object and also the authentication object. Authentication. Inside the try catch block, I'm going to write the if condition. If the authentication dot get name is equals to the user dot get clerk ID. If it is not same, then we are going to throw a new response status exception. HTTP status dot forbidden, and I'm going to send the message user does not have permission to access the resource. Perfect. Otherwise I'm going to call the service method return user service dot save or update, and let's pass the user object. And in the catch block, let's handle the exception. I'm going to throw a new runtime exception and save this. Perfect. Now we have created the API endpoint to create the user. Let's save this. Now all we need to do is we have to make use of this API to inside our React application to store the user details. And also we wanted to do one more thing. What we need to do is we have to modify the invoice controller. So from now onwards we have to store the invoices for a particular user. To do that, let's open the invoice controller. I'm going to open the invoice controller, and inside this, so what we need to do is we have to modify the methods. So first of all, let's scroll down. We have this save invoice, and inside this save invoice we are calling the save invoice service method. So let's open this save invoice service method, and inside this save invoice we are storing the details, but this invoice now, from now onwards, it is going to contains the clerk ID as well. So to do that, inside this invoice object, I'm going to create a field called private string clerk ID. Now inside the invoice repository, let me open the invoice repository. Here I'm going to define the finder methods, find by clerk ID, and we are going to pass the ID, which is nothing but the clerk ID. This is going to give us the list of invoice. Let me import the list. Also, we are going to find by clerk ID. We are going to create one more finder method, find by clerk ID and ID. To this, let's pass the clerk ID and string ID, which is nothing but the document ID. This is going to return optional of invoice. Let's save this. Now we can call these methods inside our services. Let's open the invoice service. Here we are fetching for all of the invoices, right? Instead of fetching all of the invoices, we are going to fetch the invoices by clerk ID, find by clerk ID, and to this we can pass the clerk ID. I'm going to make use of the clerk ID for a parameter, clerk ID. Perfect. Similarly, we have this remove invoice. So here also I'm going to pass the invoice ID and clerk ID, string clerk ID actually, and here we are passing the invoice ID, but now we are going to make use of the find by clerk ID and invoice ID. So to this we can pass the clerk ID and invoice ID. Perfect. Save this. Next, what we need to do is, for this remove invoice and fetch invoices, we need to pass the proper clerk ID and remove invoice. So let's go to the invoice controller, and if you look at this, we have this get mapping, and for this get mapping I'm going to make use of the authentication, and once we get the authentication, I'm going to pass the authentication name, authentication.getName. This will gives us the clerk ID. Similarly, here I am going to make use of the authentication. Let's pass the, for this remove invoice, we need to pass the invoice ID, nothing but ID, and authentication.getName. Perfect. So next we have this fetch invoices and also authentication getName.id. Okay, everything looks good, but what I will do is, inside this delete mapping, I'll just cut this, and I'm going to add the if condition. If authentication.getName is not equal to null, then only I'm going to make this service call. Okay, else we are going to throw a response status exception. HTTP status, it is going to be forbidden. User does not have permission to access this resource. Perfect. Next, similarly, what I will do is, inside this remove, okay, we have this fetch invoices and also remove invoice and save invoice. So in everywhere everything looks good, only these places we wanted to make the changes. Okay, for this send invoice we don't have to make any changes. With this, now we are good to continue in the front end application. We wanted to integrate these API endpoints the user API endpoints inside our React application. Before that, I will like to open the browser, and here I'm going to complete the step controller, service, repository, and entity. The last step is to integrate the user APIs. Open the WebStorm, and here let's open the project explorer. Under the components, create a new JSX file, user sync handler.jsx. Here I'm going to create a arrow function, user sync handler. I'm going to create a functional component, and I'm going to export it as a default component. So inside this, actually we don't need to, for this component we don't need to return any of the JSX, so let's return null, but I'm going to export this as a default component. And inside this, first of all, I'm going to use the use effect hook, and we need to pass a dependency array. So we're going to pass the empty dependency array for now, but later we are going to pass few properties, a few objects for that. First of all, I'm going to create a states const synchronized and set synchronized. I'll set the initial value to false. Let's import the use state hook, and also I'm going to make use of the use auth hook from the clerk. From this hook, I'm going to get the is loaded, is signed in, and also get token. Next, we're going to use the use user hook. From this, I'm going to grab the user. Next, we're going to use the context. So from the context, we're going to grab the base URL. So let's pass the app context and save this. Okay, next, inside this use effect hook, I'm going to make use of the function save user. This is going to be an asynchronous function, and inside this I'm going to just add the condition if it is, let me add the condition, if it is not loaded or user is not signed in, or if it is synchronized, then we're going to return this. Otherwise, inside the try catch block, I'm going to get the token. So this is going to return promise. So let's use the await. This will give us the token, the JWT token. Next, we are going to create the user object, const user data, clerk ID. So this is going to be user.id, and email user.primary email address dot email address. Next, first name user dot first name, last name user dot last name, photo URL user dot image URL. So once we create this user data object, now we can make use of the Axios to call the backend API. So Axios dot post, this is going to be Axios. First, let's import the Axios dot post. We need to pass the base URL and slash users. Second parameter is the user data, and the third parameter, which is nothing but the headers, we need to pass headers, authorization, bearer, token. Okay, and this is not required actually. Let's remove this. Alright, so now we are calling the backend API, and this is going to return a promise. I'm going to add the await keyword, and after we make a call to the backend service, I'm going to set the synchronize to true, so just to prevent the reposting. And let's add the catch block. So I'm going to just add toast.error, and we can print the error message. Perfect. And we can call the function save user, and the dependency array what we need to pass is loaded and is signed in, get token, and user synchronized. All these we're going to pass as an dependency array, and we're going to return null. We are not going to return any of the JSX content. Perfect. Our user synchronized handler component is ready. Now we have to mount this. Where we are going to mount this? We are going to mount this inside the app.jsx. So let's open the app.jsx. So here, just above this menu bar component, we are going to mount the user synchronized handler component. Alright, so next step is we have to wrap these inside the clerk components. So the clerk component provides a ready components, the signed in, signed out. So we're going to use those components to wrap it around. Okay, the very first one is the landing page. This is actually a public route. We're not going to touch this. The next one is the dashboard. This is going to be a protected route. So to do this, what I'm going to do is, so I'm going to make use of this path/dashboard and the element, whereas in the element part, I am going to just cut this, and here I'm going to use the fragment. Okay, inside this fragment, I'm going to just use the, if the user is signed in, then we are going to add the dashboard. Otherwise, if it is signed out, if the user is signed out, then we are going to redirect it to sign in page. Okay, so redirect to sign in page. Perfect. All right, so this is about this route, and next we have this generate. So the generate is also a similarly protected route, and here let me add same thing for the generate as well. So let's cut this, and here I'm going to add the fragment. Within this fragment we have the signed in and also signed out, right? Inside the signed in, I am going to just add the preview page. For the generate, we wanted to add the main page, and signed out we are going to redirect to sign in. Similarly, for the preview/preview also, we are going to do the same thing. I'm going to use the fragment. Inside this, I'm going to make use of the signed in and signed out as well. And within the signed in, let's use the preview page component. If it is signed out, redirect to signing. Perfect. Now let's save all these changes. Next, what we need to do is we need to make a few more changes inside our invoice service. So let's quickly open the invoice service. And here for all of this, we are not passing the token. We need to pass the token, okay, the bearer token. So the very first one is save invoice, and for the save invoice, I'm going to add the headers. Okay, so let me add the headers, authorization, bearer token. So now I'm going to accept the token at the top. Perfect. And let me copy this. Similarly, for the get all invoices, I'm going to pass the bearer token. Perfect. Next, for this delete invoice also, I'm going to pass the token, and let's pass the token. Similarly, for the send invoice also, I'm going to pass the token. Save this. Okay, the save invoice is modified. Next, what we need to do is we have to, wherever we are calling these methods, the save invoice, get all invoices, delete invoice, end invoice, there we have to pass the token. So to do that, we are going to make use of the preview page, and let's go to the preview page, and inside this preview page, so what we will do is we are going to first get the token, right? So to get the token, before that I would like to also import few other things. We are going to, let me just understand what I have written here. Okay, we have this handle delete and handle download PDF and handle send email, and we have all these methods, the action button methods which are present. So the very first thing what I would like to do is I'm going to create the use effect hook. So do we have any use effect hook here? Okay, we don't have use effect hook. So I'm going to create a use effect hook. Inside this, I'm going to write the if condition. If the invoice data is not present, or invoice data dot items dot length, if the length is not present, then we are going to display a toast error message, that is invoice data is empty or it is missing, and we are going to navigate to the slash, okay, which is nothing but, actually this could be dashboard, not the slash. If I add the slash, then we are going to navigate to the home page, right? Okay, so we will navigate to the landing page. I don't want to navigate to the landing page. Instead, I want to navigate to the dashboard. Okay, perfect. Next, we need to add the dependencies. So I'm going to pass the invoice data as well as navigate and save this. Perfect. Next, we have this save and exit method. So if I go to the save and exit, so here we are calling the backend API upload, not this one, the send invoice. So here we need to actually pass the JWT token. I'm going to make use of the, just above this, I'm going to use the get token method, and this the get token method, we have to import it from the use auth hook. So at the top, let's use the use auth hook. This will gives us the get token method, and this get token method will gives us the token. So we have this save and exit. Here I'm going to call the get token. This will gives us the token, which is nothing but the JWT token. This is going to return promise. I'm going to use the await. We get the token. This token we are going to pass it to the service method, and the service method accepts base URL payload token, right? And we're going to pass the token. That's it. Next we have the second method, which is handle delete, and for this handle delete also we are going to do the same thing. I'm going to make use of the get token. This will gives us the token. Let's pass the token as a third parameter. Okay, if I go to the delete invoice, you can see we are passing the token. Next, similarly, the send invoice and get all invoices. This get all invoices we are using it inside the dashboard, but send invoice, let's go to the send invoice. The send invoice is present here, and here also I'm going to make use of the get token, await, const token. Okay, let's save this. Next we have the dashboard. Let's open the dashboard. In dashboard we are calling this get all invoices. If I go to the get all invoices, this will also take an token as a parameter, so we need to pass the token. Here also at the top I'm going to use the use auth hook. So this use auth hook will first give us the get token, and now we can make use of the inside this get token const token, and we can pass the token as a parameter. Save this. Alright, so now we have modified all our service methods to pass the token as a parameter. That's it. Next, what we need to do is we have to test it. Before test it, I'll just understand one more thing. That is, let's go to the preview page and let's open the save and exit method. Okay, here we are passing the payload, and if you look at this, we are not passing the user ID. We should also pass the user ID, which is nothing but the clerk ID. So at the top, I'm going to use the use user hook from the clerk, and we're going to grab the user object. Now here we can pass the clerk ID, which is nothing but user ID. Let's save this. So that's it. In order to test this, what I would like to do is I'm going to go to the first backend application. Let's open the IntelliJ. I'm going to stop this and let's go to the MongoDB, and I'm going to just refresh this, and I'm going to delete all the collection. So let me drop this collection, which is invoices, drop the collection, also the users collection, drop collection, users. That's it. Now, okay, what I'll do is, okay, the database itself is deleted because it does not contain any collection. So let's quickly create the new database. I'm going to add the database name, which is InvoiceDB, and add users. Create the database. Okay, the database has been created. Now what I will do is I'm going to just start the backend application. open the IntelliJ, and here I'm going to start this. So this should create the collection, but we are getting some error, that is could not resolve placeholder JWSK. Okay, this is not JWSK, this is actually JWKS. So let's go to the JWTKS provider. It should be JWKS. Okay, so just a typo error. Save this and restart it again. Okay, we got this application is started on the port 8080. So let me open the MongoDB, just refresh this. Okay, let me, how to refresh this? Okay, refresh the database. Perfect. Refresh the database. Okay, so the application is started and we have this users. What I will do is, now I'm going to store the record inside the DB by making a call from the React application. Let's go to the React application, the front end application. Here let's open the quick invoice. Let me reload this. Okay, this is the record is present. This is because inside our clerk we have the user. Let's go to the users. I'm going to delete that users also. Let me delete this user. Okay, so now let me open my Zoho mail, because we're going to get the OTP. Perfect. Let's go to the quick invoice, and here let me refresh this and click on this login and sign up. Click on this sign up. And okay, one more thing what we need to do is, let's go to the clerk dashboard, go to the configure, scroll down. We need to enable the user first name and last name. Click save. Okay, I also am going to check mark this. The user forcefully, we are going to tell to enter the first name and last name. All right, now let's go to the front end application and click on this sign up. We get this first name, last name, email address and password. First, let's register with the Google account. I'm going to click on this continue with Google. Click continue. Okay, the account has been created. With this, now we should also see the user account details inside our MongoDB as well. Let's go to the MongoDB and I'm going to just refresh this. Click on this users and refresh this. We should see the account bhushanse@gmail.com and Zoho mail. Okay, this Zoho mail, I think this has been created long back, not now I think, or it might have been created now also. Let me delete this and delete this. Something has happened instantly, so I couldn't even figure it out what was happened. So that is why I'm clearing this collection. And also inside this I'm going to open the users and I'll delete this. Okay, so we will test it one more time so that we can understand it what went wrong. Okay, I'm going to click on this login and sign up. Click sign up, continue with Google, click continue, and user account is created. Let's go to the MongoDB and I'm going to refresh this. Boom. Okay, the user account is created and we are also storing the user details in our MongoDB collection. Perfect. Next, what we will do is we'll quickly create the invoice. let's go to the generate. Okay, this also we have to add. We need to add the on click event for this generate. For now, I'm going to just go from the URL wise generate, and here let's add new invoice. Let's add the company logo, company name engineer talks, phone number, company address Bangalore, Bhushan, phone number and address Bangalore. The shipping address is also same as the billing address, and the invoice number, the date, the payment date, and the item details and the bank account details. Okay, and some 4% tax. Thanks for shopping with us. Some text I'm going to add. So now I'm going to click on this template 2, and you can see we have these action buttons: template 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and save and exit, back to download, send email, download PDF. I'm going to click on this save and exit. Okay, so it is saving and it is storing it in the database, right? New invoice and last updated. For some reason we are not able to see the dates, but we will fix it later. And now if I go to the MongoDB collection, let's go to the MongoDB, and I'm going to refresh the databases. We got this invoices, click on this, we got one invoice. Perfect. Okay, next what we need to do is we also need to test it for other users. Okay, the user is created this invoice and other users should not able to see these invoices. So to do this, I'm going to just log out from this account, and I'm going to sign up with a new user, Bhushan SC, and email address bhushan1992@zohomail.in, password, click continue. We get the OTP, so let's use the OTP. Okay, we got the OTP, the verification code. Copy this, paste it. It is success. Now let's go to the generate, not the generate. Let's go to the dashboard. Boom. Now this user does not able to see the other users created invoices. Now we are handling it properly with the authentication. If this user has created any invoices and the other user will not be able to see those invoices. Awesome. Okay, the next thing is what we need to do is we need to test one more scenario. Let's the user can able to delete and also send the invoices or not. Let's test the scenario also. It should not break anything. I'm going to just click on this sign out. I will log in with other user, continue with Google, select the Google account, and user is logged in. Now go to the dashboard, and here what I will do is I'm going to just click on this. We have this delete invoice and also send email and download PDF. I'm going to click on this download PDF, and it is going to download the PDF. You can see, perfect, looks good. And next I'm going to send this email. Okay, click on this send email. I'm going to enter the email address, click send. Okay, the email has sent successfully. Let's go back. We should see the attachment with the new email. Let's go to the newsletter. Okay, we got this email. Dear customer, please find the attached invoice. I'm going to view this. Perfect, looks good. Okay, Next, the last thing is we need to check whether we can able to delete this or not. I'm going to click on this delete invoice. It is deleted. Perfect. All the APIs are working as expected, and we have to just taken care of few things. That is, clicking on this generate button, we have to navigate to the new invoice generation, and also for some reason we are not able to store the last updated date and created date for these invoices. Let's fix all those things. Okay, the first thing is I'm going to attach the on-click events for this generate. Open the menu bar component. At the top, I'm going to create a arrow function. It is going to be handle generate click. Inside this, I'm going to basically reset the context. Set invoice data. Okay, we don't have the invoice data. Let's grab the invoice data from the context. Set invoice data. Set selected template. Set invoice title. Here we can use the set invoice data, initial invoice data. Next, set selected template. It is going to be template 1. Next, set invoice title. It is going to be new invoice, and I can navigate to the /generate. We can use the hook, use navigate. Perfect. And we need to pass the app context. Save this, and this one we have to attach it to the on-click event of generate. So on click, handle generate click. Let's save this and go to the dashboard. Inside this dashboard, we are adding the last updated at. Instead of this, we are going to use the created at. Perfect. Let's save this and go to the browser, and clicking on this generate, it will navigate to the /generate. Perfect. And also in the dashboard, if created any invoices, it will display the created at when it has been created. Actually, the last updated at, we are not going to use it, because anyhow we are not adding any of the edit operation for these or edit functionality for these invoices, right? That's why user is not going to edit it, and it will not display the last updated. Every time it will be null only. So that is why I'm going to use the created at instead of the updated at. Perfect, makes sense. Next, the last part, what we need to do is, we almost completed the one last piece. The puzzle we have to complete is the webhooks. We are going to integrate the clerk webhooks. So before that, let's go back to our browser and complete these steps. Okay, we completed the part 14. The last part, the part 15, is configuring the webhooks. Let's continue with that. Welcome back. This is the part 15, and this is the last part in this project. The last part is to configure the clerk webhook. As a part of this, I have noted down the following steps. So that we need to, for the first step is we need to create an account in ngrok. So the problem with right now in our current implementation is, whenever we have made any changes, let's say suppose if I have made any changes in updation or creating a new account, or even if I go ahead and delete the account, it will not automatically reflect in our database. Let me actually prove that. So let's quickly go ahead and create a new account in our clerk dashboard. So here, let me reload this. Right now we have 2 users. Okay, I'm going to create a new user. First name Bharat, last name SC, and email bharat@example.com, and password. I'm going to click on this create user, and the user has been created. So when we create the user inside this clerk dashboard, it should automatically reflect in our application. Okay, which means it should automatically created a new user inside our database. So if I go to the MongoDB database, let me open up the MongoDB database, and inside our users, I'm going to refresh this. You can see we have only 2 users, like Bhushan SC and Bhushan 1990@zomail.com. The user which we have created, Bharat, it is not reflected. And what the webhook will do is automatically, if any changes it will make inside our clerk dashboard or even outside of our application, it will automatically keep a sync with our database. That's exactly what we're going to do in this part. To do that, first of all, we need to do a few things. The very first step is we need to create an account in ngrok. See, the reason why we are going to create ngrok is because ngrok will provide us an domain name. It is going to provide us a temporary domain name. So in order to create the webhook, we need to provide the proper domain name. Okay, we need to provide the host name. We cannot give the host name as localhost 8080. The clerk webhook does not understand that. Okay, so to do that, we are going to install the ngrok. So go ahead and create a new account in ngrok, and based upon your platform, you install the ngrok. Either you can use Brew, or you can, if you're using the Windows, you can use Chocolatey. Install the ngrok. Once you install the ngrok, you need to add this configuration auth token, and after this you need to execute this command. It is going to forward our localhost 8080 request to a proper domain name. Let me show you. I have already executed it, and once you execute that command, it will display like this, and this is the URL, right? And this URL we are going to add it in our clerk dashboard. So I hope you will follow this step. It is pretty easy. In my previous video, I have in detail explained about these ngrok and how you can set up everything. Feel free to watch that previous video, and the steps are pretty straightforward. Next step is to go to the clerk dashboard and go to the configure, and if you scroll down, you will see this API keys. Click on this. Sorry, not the API keys. We need to click on this webhooks. Inside this webhooks, what we need to do is we need to create an endpoint. Okay, so what I'll do is I'm going to add that URL which we have copied from our terminal, and I'm going to add /API/webhooks/clerk. Okay, so make sure to add this URI endpoint, and in our Spring Boot application we are going to create this endpoint. Okay, so that what it will do is it is going to skip this. The Spring Security will not secure this, not authenticate this, and it will automatically allow us to perform the operations. Okay, so this is the endpoint we are going to add. Next, if you scroll down, you will see subscribe to events. We have to subscribe to the events, which in what time, whenever any operations or any events occurred, our Spring Boot application is going to listen it, and it is going to call the appropriate function. So for that, we are going to subscribe to the events. Click on this, search for this user, and you can see user created, deleted, updated. Whenever these operations happened, whenever these events occurred, we are going to trigger our endpoint. It is going to trigger this URL endpoint, and we are going to perform based upon these events. If it is created, we are going to perform the create operation. If it is deleted event, we are going to perform the delete operation. If it is an updated event, then we are going to update the operation. Okay, so now we have added this endpoint URL. Also, we have subscribed to these events, and if you go ahead and click on this create, this endpoint will be created. This webhook will be created. Next, what we need is we need this sign in secret. Okay, so go ahead and copy this sign in secret. We need to add this inside our application.properties file. Okay, so I have already added the properties file in our application.properties file. The next step is we need to create the URL. Okay, so for the testing purpose, what you can do is you can just click on this testing, and you can select the event which is user created, or whichever the event you want, you can just select it, and this is the sample response that we are going to get. So if you look at this, we have the different events, like what is the event type, and you will also get the event attributes, two-factor enabled, profile image URL. Okay, so everything will be available from this response. Using this response, we are going to grab these information and we are going to put it in our MongoDB database. That's the whole idea of creating the webhook. Alright, with this, now let's open the IntelliJ, and I'm going to close all of these tabs, and we need to create a new controller inside this controller package. This is going to be clerk webhook controller. Okay, now let's add the necessary annotation. This is going to be a REST controller annotation. Request mapping we need to add /API/webhook, and I will also add the required args constructor. First, we are going to load the webhook secret key. As I said before, we have added the secret key inside our application.properties file. So private string webhook secret. I'm going to add the value annotation, and we're going to load the property, which is clerk.webhook.secret. Make sure that you should be created this property in your application.properties file, and you have to set the sign-in secret key. Okay, so you can just copy the sign-in secret key and you have to add it inside the application.properties file. Okay, the next step is to scroll down. Here I'm going to create a new, okay, first of all I'm going to inject the service, private final user service, and public response entity. This is going to return a response entity. Let's call this handle clerk webhook. Let's add the post mapping annotation, and the URI endpoint is /clerk. Okay, so /API/webhook/clerk. The same URI endpoint we have added inside our while creating the webhook, and this is going to accept few things. So first, the request header, because we wanted to validate it, right? So we cannot use the Spring security in this case. We are going to validate it manually. So I'm going to accept the request header SPIX ID. I'm going to bind it to the string SPIX ID. Similarly, I'm going to pass one more request header, that is going to be SPIX timestamp. I'm also going to bind this into the SPIX timestamp. Next, I'm going to accept one more request header. So not the request header, that is going to be signature SPIX signature, and which is also of type string SPIX signature. And we are going to accept the request body, that is going to be payload. Okay, so this payload we will get it in string format. We have to use the object mapper to convert it into a proper object, and we are going to retrieve it. Okay, so inside this, first of all, what we need to do is I'm going to write the try catch block. And inside this, first of all, we have to verify this webhook signature, because we are getting this signature and we have to verify it, right? So to do that, I'm going to create a private method, verify webhook signature. To this, we're going to pass the SPIX ID, SPIX timestamp, SPIX signature, and payload. All these we're going to pass it, and we need to create this private method. Let's actually create this private method. Okay, so inside this, what I will do is I'm going to just, actually we have to verify this. I'm going to add a to do verify the signature, but I'm not going to do this implementation because right now we are in development stage. But when we deploy this to the production, we have to properly verify the signature based upon the clerk documentation. Okay, so I'm not going to go over in detail about this. I'm going to just return true, and I'm going to just make this as boolean. Okay, so this is going to return true, and once we get the boolean value, if the signature is valid, then we are going to return true. If the signature is invalid, we are going to return false. But for time being, I'm directly returning it true. But again, when we deploy this, or if we are deploying it to production, we have to properly validate it. We have to properly verify the signature. Remember this. Okay, so here what I'll do is, assuming that the signature is verified, and next what we need to do is, we need to do a couple of things. Okay, the first step is we need to create an object mapper new object mapper, and let's use the JSON node. Root node is equal to mapper dot read tree, and to this we can pass the payload. And once we pass the payload, it is going to we will get the JSON node, which is nothing but the root node, and from this I'm going to get the event type. Event type is equal to root node dot path, and we can pass the data, and not the data, we need to pass the type. Okay, and this is going to convert it into a text. We get the event type. Perfect. And once we get the event type, we can use the switch statement to perform the various operations. If the event type is user.created, if the event type is user.updated, if the event type is user.deleted, we're going to perform different operations. So the very first case is user.created. If it is created, we're going to perform some operation. Handle user created. To this, I can pass the root node dot path. I can pass the data, and I'm going to break this. Similarly, case user dot updated, then we are going to handle user updated, root node dot path, data we can pass and break it. And the third case is user dot deleted. Handle user deleted, root node dot path data. We're going to pass this, and let's break this. Okay, so after all of this, I'm going to return the response entity dot OK and build method, and we are going to handle the exception using the catch block exception. And inside this, I'm going to throw a new response status exception, HTTP status unauthorized, and e.getMessage. Perfect, and save this. Now we have to create all these private methods to perform the operation based on the event type. As I said before, this payload is nothing but this one. Okay, this is the payload. Okay, inside this, if you look at this, we have this event type, right? Okay, and that's exactly we are going to get it, this event type. First, we are going to use the object mapper to convert that into a JSON node, and from that we're going to read the type, which is nothing but the event type. Let's quickly create these methods. I'm going to first create the method for handle user created, and here inside this, what we need to do is, first of all, I'm going to use the user.builder pattern, and I'm going to add the clerk ID. So we get the clerk ID from the data.path id.asText. Similarly, email ID, data.path, we need to add the email address dot path. The index I'm going to provide 0 because it has a multiple email addresses. So this is actually email addresses, and after this we are going to use the path. We need to provide the field which is email address, and this is going to be as text. Okay, make sure to use this email addresses, not email address, because if you open the sample response, you will see we have the email addresses, right? And in this email addresses, we are going to take the email address. Perfect. Next, after this, we need to add the first name and first name data.path first name as a text, last name data.path last name as a text dot build. Okay, now we can use the user service to call the service method save or update user. To this we can pass the user object. I'm going to just make this as user new user. Here we can pass new user. Perfect. Next, let's create the handle user updated private method. Inside this I'm going to first get the clerk ID data.path ID as a text. We get the clerk ID. Once we get the clerk ID, I'm going to call the service method use service dot get account by clerk ID. Pass the clerk ID. This will gives us the existing user. Once we get the existing user, we can set the details. Existing user dot set email and data dot path email addresses dot path 0 and path email address dot as text. Next, existing user dot set first name data dot path first name as a text. Next, existing user dot set last name data dot path last name as text. Existing user dot set photo URL data dot path photo, this is going to be image URL as a text, and user service dot save or update user existing user. Perfect. The last thing is handle user deleted. I'm going to create that private method, and inside this we can directly use the first we need to get the clerk ID data dot path ID. This is going to be as text string clerk ID. Next, we are going to make use of the service user service dot delete account. We can pass the clerk ID. That's it. Now we have completed all the implementations. Now we can test this. So what I will do is I'm going to just stop this and I'm going to restart it again. Let me restart it. We are getting some error, that is because clerk webhook secret value. Okay, I haven't added the value, so I'll just add it. Okay, I have added the secret key. Now I'm going to restart this. You can see the application is started. Now we can verify it. What I will do is let's go to the clerk, and here I'm going to create a new user. So when we create the new user inside this clerk dashboard, a user will also be created in our application. So the MongoDB database should also receive the new user details. I'm going to create it. So the first name maybe test, last name test, and email address test@example.com, password, create user. And now let's go to the MongoDB. I'm going to refresh this. Okay, looks like it is not working. Ideally it should create the new user. We can investigate it what went wrong. So let's go to the, first of all I'm going to open the ngrok, and okay, we are getting this request, that is /API/webhooks/clerk as 403. Looks like there is an issue with our Spring security. I can go to the IntelliJ and I'm going to open the security config, and here we are adding the request matches permit all /API/webhooks, and here we have added the /API/webhook/clerk. Everything looks good, but something we have made. Okay, let's go to the authentication filter. Inside our authentication filter, we are also adding this /API/webhooks, and inside our JSON web key set provider. Okay, everything looks fine, but somehow it is not accepting. We are getting this 403. What I'll do is, let's go to the browser, and I'm going to just delete this 2 users. I'm going to create a new users. Create a new user. First name maybe Bharat, last name SC, Bharat at example.com, password, create user. Okay, the user is created. We can go to the MongoDB and refresh this. Okay, still it is not working. Let's investigate it. Let's go to the browser, and we have this endpoint /API/webhooks and clerk we have added. And if you scroll down, you will see all the messages that it attempted. So user deleted, we are trying, created, everything is getting failed. So you can track it here. What is the error? What is the payload that we are sending? Everything you can track it here. But the reason why it is failing, that we have to investigate it. And what is this webhook/clerk? If I go to the ngrok, we are getting 403. And here we have this webhooks/API/clerk, and inside our IntelliJ. Okay, the problem is we have added this as webhook. This should be webhooks. So let's stop this, and I'm going to restart this. With this, we have to see the changes. And now if I go to the browser, and let's go to the users, I'm going to create a new user, test1, and test at example.com, 1 2 3 4 5 6, and some characters I'm going to enter. Create user. The user has been created. Verify it in the MongoDB. Let's go to the MongoDB. I'm going to refresh this. Okay, still it is not working. Maybe I'll go to the console, the ngrok console. Still it is showing it as 403. Let's go to the /API/webhooks. Let's better to open the console and see. Okay, we are getting some exception. Required request editor SVIX civics. Oh, okay, the signature we have added. Okay, this is SVIX, not SIVX. Okay, it's just a typo error. Save this. So I'm going to stop this. I'll restart it again. Hopefully this time it should work. Okay, now go back to our browser. I'm going to create a new user, test2, and test at example.com. This is going to be a test2, password, and create a new user. This time it should create a new user without any errors. Let's go back to our MongoDB and reload this. Boom, we got the new user, test2. Awesome, the create event is working as expected. Similarly, let's update it also. We should see whether the update is working or not. I'm going to log in with this bhushan1992@zohomail.com. So I'm going to just, or we can directly update this also. Go to the manage account and update profile. This is going to be Bhushan Sirgur. Click save. And now if I go to the MongoDB database, earlier it is Bhushan SC. Any one of these should have been updated it probably. Okay, this should have been updated it. Reload this. Boom, Bhushan Sirgur. Awesome. I'm going to delete this profile. Manage account, security, delete account, click OK. Okay, we have to provide the address that is going to be, and get the OTP, paste it, deleted. If you go to the MongoDB, reload this, delete it. Awesome. All of our events are working as expected. So now the webhook is in place. It is actually what it is doing is whenever we make any changes inside the clerk portal or in the clerk dashboard, it will also it will also make a call to our backend application, and it will keep our MongoDB database in sync. That's the whole idea of creating the webhook. All right, with this now we have completed all the steps. So I can go ahead and complete these steps. Perfect. So now we have completed all the steps and we have completed the project as well. I hope you enjoyed this course or this project as much as I enjoyed while creating. In case if you have any questions, feel free to drop your questions inside the comment section, or you can email me. I will try to help your questions. And also, in case if you are looking for the source code, I'll drop a link in the description section of this video. Go ahead and grab the source code. That's it. Thank you so much for watching. I will see you in the next project.